ブロードバンド以前の時代、
5人の戦士が習った
彼らの目的はコンテンツ、彼らの戦場は
コメント欄、
字幕か吹か絵か、
ここで決めねばならぬ。
だがその DVD は得点が薄い。
オープンチェストアニメポッドキャスト。
Welcome back to the OCA Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, your boy Reese. Looking pastel AF.
Riz2753. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to hell.
Footnome.
Hello, I'm a co-host on the OCA Podcast, which is the Open Cripple podcast, actually.
Oh. And Randy.
The not crippled member is here.
All right.
Yeah, wasn't there like 3 wheelchairs in that intro?
I mean, he's in one because he's fat. I don't know.
We're overcompensating.
All right. So there's so much.
Randy, the guy
to
take the assisted motorized cart that they have in stores, so he can haul his fat ass around.
I would never. I'd rather lop off an arm than have to walk around in one of those.
If you guys want
the idea, like, if you need a wheelchair, you can have a wheelchair. But if you're fat ass, then you don't deserve one. Go lose some weight.
Oh, joy. The loudest possible meal to eat. Thanks, babe. No, just kidding.
The loudest?
Yeah.
What did she get you?
Cucumbers and salad and garbanzo beans. And
I mean, the loudest.
How's she doing?
Potato chips.
Okay.
Yeah,
potato
probably.
chips. I agree.
All right. Anyway, if you guys want to support the OCA Podcast, which is off to a fantastic start today, you guys can head
As
over
always.
to
As if this is different than any other week.
OCApodcast.com/support. To help us get into the black by 2030, we will need 110. Wait, that can't be right. I didn't update the spreadsheet. Sorry. Today's the 1st. It's not $110. We have a bunch of people supporting us over on Patreon. Thank you so much for that. But pretend it's $110 and give us that, because that's what I need. All right, you guys can donate to us directly, either monthly or once through PayPal using this widget. You can also head over to the OCA Podcast Patreon, or the Anime Collector Patreon, or the Subscribe Star, or the Ko-fi. It's this easy. It's that easy right there. Okay. Anyway, so that's options for you. If you wanted to donate and we didn't provide you the option, it's a lie, because there's so many ways. You can also shop at Tenga, Crunchyroll, through our Legacy Rights stuff, and Humble Bundle. Now, before we move into the actual show, I would like to promote that Green Line has put out an episode or a new video about the Pokemon episode that caused anime to have to dim.
Yeah.
And I just want to say, great video.
Oh, thank you.
Fantastic work. There were moments in it where I thought to myself, because I'm not just saying this because I sort of helped behind the scenes a little bit.
He helped.
There were moments where I was thinking to myself when we were working on it that I felt like this was such a ubiquitous, already known thing that I didn't see a point in making a video, but it didn't hurt to make a video. It just, when I watched it though, I felt like the way that you handled it worked so phenomenally well that it actually earned its place in the necessity of making it. And I also felt that originally when I was like helping you with it and we were kind of working on the script, that some of it felt a little heavy-handed to go into detail on what made Pokemon such a powerhouse. But then when I watched it, and you got to the part where you sort of like turned that on its head for what the stakes were of the whole thing, I was like, perfect decision to
Yeah.
frame it the way that you did. So I just want to give you huge props for that. It's a great video.
Thank you, and
Everybody
props
should go
to you
check it out.
because you helped write it. So
I helped a little bit. That wasn't anything crazy. All right.
You know
Anyway,
what's ironic?
what's ironic?
I literally just won my last jackpot in the slot machine, so I'm about to walk over to the game corner and buy Porygon.
That is ironic. Okay. All right. So I want us to jump into a big topic. Actually, let's do pickups first. Okay.
okay, I need to change my background real quick. Cam.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. So here's what I want to do. It's been a really busy week. As you guys know, I went to the One Piece live action red carpet premiere on Thursday, and it was a blast. Like, say what you will about Netflix, but they know how to put on a red carpet premiere. That was a lot of fun. They gave me, let's see, a bunch of shit. I got a physical ticket, for my seat and everything. This was Nick's, who went with me. Right. So that was kind of neat to have a little commemorative thing. They gave us popcorn in these boxes. I don't know how, it was great popcorn, but not a single ounce of like oil on the box. Like it didn't like, I don't know. It was good. Anyway, I don't need to hash on that too much. They also gave us a straw hat, right? And then after,
That's probably the best feature.
after the screening, they also had like a fan experience you could go do, and they gave you a free gift, and it was this. It was this Luffy action figure, and I just gotta say, Netflix made it, or I guess One Iota, which was the company that like put on the thing, made it so that nobody under the age of 18 was supposed to be allowed in. Oh, by the way, I gotta say, like, I was so nervous because their terms specifically forbade professional cameras, right? And then I'm like, that could mean a lot of things, right? Because in the bullet points of prohibited items, that was just after don't bring Sharpies and posters or anything that security could determine autograph seeking. And I'm like, so in my mind, they're trying to avoid this turning into like a fan meet and greet instead of like a red carpet premiere. So they don't want you seeking autographs and like, well, I'll get over here. Can I get your autograph? Right. And then they also don't want like paparazzis to like be taking photos and shit. So they don't want you to bring camera, like professional cameras. But what the fuck does professional mean? Right. So I emailed them about it, and they basically said small point and click cameras are fine, but large cameras, or like cameras with large or interchangeable lenses, something like that. They phrased it in such a way where it still didn't help me, right? So I was so stressed about it, and I eventually went to the premiere, and I full on wore the body cam right here, full on, right? And the people who worked there, like who were working the event, wrangling us into lines and stuff, they walked past me numerous times. I don't know that anybody looked directly at it, but it wasn't hiding it at all. Even to the point where they were like putting a wristband on me that I was, who I said I was over 18, all that kind of shit. And nobody batted an eye at all, but I still chickened out. So, because it was around the block. So as I'm getting into the part where I'm about to be sort of in the front facing part of the block, I took it off and I stuck it inside my camera bag, which I was also worried about, but I was also parked within the city block. So if I had to, I could have just run to the car and dropped it off and hopefully gotten back in. And then I got to the place where we would enter. I walked through the metal detector and it went off. So then they had me step back. I went through it again. It went off. So I stepped back. he had me put my camera bag, like just take it off and put it on the table. And then I walked through and it didn't go off. So he just grabbed the camera bag and handed it to me. Didn't even open it or look at it.
You're probably done in there.
What
so come on.
the fuck? Anyway, yeah, so I don't know. I stressed about it and it ended up working out great. But like I said, so it was 18 plus, just probably to avoid disruptions and whatnot. There was a shit ton of people there. It was a very nice theater that was almost 100 years old. So the reason I bring it up is because I can't imagine a single adult actually buying this willingly. And there were no kids there, you know, like, and the show has quite a bit of profanity in it, right? So I'm just like, I don't know. But I did get 2 of these because Nick didn't want his. So,
It's so weird that
It's
like
nice that they include the Luffy penis extensions with it.
what were you gonna say, Green Line?
I was gonna say it's so weird that they adapt like essentially a children's like a story, and it's like no, it's made for adults. And
Well, it's not that it's made for adults. It's just that it's not something that's geared towards kids. You know what I mean?
right,
So, anyway, in terms of other pickups, let me do figures next. So, you might notice a new guy over here. A couple podcasts ago, we looked at that one figure, I think, of Ashley from Resident Evil 4 on on AliExpress, right? And something caught my eye in the like down in the bottom, and so I tried to start ordering it. And as I added it to cart, it was like other shit was like telling me I could bundle up to 3 things, and it's like in order to check out, I had to get 3 things, and it was a whole big thing, right? So, the thing that I first saw was this Anya as Captain Levi.
that's
figure?
not bad.
Nice.
Dude, I paid like $3 for this. And
Holy
everything I got,
Damn.
like after hearing Randy's like, you know, cautionary tales about it, I was really worried that some of them were going to be shit. All of them are great. So I got this
Wait,
one
my cautionary tales of what?
about like that they're actually like the STL
resin
file,
3D
and sometimes they're
printer.
like the quality of print can be different depending on who,
yeah,
you know, all
yeah,
that kind of
it
shit.
could
So,
really suck if you know.
Yeah. I mean, and you got it colored too, right?
Mhm.
So
and this one came with a separate head that can swap out the hair color, right? No, wait. No, not this one. So the next one, that was one I had seen before that episode of the podcast started, but I didn't buy it. I just saw it like online somewhere. And I saw that they happened to have it. The thing that I full on, like I got to pull the trigger, was my daughter's favorite anime characters are Anya from Spy Family and Nezuko from Demon Slayer. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, fuck yeah.
Oh my gosh, that looks great.
And this is the one that came with a black-haired variant and a separate face as well. And then for me, among the 3 I had to buy. So the Levi one I bought separate because it wasn't part of the like buy 3 thing. So I bought this like Trunks, Super Saiyan Trunks statue. Also looks great, but I don't want to go grab it right now. But for me, for the 3rd thing, I bought Anya as Chainsaw Man.
As Benji, yeah, nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So that was
Dude,
pretty-
all those came out great. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, there's it's iffy quality when it comes to those sorts of things, but even then, sometimes they just turn out for what you pay for. You get like a bang for your buck. Like, holy shit.
Mhm. So, in terms of other like physical media pickups, Reese, tell the story about Chainsaw Mania. Tell the story about what you were looking up for Lord of the Rings or whatever.
Yeah. So I had a random thought. So I was thinking about Lord of the Rings. I was like, it was several nights ago. I was like, I maybe do I want to put Lord of the Rings on right now? Why not? And for some reason, I remembered the scenario of when I sent Brad the 4Ks. His wife came in looking for the Lord of the Rings their Blu-ray version, and he was like, "Hold on," and he unboxed it, and then here you go, and just handed it off to her immediately. And so I was like, for some reason, did that happen? Did that not happen? So I had to go back to our private messages, or when I got the 4K sets that I have now, and I found the episode. And I was like, okay, yeah, that did happen. And then also in that,
I'm gonna pull the image up right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So also in that pickups segment,
yeah,
I picked up something else, and eagle-eyed Reese and also blind me.
Just looking at my goddamn screen.
Yeah. Do you notice anything wrong with my 4K of Edge of Tomorrow? Note the, what is that, Italian underneath it?
Senza Dami. Yeah.
And it's supposed to say live, die, repeat in red, but it's obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
Oopsies.
Yep. So I bought that again, and fucker did not come with a slipcover, so I bought it again today. And on top of that, I also received my copy of the 2.5 Dimensional Seduction Steelbook. Yep. And then I've got another one, but I'm going to wait a moment here as we go through. Oh God, where am I?
Pickups.
We go through the pickups channel.
I have a pickup, by the way.
Where Seb picked up Azazel-san for 2,000 yen on his last day in Japan. Nice. Mega Mug picked up Mermaid Saga, the manga. Is that part of Mermaid Forest, out of curiosity? The boy
I'm pretty sure that's just the Mermaid Forest, like that's the name of it, or in manga form.
Could be. Belle and the Inuyasha complete collection for the movies. And then Foodnum says, now we have to do a watch club for the 100 girlfriends who really, 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 really love you. And I am here to second that because my final pickup is also the 100 girlfriends who really, 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 really love you. So let's go.
All right.
Greenlight, I'm going to come back to you as soon as I go through these. Lady Phoenix picked up the Orange Cat.
I didn't realize that was a thing that you could get.
So that's
Reese.
I got the.
Has Reese lapsed?
DeLorean Street Champions.
There's a more expensive, cooler version of the DeLorean, right?
I don't want the big ass expensive version. I wanted to spend less than $30 on it instead of spending over $150.
Just say you're
for
cheap.
An Eevee.
No, for DeLorean.
Yeah, he needed to have money left over for the Eevee.
Yeah, I got Eevee.
You got the AirPods face Eevee.
Yep. And I also got Sherlock Holmes Baker Street Book Nook. So this folds in half, and so you can see where the on the top left, top right corners, it has these arches so it folds in half right there in the middle, and then yeah.
I don't understand how it folds in half.
It folds towards you. It's like an open book right now, so it folds towards you and closes.
Folds inwards, I guess.
What happens to this part when it comes to folding into this part?
So there's 3 sections. So see the 3 windows there. The one on the right has between the second and third windows going left to right. That's where it splits. So you can see the hinge down at
This
the very
part
bottom.
right here. Oh, I see. I see.
You can see the hinge right there down at the bottom in front of it.
Right here.
Yeah, the part that's sticking out.
Yeah, I just don't understand how that allows it to fold.
It's an open hinge right now.
No, duh! Let me just Google this stupid set. Sherlock Holmes. What was it? Baker Street?
Just say Book Nook.
Book
Lo-
Nook.
Lego
Or just-
Book Nook.
Google Lego 10351. Set number.
The fuck am I looking at? I don't understand how that.
Share screen.
Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. All right.
That's it folded together.
So the green one
Splits in half.
in half.
Yeah.
That seems dumb because it goes into my bookcase and then it just kind of
That's what it looks
there's
like.
the wall. You know, like
I mean,
biggest
you can display it open too. I mean,
The biggest thing for me about sticking that in a bookshelf is that it would just collect dust.
Mhm.
And there are a lot of little tiny like nooks and crannies in the Lego that just sit there and collect dust.
Yeah, agreed.
I
Nooks
thought it
and
looked
crannies.
cool.
Okay, so the hinge
Wasn't
is
willing
right
to pick
here.
up the DeLorean, but what totally was willing to pick up this.
Well, this is the only thing of this, so I wanted it.
Oh, okay, I get it. Okay. Anyway. And Riv says, went to multiple Barnes & Nobles today, and at one of them I bought all of these. Oh. I've never brought this much degeneracy at once. Oh, bought this much degeneracy at once. And it's the closest I felt to shame. Do you like big girls?
He's getting ready for the anime starting in April,
Yeah,
March.
we're going to cover that.
The 18 plus anime.
Do the cashiers look at you weird?
Yeah, that was the part I was going to ask about. Please put them on Takamine-san,
Wait.
Volume 10. And I formed a MILF. Wait, no, hold on. Betrayed by the hero, I formed a MILF party with his mom.
God.
Volume 4.
I've definitely had some interesting times buying No Game No Life at the bookstore.
I've
Luckily,
stopped giving a fuck.
when you order online, they put the like the cardboard over the cover, so you can't like the store people know what you're buying, but at least it doesn't show to everyone else in the line.
Here's all the other manga you got. Yuna and the Haunted Hot Spring, Volume 18. Berserk, Volume 42. Is that Die Dark?
Die Dark, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I should have just read that one. Cool. 7 and 6.
And Rib said the guy who rang me up looked like someone who wouldn't judge me.
Welcome to Demon School, Iruma-kun, Volume 18. One Punch Man, Volume 32. Ichi the Witch, Volume 1. And Kagurabachi, Volume 6. Galaxians? Is that Galaxias? Is that what that says?
guess.
Volume 1. And D. Gray Man, Volume 27. Oh. You also bought the Hybrid Theory vinyl.
Nice.
Bleach, 1,000-Year Blood War, The Conflict, Part 3. Oh. And Randy just picked up his Porygon.
Yeah. What a quinky.
Wow, digital pickups now.
Green Line, I'd love
So-
to have you do your pickups, but your screen is black.
Oh, is it? Okay. Let me.
Black History Month's over.
No,
Black
it-
History Month.
It got there. It's
Oh,
there.
it did. Okay.
Oh, you can see it?
Your camera just takes like 30 seconds to warm up, apparently.
Okay.
Well, it's been on for the past I
Yeah.
don't know, it's been on for a while. Anyways, So I forgot about this pickup. It was in my Viz Amazon pickups.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Okay, there you are. I see you. Never mind. Proceed.
Sailor Moon S, part 1 or part 2, whatever. The episodes for S, which I don't like S, but it's one of those things where it's like I had to because the completionist in my brain was like, pick it up. You know, you want to complete the set, pick it up, and it's like, I don't like S though. No, fine. You know what I mean?
And that one doesn't have a slipcover, so now you got to buy it again to get a slipcover.
No, I
What if it was the
cover because I have the limited edition.
What if
That's
they
what
released
that
a special edition of S called like Deluxe EX? You know, would you like it then?
No, I don't like season 3.
Because then it would be SEX, is what he's saying.
Oh, well, even I mean, this is the one with the lesbians, but even then, it's not fun.
But they're cousins. They're not lesbians. Come on.
Right. No, this is the Viz version. They are not cousins. But no, I don't know. I don't like S, but I picked it up for completionist reasons. So hopefully, I know
Do
everybody
they go
on
to Pound
podcasts-
Town then in the Viz one?
I don't think so.
You
'Cause
hope so.
It's made for kids.
Actually, it's a
so-
10 out of 10 now in the Viz version.
It's made for
Right.
kids, but it also has naked women in it transforming in every episode.
True. It's for Japanese kids with less sensitive palates. I don't know. That was my one pickup. I picked it up for completionist reasons. Everybody on podcast understands. Hopefully, people watching the podcast understand that, you know, just like sometimes we buy things just to buy.
Sometimes
We get it.
do.
You like the lesbians. They're my favorite too.
Yeah. Now I have to pick up Sailor Stars and I'll have the whole set. And then I have to buy it again because supposedly this is the garbage version, the pink version. But I
What one's
wanted
the blonde
limited-
one? Neptune?
Yeah, Uranus. Uranus is
Uranus.
is the
Yeah.
you're talking about short hair butch, right?
I wouldn't say butch, but yeah, the short
That
hair one.
The one who's a
Do they-
bitch throughout the entire thing.
Do they pronounce her
Your
name
and
differently
my
between the
definition of
dubs?
Which are completely different, apparently.
What?
I said, do they pronounce her name differently between the dubs?
I don't think so. And then what was Random's question?
I said your and my definition of butch is completely different, apparently.
Short hair, pixie, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, apparently our definitions of power creep are also different. So, you know, I don't even. So don't worry, there's not a lot of stock in that music.
Maybe it's a Canadian thing. Although Footnum also
maybe.
had the power creep.
Yeah,
I can't use that excuse, I guess.
yeah.
All right. So the first topic I want to go into now is the Warner Brothers Discovery acquisition. We covered it a little bit a couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to kind of bring you guys up to speed before we kind of speed run through what happened since we left off into where we're at now. So back in December, David Zaslav confirmed that the board approved a deal to sell Warner Brothers, right? And he was just selling Warner Brothers, not Discovery, to Netflix. And the original offer was $82.7 billion in enterprise value, structured as a combination of cash and stock. You guys remember covering this?
Yes.
Cool, thanks. So what Netflix was buying was the Warner Brothers film studio, HBO, and HBO Max. Netflix was not going to be buying any of the cable networks, which included CNN, TBS, TNT, the Food Network, HGTV, and all that stuff, right? Those were going to instead, under the Netflix deal, be spun off into a separate company that was going to be called Discovery Global before the deal closed, right? Now, then Paramount came in and they made a hostile counterbid where they offered $30 per share, all cash, for the entire company, including CNN and all of the cable assets. And that brought their offer's total enterprise value to about $108 billion compared to Netflix's $83 billion. The catch was that Paramount's deal was loaded with debt. There was actually $54 billion of debt, which is literally half of what they were offering, because it was being provided through loans. And the board for Warner Brothers was repeatedly rejecting their offer because of the financial structure being too risky, right? So the last time we covered this, we actually talked about how the Warner Brothers Discovery Board didn't even have the final say. It was the shareholders who did. And Paramount was deliberately structuring their offer as a hostile tender offer, which means that it goes directly to the shareholders and bypasses the management. Now, Paramount needs over 50% of shares in order to tender their shares. Pardon, they need over 50% of shareholders. No, I think they just need 50% of the shares to tender, for them to gain control and be able to make the purchase. So we also talked a little bit back then about the political angle, where initially Trump seemed to be backing Paramount because Netflix, because unlike Netflix, Paramount was going to buy CNN and they were going to gut it, right? And that was kind of a contentious point for Trump. But the problem is that Trump also hates 60 Minutes, which is a CBS property that Paramount now owns. So Jared Kushner's investment firm, Affinity Partners, which had previously been a financial backer for Paramount, then pulled out of the deal. And just as a reminder, the OCA Podcast position on this was that we were pro Paramount because Paramount actually puts things out on physical media, and Netflix getting Warner Brothers would basically spell doom for any future box sets coming out and everything, right? Anyway, now, since we last covered this, a lot of things have happened. For example, told nope for the 8th time, Paramount sued Warner Brothers. Again, the reason that they've given for rejecting Paramount is because half of the financing for their offer is debt. So there's all this uncertainty that could tank the deal before it closes, just like what happened with Kushner's group leaving and withdrawing the funds they were going to provide. Now, Paramount sued Warner Brothers in Delaware County Court, seeking to force Warner Brothers to disclose the financial details behind its $83 billion agreement with Netflix. This is, I think I'm supposed to highlight this. The lawsuit argues that Warner Brothers Discovery hasn't provided shareholders with the information needed to evaluate whether the Netflix deal is truly superior, including how Warner Brothers Discovery valued the stub equity and the debt-related price adjustments. Bloomberg reported that Warner Brothers board is urging shareholders to stick with Netflix because the streamer's offer carries, because the streamer's offer carries fewer moving parts and less financial chaos than Paramount's pitch. Paramount's lawsuit is now challenging that narrative directly, arguing that Warner Brothers Discovery hasn't shown its math literally. So that's not supposed to be a... Oops. There you go. Let's see. That valuation question matters because it directly affects what the shareholders are actually getting in total value. Paramount's posture is simple. If Discovery Global is being assigned an overly rosy value or stuffed with too much debt, then the Netflix deal may look better on paper than it does in reality. And back when we covered this previously, we were confused about Netflix's offer because they were offering like $23.25 per share in cash plus a $4.50 in stock. But it was unclear to us in the article at the time if that was going to be Netflix stock or Discovery Global stock for the new company. So I finally got an answer to that, and it was Netflix stock, but it also doesn't really matter anymore because Netflix has switched to an all-cash bid for Warner Brothers. So the new offer still values Warner Brothers at $27.75 per share, but it's removing the Netflix stock of $4.50, right? Let's see. So just in case it isn't clear, one of the major reasons that Warner Brothers was favoring Netflix to begin with over Paramount is because Netflix is not buying Discovery. Right. So in Netflix's offer, it would be spun into a new publicly traded company called Discovery Global, which means that should Warner Brothers go with the Netflix offer, their shareholders will receive $27.75 per share in cash, plus the value that they will get automatically when they receive their shares in the new company. So while Paramount's offer is worth roughly an additional $26 billion more in enterprise value, they're also buying the whole company, not just Warner Brothers. And the speculation is that the board is valuing Discovery Global higher than the additional $2.25 per share that Paramount is offering over Netflix's cash price. And that's specifically what Paramount is suing to find out, because they're arguing that Warner Brothers has not been that transparent with shareholders about how they determined that valuation. And Paramount wants to force them to put those cards on the table because, again, it's the shareholders, not the board, who will ultimately decide which offer gets taken. But it's also complicated because there's another major reason Warner Brothers is preferring the Netflix deal, and that's that it isn't loaded with debt, right? So a very real scenario that I think Warner Brothers was worried about is basically exactly what happened with Jared Kushner's group, Affinity Partners. If in the middle of the deal, a group like that pulls out, and then all of a sudden Paramount can't actually go through with the deal, then number one, leaving the Netflix deal is going to cost Warner Brothers a $2.8 billion fee that they'd owe to Netflix as part of the agreement to enter the negotiations with them. And number two, if let's just say that they split off to go talk to Paramount for a while, right? And they basically left Netflix behind, and then Paramount's deal falls through. They can't just turn around and say, hey, Netflix, we're ready to make a deal, right? Because now Netflix is going to understand that they've got all the leverage now, right? So they can't just say no to Netflix's offer and start pursuing Paramount's offer, because once they lose the opportunity with Paramount and go back to Netflix, that offer is not going to be good anymore. Netflix is going to be able to give them a worse offer because now they're desperate and they need somebody to buy them. And it's going to be basically Netflix negotiating on their own terms, right? Now, Warner Brothers Discovery's public response to the lawsuit was that they called the Paramount lawsuit meritless, and they took a direct shot at Paramount, pointing out that Paramount Skydance, quote, has yet to raise the price, right? So they're giving their reasoning as to why they have been turning them down, right? Because, again, told nope for the 8th time, right? So anyway, this is their way of saying, like, stop asking us to show our math and just come back with a better number, right? Because if they're currently in a good place to take Netflix's deal, right, which would allow them to retain control over a big portion of the company, and it would be better in the value going to the shareholders, right? So shortly after the lawsuit was filed, Warner Brothers Discovery did actually put their global valuation, or the Discovery global valuation, on the table. as part of the announcement where Netflix switched to the all-cash offer right here. They said, today Warner Brothers gave a price to the spinoff Discovery Global after advisors applied 3 different metrics. The first values the company at a low of $1.33 per share and a high of $3.24 per share. So Paramount's offer of $30 per share against Netflix's offer of $27.75 per share was basically valuating Discovery Global at $2.25 per share, which is honestly in a good place in between the $1.33 to $3.24. Like, they were largely fair with their estimation if we're to look at that as the value that they were attributing to the value of Discovery Global, right? But Warner's advisors also noted that should Discovery Global become involved in a potential future transaction, this could rise to as much as $6.86 per share per a proxy filing made in the past few hours, right? So what that basically means in practice is that the Netflix deal isn't just worth $27.75 per share. It's worth $27.75 plus somewhere between $1.33 to $3.24 in Discovery Global stock, and potentially up to $6.86 if that company eventually gets acquired by someone else. That more than closes the gap between the $2.25, obviously, that Paramount thought it had over Netflix in regards to the offer it was offering versus what Netflix was offering. So Paramount, of course, was arguing that Warner Brothers had inflated the number, and that now that it's public, the shareholders can evaluate it for themselves. So Paramount was basically suing just to get this information so that they could strategically update their offer in if necessary. But just in case the lawsuit didn't work, they also had another plan, which was to formally announce. Paramount also formally announced it plans to nominate a rival slate of directors for election at Warner Brothers Discovery's 2026 shareholder meeting. So this was a direct attempt to pressure the board to engage with the $30 per share offer. So basically, because the board was rejecting them, they would just simply replace members of the board in order to accept the offer, right? Literally like a regulatory capture style attack. So they were simultaneously making a hostile tender offer directly to the shareholders. They were suing Warner Brothers Discovery in court to force financial disclosures, and they were trying to replace the board members the ones who keep rejecting them, right? So this is like a textbook hostile takeover, and to some degree it did appear to be working. As you can see here, Warner Brothers board considers reopening talks with Paramount. Warner Brothers board is now actively weighing whether to reopen the sale negotiations with Paramount after receiving an amended offer that could rival or even surpass its existing agreement with Netflix. Paramount's new proposal includes several financial concessions aimed at making its bid more competitive and less risky for Warner shareholders. Among the key revisions are that Paramount would cover the $2.8 billion breakup fee that Warner Brothers would have to incur if it left the table where it was negotiating with Netflix. And the company is also offering to backstop Warner's debt refinancing. And Paramount is also proposing shareholder compensation if the deal fails to close by the year's end. So Paramount's essentially removing every objection that Warner Brothers was giving them. This third one here, that they're proposing shareholder compensation, I think there's details, in here. So Paramount's revised proposal introduces significant new financial incentives aimed directly at Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders, including a quarterly cash ticking fee designed to compensate investors if regulatory or transactional delays push the deal timeline further out. Under the amended structure, Paramount would be, God damn it. Under the amended structure, Paramount would pay Warner Brothers Discovery shareholders an additional 25 cents per share, equivalent to roughly $650 million in aggregate cash value for every quarter the transaction remains unclosed between beyond December 31st, 2026. So basically, Discovery is going to Warner Brothers Discovery is going to incur a lot of costs if they now switch over to Paramount, and it could delay the actual sale, which could get quite costly. So Paramount's basically offering to cover all that, and as an added incentive to the people that they're trying to woo, the shareholders, they're also saying that if we don't close this deal right away, that we will give you an additional quarter per share for every financial quarter that the deal doesn't go through.
Bacon and napkins.
Thank you. Bacon. So I find it very funny, actually, that they're doing it this way because what was it that Warner Brothers said? Like the lawsuit is meritless, right? They said the lawsuit was meritless and that Paramount hadn't raised their price, right? Like they were basically saying the reason we're not entertaining your offer is because you haven't raised the price, right? So at the time they were looking at Netflix as being roughly the same valuation, if not better, just simply because Netflix didn't also have debt tagged onto its offer, right? Which I find hilarious. So they told them that the problem was they didn't raise the offer, and what they end up doing is like digging into the couch cushions for change in order to do that. Now, obviously, in reality, it's a little bit more significant than that because across every share, that's like $650 million per quarter that they would be increasing the value by, which is over $500 million.
And they're paying Netflix like the $2 billion or whatever.
Right.
Breakup fee, which is a lot, right? So, like Netflix gets paid out, and that's a significant increase in the evaluation too, right? So,
yeah. Now, PBS reported something I want to share here. They basically said, according to Paramount's own disclosures, more than 42.3 million Warner shares had been validly tendered and not withdrawn from its hostile bid as of the second week of February, which is significantly down from the 168.5 million Warner shares that they had previously had just a few weeks prior on January 21st. And that's still just a small fraction of Warner's 2.48 billion shares outstanding in a Series A common stock. So Paramount needs, as I said before, over 50% of the 2.48 billion shares tendered in order for them to take control. And they had 42 million as of like February 7th, I think it was, maybe February 10th. And so that's like less than 2% of what they're going to need, right? And they're showing how serious they are by pledging that additional 650 million per quarter. Now, let me go back here. Here. Because Paramount's offer is structured as an all-cash bid and now includes layered financial protections, fiduciary duty standards require the directors to assess whether the revised proposal could constitute a superior offer under merger law. And failure to do so could expose the board to shareholder litigation, particularly if investors believe the Netflix deal undervalues the company relative to Paramount's bid. So it's basically a legal trap that Paramount was setting for Warner Brothers, because you can't keep saying no without properly evaluating this, or your own shareholders could sue you. So Paramount was expected to raise their offer to $32 per share.
also, they would have owned some stock, so they literally could be the shareholders that are suing them.
Yeah.
Which I think was Well, no, I guess they were suing them as the buyer, but either way, like, yeah, they could have sued as the stockholder to try and force them to put it to the stockholder vote.
But you're right. They would have had the opportunity to sue as shareholders for them not entertaining the offer.
Yeah.
That by all public perception seemed to be right in line with or even slightly better than Netflix's offer, right? With the debt notwithstanding, right? So, according to a new Variety report, Paramount faces a Monday deadline, or at least they did back when this happened, faced a Monday deadline to submit what could be its strongest bid yet as the months-long merger battle enters a critical phase. Insiders told Variety that Paramount Skydance is likely to return with an offer above its previous $30 per share proposal, with expectations that the revised bid could land at around $32 per share. If Paramount formally raises its bid, then Netflix will then have only 4 days to either match the offer or walk away from the deal entirely. Analyst Robert Fishman wrote, quote, "The question now becomes how high Paramount is willing to go and whether Netflix will exercise its matching rights and increase this offer as well. In short, we do expect Paramount to go to at least $32 per share to put the pressure back on Netflix to increase its bid, likely to the $30 per share range." So just so we're clear, Paramount basically announced that they were going to submit a new offer worth more, but they didn't say how much. So this has all been speculation on the public, wondering what range they would probably go to. Now, here's what happened instead. Netflix concedes Warner Brothers' battle as Paramount bid emerges as frontrunner. In a joint statement, Netflix co-CEOs Ted Sarandos and Greg Peters made clear the company is stepping aside. Quote, "The transaction we negotiated would have created shareholder value with a clear path to regulatory approval. However, we've always been disciplined, and at the price required to match Paramount Skydance's latest offer, the deal is no longer financially attractive. So we are declining to match the Paramount Skydance bid." According to The Hollywood Reporter, the Warner board had already determined earlier Thursday that Paramount's proposal constituted a superior proposal compared to Netflix's existing agreement. Paramount Skydance's latest offer reportedly includes $31 per share, which is still many billions more, right? 2.48 billions more in their enterprise value. A 25-cent quarterly ticking fee beginning after September 30th, 2026, a massive $7 billion regulatory termination fee, and an agreement to cover the $2.8 billion breakup fee owed to Netflix. So this is the offer that they gave, and then Netflix folded, basically, right?
And because Netflix folded, does that mean that they don't have to pay the breakup
That's
fee?
exactly right. Yeah. The beautiful thing about their approach is that because Netflix declined to match the offer, see, this was a bluff. Netflix could come and say, yeah, we'll do $31 or not, well, whatever the equivalent would be for them to not also get Discovery Global. Netflix could have done that, but because they didn't, because they folded, now they don't even get the $2.8 billion that they would have otherwise had Paramount pay for if they had pretended to stay in the running and let, Paramount kind of play their hand and get the more attractive offer for Warner Brothers, right? So there's a lot of other stuff I didn't bother to cover about the regulations and the antitrust hurdles, but Paramount's basically cleared all of them. So it basically looks as though this deal is going to go through. And something that I saw that I thought was pretty interesting. This person tweeted out, last time each major studio won Best Picture, Warner Brothers expected to win the 2026 Best Picture. Neon in 2025, Universal in 2024, A24 in 2023, Apple in 2022, Disney in 2021, the Weinstein Company in 2012, and Paramount back in 2008. So they're like leapfrogging over all these studios to buy, a more, like a better studio with beloved IPs that they could even use, right? So pretty impressive, right? The way things went down. Do you have any thoughts?
No.
I think the best case scenario is that the FCC or whatever, no, the FTC, comes in and says, "Now we're shutting it down," and then Paramount has to pay Warner Brothers a $7 billion breakup fee, and all of the like penalties and shit, and then Warner Brothers says, "Thanks for $7 billion.
Now we don't need to sell."
Yeah, now we can keep being Warner Brothers. Because there's a whole thing like if Paramount buys Warner Brothers, does Warner Brothers as a brand disappear? Does it get eaten by Paramount, or vice versa? Does Paramount get eaten by Warner Brothers, like Crunchyroll and Funimation kind of deal? And it's just, and then it's like, okay, yes, Warner Brothers does have a little bit of a like a wokeness problem, but they seem to have like backed away from that a little bit. And Paramount, on the other hand, has like an AI, like we're just gonna squeeze all of our soulless like properties to death to try and squeeze every little piece of penny that we can from our brands. And we don't really give a shit about like the art of it. So it's like, I don't really like that either. Like, even if they were maybe better in sense of keeping stuff in the theater as opposed to Netflix, just like they don't seem like a good option to me. So I think literally the best option is the deal gets broken up, they get $7 billion, and they continue to be Warner Brothers.
Totally. That would be a great way for this to turn out. Any other thoughts, guys?
Nope.
I'm glad I sunk 12 hours getting up to speed with this, just so that this segment could be like 10 minutes long. All right. So in Kickstarter news, I got some fancy, well, obviously we've still got this. It has 24 hours left. Fuck, we have to cover it one more week. 3 backers. No, Senpai Secret ain't going anywhere. Anyway, Gun Nose has exceeded $200,000, which means that it is now on PS5 and Xbox, and they have added a physical, a way to get a physical tier. So all you have to do is back at the $15 level or higher, and then as you're checking out, you have the opportunity to buy an add-on. And what you'll do is you'll just pick PS5, Xbox, whatever, and that'll be how you buy the add-on. It's $60, right? So for me, it was $75 total because it's the 15 plus the 60, right? I don't know if it'll get there, but if they get to 400,000, they're going to do Switch as well, right? And this game again feels like a
handheld.
Yeah, it feels like a game I'd want to play on Switch compared to PS5.
Can you, if you backed it earlier, can you switch to Switch later?
I assume. You want me to check real quick? Let me manage my.
I think you can change it. Like they don't charge you until it's done, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
well, it's not about. It's not about charging. It's like, do you have to cancel your pledge and then repledge it anyway?
It looks like I can manage my pledge and one of the things I can do is it's reward. So I'm selecting my main reward, which is my main pledge, and then the next one is add-ons. So it looks like I can actually manage what add-on I'm getting, and I'm definitely going to switch to the Switch version if it becomes available. So anyway, good news there.
I'm not planning on buying it. I was just curious.
I might get the newest standard Sailor Moon sets because apparently the upscale was a little better. Oh, cool. I love this. It goes back to the Blockbuster. I think that was pretty funny. He said that when I was talking about the bids and who's going to win and all that. Honestly, wish this merger just didn't happen, but I guess I would prefer Paramount over Netflix. I just really hate Netflix. Yeah. It's funny. You're talking about like Paramount's a bit woke and they don't really care. Or no, Warner Brothers, you said. Yeah. So it's like, would you rather like the low effort stuff or the actual destruction of your properties through the wokeness of Warner Brothers getting married to the wokeness of Netflix?
And honestly, Paramount made the really shitty Halo series too, which was woke as shit. But I don't know if that was
HBO.
No, that was Paramount.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not sure if that was before or after the Skydance merger. So that's the only thing.
And Ellison taking over, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was before, but I'm not 100% sure. At least Paramount are actually trying to veer away from woke, Star Trek notwithstanding. Yeah, seriously, what's going on with that shit? All right. In live action news, God of War series first look draws mixed reactions as fans debate Prime Video's live action vision. What do you think?
I don't know.
This is the most flaccid execution they could have given us.
He has the ashes of his dead family that he had to kill, and for some reason I forget why, but he has them ingrained on his skin. You're gonna give him shit about looking like a cosplay man? Come on now.
How about the fact that this guy played Fat Thor in God of War Ragnarok or whatever, and he seems to still have the Fat Thor belly. I saw this. I thought this was
the movie isn't going to be about him. It's going to be about the kid. Come on now.
Why couldn't we get this?
That's the secret. We are getting that.
All right. Amazon has officially revealed the first promotional image for its upcoming God of War series, and early fan reaction is already sharply divided. The image, shared on social media by Variety, gives audiences their first look at Ryan Hurst as Kratos alongside Callum Vinson as Atreus as production begins in Vancouver. The live-action adaptation will reportedly follow the storyline of the two most recent God of War games, focusing on Kratos' journey, raising his son while navigating the Norse pantheon.
And meanwhile, we're just going to ignore the
other
first
God
like,
of
4
War
or 5 games, but those were filled with violence and sex, so maybe they didn't want to.
It's almost like they're trying to cleanse themselves of their past toxicity.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they would want to pick up where the series started to go woke, so
yeah, of course.
You can't,
look how different his nose is in the game compared to live action.
You can't do the Greek stuff, man. You gotta start at the Roman shit or whatever that was.
While some fans praised the apparent game accuracy, many others were far less impressed by what they saw. The newly released photo attempts to recreate the now iconic dynamic between Kratos and Atreus from the modern God of War titles. Hurst appears heavily made up to match Kratos' distinctive look, complete with the character's pale skin and red markings. I mean, that's the least I would expect from a God of War. Like, bald, white, red markings, right? Like, that's all bare minimum, like,
Also,
I'm
there's
surprised they
something
didn't
about
make him black.
there's something. Well, he literally isn't black, but I mean, yeah, that wouldn't stop.
That hasn't stopped. Yeah, I was about to say that hasn't stopped them before.
Yeah, but there's something about the art direction too, where like in this one, it's got the like foggy atmosphere, which kind of works with him. And in the original games, they made it like a darker game.
Mm-hmm. So he stood out being
Yeah,
white.
the screenshot of the trailer or whatever the fuck that was.
Mhm.
Not promotion.
The image here,
No,
yeah.
whatever you call that, teaser image. There you go.
Mhm.
I guess they have fog in the background, but like, it's like, I don't know. It's just saturation,
literally,
maybe.
Doesn't it feel like it was put in post? Like it feels like they took Photoshop and they selected this character, and then they did like
they both look like they're pasted in Photoshop. Yeah. Even him.
Yeah.
And like the saturation doesn't look right.
No,
I don't know. Like it just doesn't look like it belong. Like it looks like almost like it was a TV movie, like that they filmed like on the cheap, and like, man, it just doesn't look very good.
If you took like, something I'm waiting for, and I think will eventually be built into the next Unreal Engine and stuff like that, is that you're going to have your game engine, and that's going to be used to generate the general gist of your scene. And then there's going to be a real-time 60 frame per second AI reimagining on top of it, right?
Yeah.
Where it's going to take whatever your game currently looks like, and it's going to, in real time, add things that make it look more photoreal. I feel like this is the stage right before they need to add that part, right?
People are saying like this looks like AI, like one of those.
I hate to say it,
filters.
but I think AI would look better than this.
Yeah.
The execution has quickly become a point of contention online. Some viewers felt the image successfully captured the spirit of the games, while others argue the promotional still looks overly processed or worse, and unintentionally comedic. Reaction to the God of War series reveal on social media has been notably mixed, with early sentiment leaning critical in many threads. Hyped for the show overall, but this image looks like a spoof movie. Terrible first impression. One user wrote, I already read that. Another commenter questioned the visual presentation of the lead actor. This is a shame. Give her some time to hit the gym. This photo looks painted over so much that it's going to be mistaken for AI. Others were even more blunt in their assessment of the tone conveyed by the image. This looks like an SNL skit. Oh, by the way, Enriv was saying that Halo was before the merger.
There you go. Although I guess that doesn't help. They don't have the excuse for Star Trek. But.
Right. Unless that was greenlit before, and the showrunners and stuff were already like had contracts and everything. Not all responses were negative. Looks great, very game accurate. Good luck with the start of production. Some fans defended the adaptation and praised the apparent faithfulness to the source material. The mixed response demonstrates just how closely fans are watching Amazon's God of War series, which carries significant expectations given the massive success of the games. I'm not going to bother reading this.
The last time I remember people praising faithfulness to the source material was what, Invincible, when they made a gazillion changes.
Right. First look images rarely tell the full story of a production, but they often shape early public perception. And in this case, the reaction has clearly been split. Well, if the Tomb Raider one has anything to go by, it's all downhill from here. Yeah. Anyway, that's basically it. Jumping past that. So Gintama creator Hideaki Sorachi's debut manga Dandelion gets an anime adaptation. It is going to be a Netflix exclusive. Dandelion follows Tetsuo Tanba and Misaki Kurogane, members of the Japanese Angel Federation's send-off department. Their job, tracking down restless earthbound spirits and gently guiding them to the afterlife. While other angels rush to close their cases, the 21st Division's Dandelion clan takes a different approach. Dandelion members Tetsuo Tanba and his leader Misaki Kurogane listen to each spirit's regrets and help them resolve what's holding them back. They even help a spirit who's an elderly man running at full speed, desperate to escape. The angels themselves are full of surprises. Tamba's permanent scowl and sharp tongue masks a deeply compassionate nature, while Kurogane is a formidable force. Despite her girlish appearance, she's rumored to have laid to rest the legendary soul of Musashi Miyamoto. Well, there's that. Okay, moving past that. So I saw this, and I just thought I would bring it up. Just so we're clear, this has been fixed, but it's the fact that it happened at all that I want to highlight. This person said, Crunchyroll, what do you mean the next Fire Force episode isn't in Japanese? No. Back up. One quick hug.
And that's what all the sub-elites thought of Fire Force, that episode that wasn't in Japanese.
I love you, but please let me get through this. All right, yeah. So the obviously the reason that this is a concern is that the Japanese dub. No, leave. Is that the Japanese dub is the one that is the default. They should already have had that. They would have needed to have that in order to do the translations and the dubbing for the English dub and all that shit. So where the fuck is it, right? Now, on top of that, I also saw this. Even though it's dubbed, it's only playing in Japanese. Audio, English for... this is a different show. I'm not sure which one it was off the top of my head. Dark Moon, the Blood Altar. Is that what it's called? So it says dub and sub. The audio selected is English. The subtitles are English, but for some reason the thing is playing in Japanese, right? And there's no way to watch it in English. These are just, I'm just establishing here for something we're going to look at later on tonight, that Crunchyroll doesn't do a good job at this, right?
Did you pull up the article where they dropped the episode early?
We talked about that previously, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Japan's box office, Gintama Yoshiwara in Flames anime film moves to number 3 in the second weekend. That's not what I give a shit about, though, because wow, Demon Slayer is still in there. It's been 32 fucking weeks. Oh my god. Now, granted, it also did just release on IMAX, right? Is that maybe why? So there's that. Witch on the Holy Night anime movie premieres in 2026. So this is from Aniplex and Type Moon. And Inufotable, I think, is animating it. I'm going to watch the trailer.
Yeah, Animal Viking's been waiting forever for this because they've been delaying it for the other Type Moon projects.
Yeah, so here's the trailer.
I love how the umbrella looks super PNG until it moves a bit.
All right, any thoughts?
I heard it was like like what, a decade or like 12 years for the wait on this. So like I'm happy that people are finally getting, that they.
The animation looks pretty darn good. That's for sure.
Well, it's ufotable, so you
Yeah.
would expect.
It's Type Moon photo always looks good.
I guess I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna cream like so good.
So Puella Magi Madoka Magica Walpurgisnacht Rising has announced an August 28th, 2026 release date. You'll recall this announcement follows last month's delay from a planned February 2026 release, which in turn was a delay from the previous winter 2025 and winter 2024 windows. This is now, what is this, the fourth release date we've gotten that they have yet to hit?
For real, for sure this time.
Yeah, yes.
Trust us, guys.
It's going to be weird if you watch the movie and it's like, there wasn't even anything impressive. What did you delay it for? Ghibli's Kiki's Delivery Service is returning to theaters with first ever IMAX screenings and remaster. I'm guessing it's from G Kids or yes. So this is probably in the US as well as other places. Yeah. The IMAX screens will be held across US and Canada next month. So if you're interested, looks like March 13th. Moving on. That time I got reincarnated as a slime. The movie Tears of the Azure Sea movie global release dates announced. The movie will release in the United States and Canada on May 1st in both Japanese with English subtitles as well as dubbed in English. And additionally, That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, the movie Scarlet Bond, the previous movie in the series, is going to be re-released in the United States and Canada on April 20th. So if you didn't catch that one, you can watch it right before the other one comes out.
And that also features a 10-minute sneak preview of the next movie.
Oh. Damn. All right, cool. Now, cinema listings.
Movies before or after the 6-core season that they're going to do?
Reese?
What was it? Say that again?
Are those movies before or after the 6-core season that they're doing?
I imagine. The first movie came between season 2 and 3. The second one, I would imagine, is going to take place between 3 and 4. So.
Are they canon movies or are they just
the side story, non-canon?
Side story? Okay.
But one character, a character from the first movie, shows up in the third season.
Hey Reese, are you DTF St. Louis?
What?
Sorry, that DTF St. Louis down here on HBO. All right. A cinema listing reveals unannounced Super Mario Galaxy movie character.
Please be Wario, please be Wario, please be Wario. Yeah.
No, it's Fox.
My highlights are gone. Okay. I think I remember. A cinema listing for the Super Mario Galaxy movie has reportedly revealed a yet to be revealed character. All signs seem to show Illumination and Nintendo are going full throttle with putting in more characters from the Mario series. IGN's Vicky Blake reports an interesting description for UK cinema chain Everyman. The webpage, as it currently stands, has a rather clinical description of the film, focusing more on its creation and production than its plot. Other films on the website at least mention a rough overview of the plot, which we certainly have for the Super Mario Galaxy movie. The interesting part is Blake reporting the webpage originally stated, quote, after defeating Bowser and saving Brooklyn, Mario faces Wario and Bowser Jr.'s evil alliance. Now, alongside his friends and Yoshi, he must stop their plans for world domination. No archives of this version of the webpage appear to exist, and caches don't display any text or images. The sudden edit gives credence. Everyman also presents itself as a luxury experience, offering private hires and touting themselves as redefining cinema, bringing an innovative lifestyle approach to their venues, where you swap your soft drink for a nice glass of red wine and a slice of freshly made pizza served to your seat. A half-guessed placeholder seems very unlikely. Nintendo's legal team
pizza
also
I don't want pizza from a theater.
yeah,
Like, that sounds gross.
especially in the fucking UK where the pizza tastes like ass, right? That sounds like a punishment over there. Nintendo's legal team also likely swooped in like a hawk. Charlie Day, who voices Luigi in the Illumination movies, told Jimmy Kimmel, how little he knew, and colorfully described how desperate they were to keep things secret. All this may suggest we're going to get a new trailer soon revealing Wario's involvement. First appearing in 1992 Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, Wario was an evil caricature of Nintendo's main mascot. Even his name uses Warui, or bad. He's a bad Mario. While certainly not as villainous as Bowser, Wario is gross, egotistical, and greedy. So much so, money is usually his motivation in games where he is the hero, even if he helps others in the process. He's been a mainstay in spin-off Mario games with plenty of karting, partying, and smashing, but he has had his fair share of platformers and the wacky micro game series WarioWare. Voiced by Charles Martinet in English, having spoken more lines with him than as Mario thanks to commercials in the WarioWare series. Since 2023, he's been voiced by Kevin Afghani as with the Mario Bros. And Waluigi, right? So you guys recall that Kevin Afghani is replacing Martinet in the franchise. So I love this part. So who's going to voice him in the Super Mario Galaxy movie? Jack Black, voice of Bowser in the Illumination films, pitched Pedro Pascal as voicing Wario, though this was part of him discussing then potential sequels and how Bowser may or may not return or even be the main villain, even saying Pedro Pascal is Wario, a la dramatic movie trailer narration. Pascal is also a popular actor, and Jack Black may have been picking the first name that came to his head. He did do a Mario Kart skit for SNL, lampooning his work on The Last of Us, but by that logic, Elon Musk would be more in the running to play Wario thanks to his skit.
That's what I was thinking the moment you said SNL.
Oh God, that'd be fucking funny.
But you just like crapped out. And he's gone.
Device is not connected.
Okay.
Me.
You're back. What were you saying?
I don't know what I said, but yeah, when I heard
The SNL skit
thing, I thought was like, wasn't Elon Wario then? Like,
yeah,
shouldn't be it. But
Yeah.
like, is it even a Mario? Is it even Mario if Bowser's not the villain though? Like what's the whole like? Oh, he may or may not be appearing again in the next one. Yeah, right.
Well,
He's
Bowser is in it, but he's like small, right? They
He's
turn him into
cocky.
the mini version.
You don't think he's going to become a problem later?
I'm just saying that
That'll be
they
the
might
hook for the
need.
third one. Bowser becomes big again.
Yeah, Bowser goes
Correct.
kaiju size like that one game.
I don't know if we covered it, but there was something that said from one of the trailers, people were suggesting that there was an image of Fox
McCloud.
Cloud. Yeah. Did we cover that?
I didn't see that. No.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to grab it? Now would be the time to throw it in. I'll catch up on chats. Enriv says, I'm going to take my mom to see Kiki. It's the only anime she loves. Also, I will be there for Witch on the Holy Night. Never read the novel, but I love my Fate Stay Night anime. Or, I mean, never played the visual novel. Huh?
Yeah.
Do we find it?
I'm trying to find a.
I found a YouTube video.
Yeah.
I
Sorry.
found a Games Radar article that's talking about it,
Okay, that might be the best.
but I don't see any images in it. Oh, hold on.
I didn't really look all that closely at it. I just saw the one, like there's been this one image.
Yeah. I
Been
think I
floating
found
around.
I found a tweet with that image.
I was trying to find like a more.
That's really impossible to understand. All right. Here it is. I'm going to pull it in. This image?
Yeah.
Okay. So what they're drawing attention to here is the scene is framed with characters, right? We've got Luigi on this side, and they're asking, what is this? Right? I don't really see it. It seems like it could be a vehicle. If I don't know, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Like if you see there's people that have. I'm trying to find. Is this it? Wow. Okay. Here.
okay, they're saying it. Hold on. They're saying it's Toad's backpack.
Hmm.
I don't know if the source of, or at least that I saw, was the IGN video, and I've linked the video, and they kind of show Fox, and it's like maybe,
Okay.
but if it is Fox, they've changed his outfit. He's not wearing the normal jacket.
Hold on. I'm trying to find this. I can't download that video. IGN Fox Mario. Here. All right, let me download this real quick. All right, here we go. Uploading it here.
Did you spot him? This is from a new 30-second teaser for the movie, and for a half second, you can see this guy. It's not super clear, but it does look like it very much could be Fox McCloud. The movie is called Super Mario Galaxy after all, and if it's true that Illumination is trying to build a Nintendo cinematic universe, then this seems like the best film to introduce Star Fox. What do you think? Is that Fox or someone else entirely? Let us know.
Yeah. So I found this image too, which kind of shows you like what it is supposed to be, I guess. This is an edited image.
Yeah.
Like the main point is like that looks like a gun like on his hip. If you bring up the image of the from the first thing that you showed, the clean image. Yeah.
I gotta take this picture off.
Can I know? Oh, there you go. Okay, so see on the like near the arrow.
Yeah.
That kind of looks like the gun, and then his elbow would be like right above that. But that would mean that his elbow almost looks green, whereas here it would be a white.
Yeah,
check.
I think it's the backpack. Personally. But I did find something else.
What else did you find?
I'm uploading it right now.
I think it would be weird if they added Star Fox to the movie. Like they did add Donkey Kong to the first one, but at least that made sense.
But that's at least part of the Mario.
Yeah, Donkey Kong was literally the first game where Mario appeared, so like they've been tied together literally since their inception. Star Fox is very separate, and while it is a movie that does take place in space, because it's Mario Galaxy, so I suppose they could tie it in. I do think it would be a little weird to throw Star Fox in there.
Holy shit! This video is fucking. How is it so long? Did it fail to upload? Okay. I'm checking for copyright. Hold on. None. Okay, cool. So
Also, I could totally see Miyamoto trying to push Fox because I know Star Fox is the game series he most wishes was more popular.
Make it more fun. How about that?
Original Fox or the other Fox? I don't know.
I'm just gonna share the video file instead.
Random thing, but if Fox actually is in the movie, I feel like the easiest thing they could do to capitalize on it would be to be a Star Fox Zero Switch release. Just tweak the gameplay. Star Fox Zero was very tied into the gamepad, though. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I also didn't really like that game, so I would prefer they just did a new thing.
So, I saw this thing. Let's do this. It's obviously AI. Like I'm not.
We finish this fight together. Ladies and gentlemen, illumination.
That was it. That intro is the only thing that mattered, I guess. It's like a 4-minute video after that. But this is basically what we were looking at.
And a blaster strapped to his leg. Does kind of look like a one-to-one match of Fox's iconic flight suit. Now, there are skeptics out there that are just saying, this is Toad's backpack or a spacesuit Luigi. But my question is the framing too deliberate? We're in a movie where Mario's traversed.
It can't be Luigi. Luigi's literally standing right there.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's the backpack. Anyway, wow. There we go. At least they're not copying Fast and Furious movie saga. What?
So even if Fox was in this, like, wow, is that going to revolutionize the movie and make it like all that much better? Like,
we haven't even confirmed if damn Wario's in it yet. Like, let's pump the brakes here. All right. So TMS Entertainment has absorbed Telecom animation film. That's basically all the news.
Okay, what did they do?
TMS announced that it would be absorbing its subsidiary company, Telecom Animation Film Co. Ltd. This will result in the dissolution of Telecom, with their various animation rights and responsibilities taken on by TMS.
And Telecom did the Loop on the Urge stuff.
Oh, okay.
The company has worked on many highly regarded productions in conjunction with TMS, including multiple Loop on the Third films and television seasons, Tower of God, The Seven Deadly Sins, Four Nights of the Apocalypse, and Blue Box. According to the TMS corporate website, Telecom was in debt for the fiscal year ending March 2025, posting a final loss of 346 million yen. TMS Entertainment is a result of a merger between Tokyo Movie Shinsa and textile company Kyokuichi under Sega. They handle multiple major anime franchises, including Loop on the Third, Detective Conan, and Anpan Man. In other news, MAPPA is going to absorb anime production company Contrail. Contrail was established in 2019 by director Sunao Katabuchi of In This Corner in the World and Black Lagoon fame, with backing from MAPPA, and was intended to serve as a production company for Katabuchi's future works. However, the company posted a loss of 68 million yen, around $434,000 US, for the fiscal year ending March 2025, placing it in debt. So the TMS one was way worse off. Many multitudes worse off than that. All right. So last podcast, Randy, you sort of talked about, I didn't really have anything back then to show, but you talked about the Asuka short from the Evangelion 30th Anniversary Festival.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit more details about it. They said here that this is the day that the festival began. They said Hideaki Anno revealed that the short that they debuted was finished at 6 a.m. that same day. The Evangelion 30th Plus short stars Asuka Langley as the protagonist, features both Asuka Langley and Asuka Shikinami, and explores 90s Evangelion parallel worlds in an alternate epilogue to the original timeline.
You know, I love how manga scanslation groups can get leaks from these trucks and stuff and then upload before it's officially published, but we can't get this like source quality.
Don't worry, I have that too.
Well, you don't have its source quality.
Escape. Damn it. Hold on.
I mean, the scan leaders
full screened.
The scan leaders get it from the actual stores, right? So this isn't available at a store. This was on one guy's laptop that they showed at the
yeah. So Shinji and Asuka is officially canon, revealed in a new animated project by Anno. Not exactly. Of course, that's not going to work. So we kind of talked about it last podcast, but the details are that in the short, Asuka was able to see like various futures that she could have, including some that invalidated aspects of the timeline and prevented certain characters from dying. And at the end of it all, she chose, rather than selecting one of the futures, to continue to live in the timeline of the story of Evangelion. For some reason, she's like, oh, Earth needs me to protect it. It's like, from what now? Right? Ava did explore the alternate universes in the last episode of Ava. Oh. Anyway, also, this is Langley, Soryu, and Shikinami and all that, right? Not reading anything that's on here, but everybody else should look at the doc and see where that link goes. What? Oh, and also, God damn it. Oh, no, wait. Actually, I think I can close that. All right, cool. Studio Kara warns fans about sharing the new Evangelion short. Damn. Don't do that. I'm just sharing this for the image. That's all. And not at all connected to the previous thing I had on screen at all. There you go. New Evangelion anime series announced with Yoko Taro writing the script at CloverWorks. Again, I'll say that again. A new Evangelion anime series has been announced. And fucking Nier Automata Yoko Taro is writing it. And it's going to be produced at CloverWorks in conjunction with Kara.
It's
I
not the that spin-off that's like them in just normal worlds high school.
Doesn't seem like it. Because it's like
The
overgrown and
rebuild.
dilapidated. Yeah. So there's not much to see in this trailer. Just various angles. And there is like a.
Your mic got out as soon as you hit play.
Oh, sorry. Did you guys miss anything important that I said? Was there anything?
I don't know. Did you say anything?
All I'm saying is it's a bunch of different angles of the overgrown stuff, and at the very end of the trailer, there is like an Ava like scene right here, but it's very short, and that's it.
That just looks like a Digimon.
Yes. Moving on. All right. In anime news, let me move these over here. Hold on.
Aren't we already in anime news?
Yes, in series coming out stuff news. Goodbye Lara anime has announced its July premiere in this new trailer. So there you go. It's the one that looks like an old 90s anime kind of thing, art style wise. I made friends with the second prettiest girl in my class. Anime reveals an April 7th premiere in the new trailer. Did I add this to the doc? Was I going to show this? I don't think I did. No. All right, we're not going to show it. Maki Maehara is always on his own at school. He has no friends or hobbies others share, and he doesn't expect the upcoming academic year to be any different. Even surrounded by new faces, and 6 months later, it seems like he was right until he runs into his popular classmate Umi Asanagi at a video store. Always at the center of attention and called the second prettiest in class by the boys, Asanagi's from a totally different world, but it turns out the two have more overlapping interests than just the B grade movies they come to check out. And Asanagi asked Maehara to be her friend. Oh my god, friend zoned. Anyway, scenes from Awajima anime reveals an April 9th premiere. This is the one about the girls at the opera school. Coming out April 9th. It has a nice art style to it, but I'm not sure that it's going to not be boring. Who knows? We'll see. Going to skip reading it. We already talked about it. The Drops of God anime is going to be premiering on April 10th. This is the one that got the live action series produced by Apple TV. It's about the wine collection and the connoisseurs and like the conflict. The award-winning comic about wine that has been a hit not just all over Asia but also in France. Learn about legendary bottles as well as affordable secrets while enjoying a page turner that's not about superheroes but people with jobs to keep. When world-renowned wine critic Kanzaki passes away, his will reveals that his fortune of a wine collection isn't bequeathed as a matter of course to his only son, who in a snub went to work sales at a beer company. To come into the inheritance, Shizuku must identify, in competition with a stellar young critic, 12 heaven-sent wines whose impressions the will describes in flowing terms. Anyway, moving past that. Looks like a Chinese animated plotline. Enriv says his dad actually watched the Apple TV Drops of God. Huh, nice. Yoko Taro is literally the only guy who could make an Evangelion anime outside of Anno. Yeah, totally. All right, we talked about this a little bit before. Ookii Onnanoko wa suki desu ka? Do you like big women? Right? Enriv, I think you're going to be excited for this one. Those of the penchant for taller anime women with larger assets might appreciate Ookii Onnanoko wa suki desu ka, as an anime adaptation is coming, and the series focuses on women of said type. The anime's official website announced the following main cast. Who cares? Blah, blah, blah. Here's the artwork of the characters. That seems stealth weebifiable. Those boobs look weird. Why did those ones look so strange?
Because they're not very posable.
Maybe they're fake. Maybe that's a guy.
Is the shirt just way tighter? Like, how does this work? Oh.
See, those ones look more posable.
So it's going to be animated at Studio Feel. All right, moving on. The Sado Life of Rosé the Witch TV anime adaptation announced. The Sado Life of Rosé the Witch follows a young witch named Rosé Stalia, who is looked down on for her black hair. Wishing to start over elsewhere, she finds herself transported to the island city of Sado in Japan's Niigata prefecture. There she befriends a young orphan named Sana. Wow, that's coming. Get excited. All right. Toaru Anbu no Item anime reveals 2026 broadcast. Just guess. Just guess what this is about based on the image.
Olympic gooning.
I have no clue.
The story follows an elite unit who undertakes secret missions in the dark side of Academy City.
Of course.
What the fuck?
It was obvious.
Yeah.
Why couldn't we have
The
seen
dark missions are them going shopping at the mall. Yeah. Zeiken de Karahon manga gets TV anime and drama adaptations. It translates to books bought with tax money. The story follows Kichi Ishidaira, a hot-headed high school delinquent who discovers that he has a 10-year overdue book after visiting the public library for the first time since elementary school. Soon, Kichi begins working part-time at the library, and in the process, he meets many colorful staff members and discovers how much work goes into helping people to foster a lifelong love of learning. And he has shark teeth. Bang Dream, It's My Go! / Ave Musica, The Die Is Cast, sequel anime, shares new teaser. What in the hell is that title? Oh, no, they're two different animes. Two different ones. No. The upcoming sequel. Wait, what the fuck? Okay, it's a sequel anime to those movies? I don't know. It's confused. All right. Gate 2, Tides of Conflict has released its teaser trailer, which has a 2027 premiere date. I don't remember if we looked at it already, but I think it's a new one, so we're gonna watch it. Here it is.
Some of that looked okay, but then there was that random close-up of the guy like talking to the camera, and it
Mhm.
looked like really shitty CG for like a close-up, which was weird. When everything like besides the ship underwater, but most of the stuff looked normal, like
Mhm.
stand drawn.
It doesn't feel the same as the first season. You know,
I
Do you
I've
know who's
never even heard
animating
about
this
it.
season? Like what studio? Because I think it was Madhouse the first season.
I don't know about that.
the first TV anime series based on the Gate fantasy novel series aired for 24 episodes. Gate 2 is based on the novel sequel series.
A1 Pictures did the first one.
Okay, close.
It's going to be directed at Studio M2.
Yeah, different studio.
Yeah. Which is okay because it's like a whole different cast, right? Like it's different, so it can have its own identity. Regarding the big women, Ender says, "I'm not chibi reviews, but I'm a big gooning." I'm not saying I'm opposed to an item anime, but also it's kind of hard for me to get invested since I already know what happens to them in Index season 3. Is it part of the certain magical and certain scientific
Which one?
series? Also, is Masao Maruyama just a huge Gate fan, or is M2 already falling into the same trap every other studio he falls into? I don't get what you mean by that. Or maybe he just doesn't care now that Pluto is done. Oh. Yeah, this one focuses on the Navy battles, yes. Which is, I don't know, not very promising compared to what we already got. And all the characters are kind of ugly compared to what we got. All right. Golden Kamuy final season anime enters Tokyo love story arc with a new key visual. God, I love it.
It's just so fucking funny.
Oh, I'm Goonie. I love how Is that the symbol for love? I think it is, right? The kanji for love right on his cock. That's hilarious. All right. Moving past that. Smoking Behind the Supermarket with You anime announces Suzuki casting. I don't care about who those people are, but I thought we could look at the images. My wife doesn't smoke, but this chick looks just like her with her current haircut, except for the bangs. And she dresses like this often. Not the leather jacket, but everything else. Anyway,
My wife looks like this, but not that, and not that, and not that.
She also doesn't smoke.
Yeah.
And the wrong hair color, but
basically the same
close
person,
enough.
right? Anyway,
You might as well be your wife. I mean, like, geez, you just like jumped out of this page.
All right. Anyway, moving on. We're making amazing time for how much invested went into this. Like, Sentai Filmworks localizer inserts cancel culture into Onnanoko anime localization. Despite the threat of AI localization slowly becoming a reality, Japanese to English localizers continue to overwrite the Japanese creative vision in favor of social media buzzwords. I gotta turn this back on. I can't stand these ads. This latest case consists of the Sentai Filmworks localization team forcing cancel culture into the latest season of the Onnanoko anime. Based on the popular psychological slice of life manga written by Aka Akasaka and illustrated by Mengo Yokoyari, Onnanoko explores the darker aspects of the modern Japanese entertainment industry while trying, with the third season covering VTubers,
What?
the increased influence on social. What? Onnanoko explores the darker aspects of the modern Japanese entertainment industry. I don't know what while trying, let's just say industry, with the third season covering VTubers, the increasing influence of social media, and the classic casting couch. So spoilers to Randy, who was really mad when we just simply said that the director's a dick bag or whatever, and Reese, when you said that.
My whole point of that was you didn't need to spoil anything to make the point. And Reese was like going out of his way to try and spoil more shit than he
I
needed
wasn't
to.
trying to spoil it. It's just how I try and lead up to what I'm trying to say.
Well, that's how it works, Reese. You never try spoiling. You just compulsively have to spoil in order to think, apparently.
Whatever.
Okay, hold on. I got some updates here. All right, I gotta sit down again. I've gone to bed at 2 a.m. the last 2 days because I've been playing Resident Evil 9. And so I'm a little out of it. And I'm finding it a little difficult to read. Like my eyes are kind of blurry. What's this? Oh, yeah, I need that. Nice. Okay. All right, anyway. Unfortunately, Sentai Filmworks localizers could not resist I was reading comments. What am I doing? Here. Masao Maruyama founded Madhouse, left because it was too corporate, then founded MAPPA, but left when that became too corporate, then founded M2 to make the Pluto anime, and now they're doing Gate.
Man, this guy just... he's just constantly dipping.
Leaving behind powerful legacies, right? Item is from a certain franchise, yes. They were more common in the Railgun series, but they got relevant in Index Season 3. Apparently, the director of Railgun is helming both Season 4 and this Item anime. Huh. Okay. Unfortunately, Sentai Filmworks localizers could not resist to jump at the opportunity to insert their political agenda into the latest installment of Doga Kobo's animated take on Onnanoko. The first incident of Sentai Filmworks localizers inserting cancel culture into Onnanoko is in Season 3, Episode 4, Blind. Following the resolution to the Dig Deep controversy in which online cosplayer Maya exposing television director Yoshiwara asking her inappropriate questions during an interview about cosplayers, aspiring idol Ruby Hoshino admitted to her brother Aqua to being the mastermind behind the director's potentially career-ending sexual harassment controversy to help advance her career. Ruby then...
God damn it.
Mute me and then, or like, mute the tab and then I'll like do a dance for you when it's time to come back. Ruby then proceeds to elaborate on how delusional online keyboard warriors believe they are using leaks to shine light or exposing scandals to make the world a better place, when in reality, the majority of them are using them to launch personal attacks. In the manga, Akasaka describes the online lynch mobs as, quote, "These internet users throw stones at people who are being burned at the stake from a safe distance and consumed them as entertainment." Sentai Filmworks, however, decided to completely forego the burned at the stake metaphor in favor of cancel culture, and then you have online mobs dogpiling on whoever's getting canceled for fun. I don't see how this is a poor localization, to be honest.
Yeah.
Cancel culture raises its ugly head once again in the following episode, Casting. Dig Deep assistant director Shun Yoshizumi's cosplaying / VTuber little sister Mimi Yoshizumi is facing a major scandal as a less flattering video from her pre-VTubing days surfaced, forcing her to indefinitely suspend her VTubing activities. In Akasaka's manga, Shun states, quote, "She was obviously butchered online, so she had no choice but to suspend her activities." The Sentai Filmworks localizers, however, had other plans for Shun's dialogue. Naturally, she got mega canceled and has to stop streaming for a while. It's kind of cringe, mega canceled, but I don't think it's an inaccurate interpretation.
Get canceled and then...
Wow, that's it. That's the article. Wow. Holy fuck. Jesus. Randy. Do my dance for Randy.
I feel like it gets to that point where
was
people
that noise?
like...
Can you play that back one more time?
That was Green Line. That was Green Line narrating my dance.
Oh my god.
All right. What were you saying, Green Line?
I was saying that I feel like there's a push like to go too far in the other direction where any sort of localization that's a slight change that reminds them of current year, like language that could remind them of current year that still fits, but they view it as like terrible localization when it's like, no, it's just like using localization.
I also don't think that cancel culture is a politically left-leaning thing to include.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, especially the way it's being presented, where it's not necessarily pro-cancel culture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it actually feels like the opposite of the argument they're trying to make.
Right. I feel like
if your argument is that there's cringe modern-day politics in a modern-day adaptation of a more modern-day anime, I don't see what the problem is. Like,
I feel like it's in line with the whole. You ever see somebody who watches like something primarily in sub, but then they switch to a dub, and it's like, oh, the lines sound cringe as fuck. Yeah, it's because the lines are actually, when you hear them out loud in a language you understand, it sounds cringy as fuck.
Oh, I say that all the time, right?
But like
some phrases, when heard in another language, but you interpret them by reading, are more meaningful than when you hear that they say. It's like when you buy your girlfriend / wife / whatever a card from the store for your anniversary, and it says something romantic in it. If I fucking said that, it would come across as cringe as fuck.
Yeah.
But if it's written down, it seems really endearing.
Yeah.
You know? And so that's kind of the thing. I sort of talked about this in my review of The Last Samurai, where the choice to have Tom Cruise say certain lines in Japanese dramatically increases the impact. And the one I bring up specifically is when he's about to go into battle and the Japanese kid says, "I would be afraid to go into battle." And Tom Cruise replies, "So would I." And he says, "But you've been in so many battles." And he replies, and I was always afraid, right? That's a line that when you read it, like feels like it hits you and it has some power behind it. But if you were to hear that in English, right, rather than just like, it's just way more impactful to read it than to hear it, you know?
Yeah.
So anyway.
I feel like it's the same. All I'm saying is I feel like it's kind of the same thing, you know? It's just...
Well, the way that I compare it is kind of like that anime called We Never Learned that Aniplex had the virtue signal line. So it's like, oh, quit with the virtue signaling, where it's kind of like doing the opposite or whatever than what you're used to.
Yeah, like literally virtue signaling is a term that people on the right use to point out the Pharisee style like activity of people on the left who are doing something to be observed doing it, you know, and saying things to get a pat on the, like saying things that everybody already agrees with to get that pat on the back, you know, kind of thing. All right. Anime's US popularity is driven by hardcore fans. not mainstream dominance. Despite anime films increasingly appearing in U.S. theaters, filmmaker and journalist Mirai Konishi says the surge is less about anime becoming mainstream and more about dedicated fan bases showing up in force, meaning the medium's growth may be powered more by loyal communities than widespread cultural takeover. No fucking duh.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I like that.
First of all, nobody's even going to the theaters anymore for the most part anyway. When I was growing up, my parents took us to the theaters almost every weekend. And when we were there, we oftentimes didn't know what we were going to go see until we got there. And we looked at the posters and things around to decide what we wanted to go see. Right? Nobody's showing up to a theater and saying like, well, I'm not really into anime, but I want to go see that anime. Right? Like, because you're not going to theaters like that. Of course, only loyal fans are going there because nobody's watching anything and getting ads delivered to them for something that they're not already into these days. Like, it's a stupid observation. According to Los Angeles-based Japanese filmmaker and journalist Mirai Konishi, the recent success of anime movies in North American theaters is being driven primarily by... Is this literally the exact same fucking statement? What the fuck?
Seems that way.
What are you doing, Sankaku-kun? This person, Black Ashes, does that a lot. Like, this is the preview text they want to show up on the Google search, and this is the actual start of the article. North American theaters are being driven primarily by organized fan communities and streaming era engagement rather than anime itself replacing Hollywood or becoming a universally dominant medium. Again, the issue is that Hollywood has produced dog shit for the last decade, right? It's the in-shitification of Hollywood that makes anime stand out as being so much better in the box office. Because when I finally go to the theater at any time that I do, it's for an anime, right? Konishi explained that many anime theatrical releases in the United States succeed because they mobilize already existing fandoms, which actively attend screenings as events, rather than attracting large numbers of completely new viewers. These releases benefit from fans who are already deeply invested in the franchises and characters. He also pointed out that streaming platforms have played a major role in building those audiences. By making anime more accessible globally, streaming allows fans to become attached to a series long before films reach theaters, ensuring a reliable audience base when theatrical releases finally arrive. This means that anime's theatrical success is closely tied to fan enthusiasm and community-driven participation, rather than anime films broadly replacing traditional Western entertainment at the box office. While the numbers may appear to signal sweeping global dominance, Konishi suggests the reality is more nuanced, with strong niche fandoms creating major theatrical impact. Jesus. This was the worst way you could write this article to prep what is supposed to come after it. Hey guys, have you heard of You Can't Be in a Rom-Com with Your Childhood Friends that we've talked about once or twice before? Yeah? Hey, I'm bringing this up entirely to talk about this other thing. I saw this tweet a couple weeks ago when we were talking about the Grok, like put him in a bikini thing. And this person said, "This is why modern anime are ass. There would have been a panty shot here if we weren't in a recession." To which somebody said, "I don't support AI, but sometimes it can be a great tool." Yes. Now.
No.
No?
He doesn't like the foot.
What are you, gay? Why are you looking at the foot? All right, so somebody pointed out that in the original,
the AI should have put
shoes
her
back on.
sock back on. At least her sock back on.
People are pointing out that in the manga, this particular scene also didn't show the panties.
Yeah.
And this person drew focus to the foot. Sir, this is a foot scene. Leave your panty degeneracy at the door.
Jeez.
Bare feet shot equals panty shot these days. Fucking feet love. It really do feel like that. Huh? Multiple falling over and touching Opie moments throughout the episode, but Panchira is too far. It already has at least 2 panty shots in the first episode, to which they replied, only 2. Both were in the manga, not the animators having fun, unlike the good old days. And a lot where it makes more sense to just show them, like in the screenshot, meaning right here, right? Because her skirt is 1/3 of the knee's length. I think I mean like 1/3 of the way to the knee or whatever. It is not long enough to reach all the way across when she is sitting like that. I don't know if I agree with that, but I'm going to show you one of the shots from the episode.
いいから出てけよ。はーい。じゃあ玄関集合ね。だから窓使うんじゃねえ。だってここが一番近いんだもん。え？しよう。ん？バカが丸見えだぞ。
You could have given us to us in English. Come on.
I tried. It wouldn't translate.
You could have just downloaded a rip from.
Did we or did we not start this show almost 2 hours late? You shut your fucking mouth. All right, somebody said, I was looking through some old art of one of my favorite series, Maho Sensei Negima, and I had the same thought. This is the promo art then versus now.
I mean, she doesn't have panties in the new one. I mean, isn't that an upgrade?
We're moving forward, not backwards. Come on.
Oh dear. I don't even want to show that one. All right, anyway, so Packer Girl, who runs Bounding into Comics, shared this among that thread. I thought it was an interesting thing to show. Holy censorship! Our tune in to the Midnight Heart episode 1 anime live reaction is now available on Patreon, and she's pointing out that this is what the manga provided, right? And this is how the anime did us dirty.
I mean, that seems like it's just cropping for the aspect ratio, right?
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, you're probably right. There's also this where her midriff is hidden behind his head, right?
Well, and the other girl's midriff isn't hidden by the head, but the shirt is just lower.
Yeah.
Yes, precisely. In fact, I don't even think she has the midriff either. Like the shirts are both lower. Why the fuck bother adapting Tune into the Midnight Heart just to censor it? This becomes that, right? These big old honkers are hidden, you know. It's 2.5 dimensional seduction all over again.
That thing you just bought.
Yep. I knew it was. I knew it was censored. I just got it because it's a steelbook. So this one, like, you used to get to see, you know, all the way to the hips and
Dynamic
everything.
angle.
Yeah. Even modest breasts are now flat, right? You know, even
That
the
feels like-
VTuber isn't
that
allowed
feels
to
like-
show thighs.
Yeah, that feels like Funimation getting the rights to the heel anime. No,
The healer.
no, it wasn't that one. It was
Interspecies
Interspecies
reviewers.
reviewers.
yeah, interspecies reviewers, and then being like, oh wait a minute, like we made a mistake, you know. Like if you're gonna get this property, why are you doing it such a
like the
disservice, right?
I mean, I don't know that I would say that the manga is like overly lewd. You know what I mean? Like nothing that they've shown us being censored is like, well, I understand why you had to censor that. You know, it's like it's so generic, but it's still clearly like even the littlest amount is being toned down like ridiculously.
Well, like I can understand the like in the best case scenario, right? You're like, okay, I don't want panty shots. I don't want, mid drifts. But then even like I'm hiding all scenes of like breast size. It feels like when they released Marvel Legends a few years ago, they used to make all of the female characters like flat chested. And it's like if you went back and you looked at the 90s comics for like X-Men and Spider-Man, like they were breastful characters.
I'm glad that you brought this up. Allow me to pull up.
And more recently, the figures have actual fucking boobs now. But like, why are you making female figures if you're not going to give them a female body? Like, god damn it.
I will pull this in just a moment. I want to get through this other part first. Yeah, no, we'll get through this first. Okay. So this is the manga, and they frame it to cover, like, I don't need to see the guy's back of his head over and over again. You know what I mean? Like, none of that was necessary.
That's their kink.
But then there's also...
It's also the flat back of his head, too, which is the most boring, like, angle you could get of it.
You could have done like this 3/4 from behind, like.
Yeah, but that would have required them to animate his mouth moving. So
I do think that it's possible you don't ever see this character's face. Like, that game Blue Archive where like Sensei is like, I'm just saying that because none of the manga has shown has focused on him. From what I've seen here, I don't know anything about this.
Something that I'm noticing with a lot of these panels is they're very vertically oriented, so it is kind of harder to put in a 16:9 unless
you can do
unless you extend.
Like
true, you could do panning, or you could extend left and right and just make it like
the solution isn't. Oh yeah, just make her tits smaller and her
just
shirt
DBZ crop that.
Yeah. Oh, there's his face.
There's his face.
There goes
2
that
seconds
theory.
later.
Yeah. Yeah, so we could be looking at this, but instead let's just focus on him. Focus on the worst parts of their backsides, like. I mean, boom, boom. Can't be showing the big tatas.
No legs either. That one, she didn't even look like she was looking at him.
Yeah. Or he's not looking at her.
Both. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, in the scene above, it looks like in the one above, he's looking down, and then he might be like looking up at something else, but like she's just staring straight.
So Packer Girl says, tune into the Midnight Heart anime has literally drained all the personality from the manga. Absolutely. Like, it's terrible. Now, you were saying before that Marvel, what were you saying about it?
The Marvel Legends of like, I don't know, 5 years ago would all make their female characters flat chested, even though the comics and everything have generally always drawn the women to actually have breasts.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can quickly search for the actual tweet that I've got. I have a screenshot of it over here. From at Oh, for fuck's sake! Now I gotta get the fucking reply as
Midnight
well.
Hearts characters are like never on model half the time. Honestly, I don't think it's even censorship, and more the production is just extremely sloppy. I don't know, man. It seemed very deliberate. Like they're going out of their way to like cover parts and not draw sections. I think it's an intentional.
All right, here we go. I'm adding these into the mix here. So you were saying, I recently got the Marvel vs. Capcom Ultimate Complete Works from Udon, and while I'm enjoying it, I noticed they censored the part about of Rogue's rough sketch where it says shape of the breasts need to be pretty. So the original one, shape of the breasts needs to be pretty.
It
This
needs to be
one,
a pretty shape, okay?
You can leave the line, but erase the part where we mention the breasts need to be pretty. Close with 6. What does that mean?
I saw something from like it was talking about the censorship on Twitch, and like, well, not the censorship, but like the guidelines on Twitch, and it was a VTuber like model creator saying like, remember, these are the guidelines for like nudity, like how nude your character can be, like all the sections that have to be covered and stuff. And they said something along the lines of like, there's no oh man, what did they say? It was like something along the lines of like no butt fangs. And I'm like, what the fuck is a butt fang? And they're talking about, if you go back to that image of Rogue, the section of her butt that is like the thigh, I guess.
You talking about this fang?
Yeah. So
Oh,
if
that's
you
ridiculous.
if you
Butt
imagine a
cleavage?
straight on image, you would have the crotch and then both thighs, and then
That's
behind the
hilarious.
thighs you'd see the little butt, like the little thing on butt, but on both sides. So they look like fangs, apparently. And so this artist was calling them butt fangs.
Damn.
You're not allowed butt fangs on Twitch, people.
I'll
No
walk
butt
that back. I
vampires.
think it's both censorship and a bad back production.
And a bad production,
Yeah. I love You Can't Be in a rom-com with your childhood friends. It's so trash, but it's fun. Fun trash. Pantsu. Yeah. All right, cool. So in response to this tweet, I don't know who this is. Director of Publishing at Udon Entertainment says some notes were asked to be removed to fit current Marvel standards. Yes. So yeah, can't have pretty breasts. Breasts must be ugly. Not everybody can have pretty breasts. Like. Anyway, so what do you do?
Hold on. Just there you go. Private chat, sorry. It wasn't clear.
The butt fangs. Nice.
If you scroll up, he's replying to someone saying, "Where are the butt fangs?"
What is a
maybe
butt
don't
fang?
scroll up all the way.
If you don't have the fangs, though, then it looks wrong.
Yeah, I agree. All right. So
well,
when
the butt fangs, if the butt fangs are covered by material, I think it would be okay.
Yeah, maybe.
Butter.
So with the previous thing we were looking at, when your production is so shit, right? And you've lost all the personality. You can leave it to AI to put the personality back in. Sea Dance 2.0 fixes legendarily erroneous anime Imoto Janai. Oregasuki Nano wa Omoto Dakedo Imoto Janai, a series that became infamous for its animation/art mistakes, has seemingly been fixed thanks to one Twitter user making use of AI technology, Sea Dance, a testament to the growing power of AI that might leave some concerned. I just want to remind everybody that not long ago, we were looking at an AI-produced anime with the girl whose hand in this position was like going straight through her fucking face, right? That was only a little while ago. Now I'm going to show you what AI can do compared to the shit we're actually getting.
お構いなく。
ああ、ありがとう、鈴鹿。あれ、鈴鹿、戻らないのか？
はい、お兄ちゃんと他の女性を2人。
I fucking coughed right at the wrong time. When I first saw this, I was like, oh, so the bottom one's the Blu-ray and the top one's like the broadcast.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
I didn't realize what was going on.
Yeah, I didn't tell him the title of the article at that point. Yeah. So it says here, a Twitter user utilized Sea Dance 2.0 to recreate a scene from the anime and then provided a comparison with the original footage that was aired on TV on top. So maybe there is a Blu-ray one too. And to be honest, what if that is literally what this is and they just put the AI as the watermark? I don't know. We should have looked that up. Gaining 1 million views in about a day, commenters were left speechless as to the effectiveness of AI to make even the horrid Imoto Janai passable. Granted, some were still skeptical of the use of AI, and some even said they preferred the atrocious original over the AI version. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't really want to read. Anywho, it can also fix Rent-A-Girlfriend. There you go. No.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, is it gonna remove the cuck from it?
No, there's more. Hold on.
Is that in Japanese? Is that the author saying, "Now I will take your place"?
It said, "Do you understand?" Oh, I have to. Kono Karada. So Kono is this. This something understand. I don't know. I don't know what Karada.
My whole point was there was the whole thing about him
being in love with the
So now he's like going even further beyond, and he's like,
oh,
I'm not just inserting myself in this. I'm becoming.
The girl. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that was it. Let's move past it. All right, cool.
What was that even supposed to be then?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea.
Do any of you guys have Seed Dance? I don't know how to use it.
No. It's Seed Dance is made by the Chinese company that makes TikTok, right? And so ByteDance. And they only had it accessible through their their Chinese website.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a lot of like AI companies that have been popping up that are like claiming to give you access through them to Seedance, but it's all like sketch as shit, and I wouldn't sign up with any of that. But so far, officially, Seedance is not available in North America through ByteDance, right? So or through TikTok. So yeah, no, don't have access to it yet.
All right. So what she was saying, Karada is body. So I have understood this body is what I'm seeing here. I think it's like a term that they might mean like body acquired or something. I'm not really sure.
Your body is mine.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, I love that. Mirage says she can step on me any day. It was a dude.
That might be a
previously,
guy.
though.
Yeah,
on,
like,
man.
I mean, we don't know it was a guy because it was all in shadow, but it's highly implied that it was a guy.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Shibuya Kaho has posted this tweet. Devastating news for a manga fan. It's now officially confirmed, after 3 days of speculations going viral on Twitter, that this manga artist got ruled for doing horrendous things to his then underage student. I think they mean charged, probably. What's worse, it looks like the major publisher Shogakukan kept the secret for 6 years, even hired him under a different pen name as author for a new show. This mangaka, Shoichi Yamamoto, sexually assaulted a high schooler he taught part-time, made her eat feces, and smeared them on her face too. She was 15 when it started. He got arrested in 2020, and his comic Daten Sakusen stopped with little explanation. In the following year, his editor allegedly advised for the settlement, offering the victim 1.5 million yen, roughly
so that's like $10,
$9,600, to stay quiet, which of course they failed. In 2022, the artist was brought back as Hajime Ichiro to write a story for their new series, as in it's the same editor. So like the editor who helped him to avoid, or tried to help him to avoid punishment. The publisher made a statement only on their app Manga One, so far the exclusive platform for his works, but many already deleted the app, including myself. Shogakukan suspends distribution of manga Jojin Kamen, which is different from the thing she was talking about, Daten Sakusen.
Chojin Kamen.
Over author vetting failures, issues official apology. Shogakukan has suspended distribution of the manga Jojin Kamen following issues related to the appointment and vetting of its original author. The editorial department of the manga app Manga One announced on the 27th that it has halted digital distribution of the series and stopped shipments of its collected volumes. An official statement explaining the circumstances and offering an apology was posted on the company website. So Jojin Kamen, yeah, I want to say that it's possible because it kind of sounds like Shibuya Kaho had put a Japanese statement into a translating service and copied and pasted it to paste.
I'm pretty sure she's fluent in English.
It's just weird that she said artist got ruled for doing horrendous things, right? And all that kind of stuff. I'm just saying that it's possible that the kanji for the title of the manga was mistranslated into Daten Sakusen when it was actually this, right? Which is Jojin Kamen, right? I don't know. I feel like mask wouldn't be translated any other way. Anyway, who knows? According to the statement titled Explanation and Apology Regarding the Suspension of Jojin Kamen, the editorial team acknowledged that there were problems in its decision to appoint the original author and in its internal confirmation process. Oh, so Jojin Kamen is the one that the guy came back for. That must be what it is. Like where he brought him back to do it, the editor did. Mm-hmm. As a result, distribution of Jojin Kamen has been suspended and shipments of the Tankobon volumes have been halted. The statement further revealed that Ichiro Hajime, credited as the original creator of Jojin Kamen, is the same individual as Shoichi Yamamoto, the author of Daten Sakusen. There we go. The editorial department explained that in 2020, following the arrest, summary indictment, and fine imposed on Yamamoto, which they haven't even told us the guy's real fucking name yet. Oh, yeah. And they identified he's the same individual as Shoichi Yamamoto. Okay, he has a third name. I think we're going to hear it in here somewhere. Following the arrest, summary indictment, and fine imposed on Yamamoto, serialization of Daten Sakusen was discontinued. However, in 2022, Manga 1 began a new serialization titled Jojin Kamen, based on an original work credited to Ichiro Hajime. The statement admitted that the individual should not have been appointed as the original author. It's also offered a direct apology to the victim, stating that the editorial team takes its responsibility very seriously, except that it didn't when it, knowingly, right? The statement continued with an apology to readers, to Eri Tsuruyoshi, the illustrator of Jojin Kamen, to contributing creators, and to all related parties for the concern and inconvenience caused. The manga concluded with a formal apology from the Manga 1 editorial department. The announcement also addressed involvement in a civil lawsuit between Yamamoto and the victim. It stated that although the editorial department had no intention of organizational involvement in settlement negotiations referenced in the civil proceedings, an editor joined a group chat on the messaging application at the request of both parties. The department explained that certain settlement conditions had already been discussed prior to the editor's participation, and that the editor advised the parties to appoint legal counsel and formalize the agreement through a notarized document. The statement acknowledged that the editorial department's understanding of the seriousness of the matter and its grasp of relevant information were insufficient, describing its response as inappropriate. It concluded with another apology and a pledge to implement measures to prevent recurrence. Ichiro Hajime previously worked on Manga 1 under the name Shuichi Yamamoto as the original author of the manga Daten Sakusen. In February 2020, Yamamoto was arrested, summarily indicted, and fined, leading to the suspension of Daten Sakusen. In March 2020, Daten Sakusen, which had been paused due to the criminal complaint and arrest, resumed publication. The victim demanded that the serialization be halted. In July 2022, the victim filed a civil lawsuit against Yamamoto. In October 2022, Daten Sakusen ended its run on Manga 1. On February 20th, 2026, the civil trial concluded with a ruling ordering Yamamoto to pay 11 million yen in damages. Following news of the verdict, posts on Twitter drew attention to a lawsuit concerning alleged sexual misconduct, claiming that a male teacher at a private high school in Hokkaido had sexually assaulted a female student at the time. The defendant in that case was identified as Shoichi Yamamoto, sparking controversy. Around the same time as the allegations circulated, multiple posts appeared on social media asserting that digital distribution of the manga and shipments of its volumes had been suspended. In the civil lawsuit, the woman alleged that she had been subjected to grooming by the former teacher for sexual purposes. The court recognized this claim in its ruling. The details of the case were described as extremely serious, and this article does not provide further specifics. Well, thanks. According to the judgment, the woman began suffering sexual abuse from the male teacher when she was in her first year of high school, and the abuse continued even after her graduation. She later developed post-traumatic stress disorder and was unable to continue attending the university she had enrolled in, ultimately being expelled. The court found that the former teacher took advantage of the woman's low self-esteem and established a position of dominance, compelling her to comply with sexual demands. It concluded that he engaged in sexual acts against her will and determined that the conduct was unlawful. Jesus Christ. Damn, am I glad Shibuya Kaho gave us the actual details. Fuck, that was dry. Damn. All right. So, now we have a very interesting thing to look at. Manga Dex to remove manga featuring minors to comply with legal concerns. So this article came out on February 17th, and it was very strange because Manga Dex is a piracy site. So why the fuck are you going out of your way to remove something, like manga featuring minors to comply with?
Isn't that like 99% of all manga because they're all in high schools?
Yeah. Popular manga site Manga Dex has begun removing certain titles after announcing a new policy targeting works that depict minors in adult situations. A move that has sparked debate among users and raised questions about how even piracy-focused platforms are responding to legal pressure. The change became noticeable after several titles started disappearing from Manga Dex. The issue reportedly came to light when a scanlation group asked why their translation of the manga Stray Cat Girl had been removed, only to discover the site had implemented a new internal policy. Under this policy, manga that depicts such situations are being taken down because they are considered to violate the law. And Manga Dex administrators say the removals are meant to avoid legal trouble. The decision was confirmed by a site administrator who stated that the titles are being removed if they feature such situations, either by appearance or by confirmation within the story. Stop the misinformation. Titles being removed depict sexual activity between characters that are minors, either in appearance, handled on a case-by-case basis, or confirmed in the dialogue. It's about law and compliance with it. If you jerk it off to little kids, go and do it elsewhere. There are sites that specialize in that. Other administrators reportedly echoed the same explanation on the site's Discord, again, saying the removals were being done to comply with legal requirements. Some critics suggested the move could result in the removal of a significant portion of the site's library, arguing that many anime and manga characters are technically minors, depending on the context. While the exact scope of the removals remains unclear, the policy appears to mark a notable shift from a platform long associated with hosting unlicensed content. Whether this is a precautionary legal measure or part of a broader change in direction, the situation highlights how even unofficial platforms are increasingly forced to adapt to legal realities. All right. Then, a week later, it became apparent why they were doing this. Manga Dex is pulling a Crunchyroll. They are now a legit company. So what changes for readers? The giant Manga Dex, known as one of the largest manga piracy websites, has begun an official transition to becoming a legitimate corporation. Recently, the platform transferred its management to Namikomi, aiming to ensure long-term sustainability after facing thousands of DMCA. Crunchyroll's business model, Crunchyroll's business model, period. Therefore, the main focus remains on free access supported by ads instead of mandatory subscriptions. Furthermore, the partnership with Namikomi provides the necessary legal support to deal with increasing copyright pressures. Therefore, the platform now needs to comply with British laws. Why does it feel like entire sections of this article are missing? All right. Therefore, the platform now needs to comply with British laws, such as the Online Safety Act. Oh, dear God, get out of here. For fuck's sake. This has resulted in the accelerated removal of content considered sensitive or illegal in the United Kingdom. Finally, Manga Dex seeks to become a legalized service, prioritizing partnerships with independent authors and official licenses. Stay up to date on other news from the world of online anime and the season's releases in our... Oh, Jesus Christ.
The funny thing is that it's like it basically validates the strategy of like, yeah, you can just like host manga legally and like you don't have the consequences. You can just go legal. Like it's funny because that's the case with scanslators, is that you see some of them getting jobs for Crunchyroll and stuff. It's like, Well, you
Okay,
might as well
hold on.
just do it then.
Okay, so yes, some scanlators get jobs. That's a thing. But that's more so because they are providing a service that, like, not a service, a skill. They have a skill. They have their translation, typography, typesetting, or whatever you want to call it. All that kind of stuff is a skill, and it's transferable to a real place.
Well,
right?
I remember once upon a time, was it Greg Ayers said,
Yep.
"Oh, well, you can't put fan dubbing or whatever on your
resume.
because then people will be like, oh, you have an illegal hobby."
Congratulations. Yeah, that's exactly it. Congratulations, you have an illegal hobby. I've been looking for that clip for ages.
Well, Greg Ayers, I believe it was Greg Ayers, was also the one that said, like, where do you find legal anime? And someone in the audience said YouTube, and he said, no, that's illegal anime. And he was wrong about that too, because there was legal anime even back then when that panel that he was at was filmed.
Yeah, but I think that the sentiment back then was that the person saying that was probably talking about the abundance
more
of
than just the two channels that upload two of their shows legally.
Funimation uploaded their own shows. That's how I watched Oron Host Club, was on YouTube.
I think we're splitting hairs.
Anyway, the point is, he was wrong. YouTube did have legit anime, licensed anime. Regardless, with manga decks, sure, you can go legal, but what are you going to provide people? You're going to provide people a website to go watch or to go read manga, right? Where are you going to get the licenses for the manga? That's the tricky part, right?
I'm just imagining that conversation. Hey, I've been hosting your stuff illegally. Can I?
And now I'd like to pay you a small stipend for my illegal behavior.
Dude, if you torrent the wrong show, your IP is going to be like, hey, you illegally uploaded like a kilobyte, therefore cease and desist or whatever. So it's like, okay, these people put like thousands of manga up illegally.
It sounds
do they
to
not
me,
get hit with a fine?
Yeah, well, it sounds to me like it's not that, oh, well, I'm just going to go legit. Peace, I'm out. My crimes are forgiven because I'm going legit. That's not how it works, right? What's happening here is that just like Crunchyroll, Mangadex is one of the largest manga piracy websites. So that
doesn't matter.
Hold on.
This is where I was getting at. You interrupted me. We've seen this before. Manga Rock was one of the largest fucking apps that had illegal manga on, and they had a subscription service, or at least you could pay to get rid of the ads and shit. So they were making money, and that pissed the companies off, and they went after the Manga Rock, and they sent them all the cease and desist, and they were like, okay, never mind, we're not going to do this anymore, we're going to switch to being a legit site, just like Crunchyroll. And what happened? They switched to, like, they couldn't get any big license. No one would fucking sell them their license because there's behemoths already in the industry.
100%. What I'm saying
so
is
what did they do? Their
libraries
are garbage. They're like fan-made garbage, and no one uses the app anymore because their whole website is bullshit. Okay, if you want to go read like some Tumblr one-shot, sure, go to that website. But otherwise, you're not reading shit, and that's the exact same thing that's going to happen with these people.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that the ones that get the opportunity, like if you are an outlet that's literally getting millions of hits daily, and then the companies are coming after you, it's more beneficial in some cases, rather than just sticking it to the like team of 4 people or whatever that runs the website and putting them in jail, to instead turn their website into something that works for you rather than just nuking.
As a licensor, you can't though. Because most likely the people that care about the illegal upload are the large licensors.
Mm-hmm.
And those large licensors are already licensing their manga to places
Elsewhere.
like Viz.
Yeah, so
and
the
like Manga Plus and all that kind of shit.
Sure. So the
like there's no way they're going to get a legit license from Naruto.
Yeah.
Right.
So the database is going to be affected, right? Like there will be some that you will have to take down or whatever while they're negotiating and whatnot to see. Because, you know, obviously if you've got exclusive licenses to one place, then sure, right? But there may be a way in some cases, like occasionally I'll see a web like on Sora News 24. It happens rarely, but sometimes you will see a mirror of another outlet's article, right? Like we have seen an Anime News Network article verbatim, literally exactly the same text on Sora News 24. And it says, as the author, it says Anime News Network, right? So there are instances where you can create branches of like subletting your license, right? And so in the cases like that, if somebody views the thing that you have a license to on your, you know, legit service on this other, you know, legit service, then all the revenue that comes from the ad views on that specific thing just gets routed back to that other place that might have had the exclusive access or whatever, right? In terms of whatever the contract was in the license. Otherwise, if you say no, fuck that, I want them to have to come to my website, then that would just get pulled down. I'm just saying that the incentive for the companies is that when the website is already generating such tremendous traffic that ironically the biggest people in the crime syndicate are the ones who are going to get the deals that allow them to just go legit because it benefits the licensors more.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. We literally have examples of them not getting that. Crunchyroll was like the one exception to the rule.
Yeah,
and that was because Crunchyroll was before they were one of the pioneers of the whole streaming thing. And so the companies at the time when Crunchyroll went legit didn't have the rival pathway to provide that same service.
Totally.
Whereas they do for manga.
What I think is going to happen here is I think that the sweetheart deal they give you is, look, you've got two options. We're going to sue you into oblivion. You're probably going to go to jail, and we're going to do this. Or you can convert to where 100% of the proceeds from the ads on the website are going to go back to us. And eventually you'll probably go out of business anyway. Like the whole website's going to come down either way. But this way, we get a payout for the tens of millions of hits you're getting every single day. We're going to siphon that off until you either collapse, or if you can weather the storm, you could be the next Crunchyroll in that regard.
I just don't see why a streaming or a licensor would do that. Well, for the large licensors anyway, that have like meaningful products, because in that set, if they do that, they're just going to be propping up manga decks as an official thing instead of bringing people to their own platform. And yes, fine, you can say, well, they're going to charge them the whole ad revenue.
I think that when you can twist the arm of the piracy company like this, you can create a scenario where while they're phasing out, because they won't be able to remain profitable when the revenue share is going primarily to the legit companies, that as you're sort of phasing out, then it becomes, the ads on the site start to switch over to advertising the legit sites, right? I just think that it makes financial sense for the companies that are taking on these piracy sites to be able to get a quick buck out of the dying breath of these companies by forcing them to switch over, right? In that regard.
Yeah, I just don't see it. The other thing is, like, if they go legit, they're gonna have less library. Even if they do say, okay, well, we found 1 or 2 licensors that want to work with us, they're going to have to take down all the ones that they don't have licenses for and they can't get licenses for. Because if they have those up, then the licensor are going to be like, well, you're still pirating those, and that's illegal. And so to avoid all illegality, they would have to only carry ones that they have actual licenses for. And that means that a large portion of their audience is going to go to another website that will post everything because they don't give a shit, because they're going to be the manga decks of
agree. Yeah.
Current time or pre-change, I guess. And then so now the new manga decks is going to have less people coming to them and maybe 1 or 2 licenses that mean like anything, and then a bunch of shit licenses that no one gives a crap about. So and that's going to be not going to be able to sustain them.
No matter, I think the companies know this, right? You take down a big company or a big presence on the internet like MangaDex, and tomorrow 10 new ones pop up. But the difference is, if you can keep people going to the thing that they're habitually already going to, in this case MangaDex, and you can make it profitable to yourself, that's the path that works, because then you don't create 10 more.
Sure, but they literally can't do that. It's impossible. Right? They cannot get the licenses to some of these manga. There is no one to go talk to get the license for.
What's that company? There's a Japanese company or a conglomeration of companies.
And then some of them are exclusive dealed already. There is no way that you can just take the current and I mean, then you're also dealing with this article where they're taking stuff down because of random UK law. So like we're already at a point where they're not the same website anymore.
Yeah,
and so
agreed.
They're going to not have the full library.
Look,
and so people are just going to move away from them.
Nobody is making the claim that this particular website is going to be identical to what it was before when it goes legit. It's already pulled down the vast majority of the manga that featured minors in adult situations. You know what I mean?
Well, from my point of view, what you're basically saying is, yeah, I mean, in a perfect world, everyone stayed on Netflix and we could just pay one fee, and all of the people, all of the distributors and publishers and I can't think of the word, producers and shit for TV shows would just be happy that it's on Netflix and getting their share. But it's like that's not going to happen, and it's we don't live in a world where that will ever happen again.
What my point essentially is that you're basically the criminal is I guess not sufficiently punished. It would be like if a meth dealer was like, okay, tell you what, you can work at a pharmacy. Now you're going to make less money now, but you're doing it legit now, rather than like, oh, here, do some time.
This kind of thing happens all the time where you flip somebody and they become like an informant and whatnot, right? So in this situation...
I don't think that works at all.
Well, I'm just saying for like the meth dealer kind of scenario that he was talking about.
Okay.
Right? Like in a large enough operation, if you're the person cooking the meth, but you're doing so under the, control of the cartel or something like that, then you becoming an informant becomes, your way of staying out of prison.
Yeah,
right?
and that's the same thing as the scan later. And in those situations, the person that is getting flipped or whatever has some skill or knowledge or some benefit that is
Yeah.
getting taken care of,
Sure.
like is being taken advantage of. And in this case, their only benefit is their large user base, which we
Right.
already agreed is going to get tanked as soon as they do this.
I
By
mean,
the
yes, it's
virtue of them
definitely going to
doing
take
this,
a
it's
hit.
getting tanked.
It's certainly going to
Well, and
take a
then
hit, but I'm just saying that from a legitimate company's perspective, like the licensors and whatnot, you're going to look at, you know, how do I make cutting off the head of this Hydra work for me? And how do I slow the growth of the next Hydras? Well, I cut it off strategically and I make it create revenue that comes back to me that funds the further things that I have to do for the next one down the line. I'm going to neuter these to the point where they're not going to make nearly as much money as they used to, but now they're making the money for me instead of the pirate. So if I keep doing this, they either go out of business entirely and shut down, or I continue to have, you know, these shrinking, you know, user bases as the next Hydra comes up, but each and every one of them is producing revenue for me. It's like a patent, you know, sort of system to license out almost, right?
There's no way in the world that Mangadex is going to be a company and give 100% of the revenue that they make from a page view to the licensor.
Yeah,
right.
I know. It would be like 90-95%.
Oh, well, I don't know about that, but
and I'm just saying that's why I'm saying, like, there is a way that this works, and I think that this is what they're pursuing. Is it the most intelligent option? Is it the perfect solution? Probably not. But we don't live in a world where, you know, the abstractions and ideals that we have in terms of justice actually work.
It's not even about justice. Involved. It's about the laws of physics. They have an upkeep, right? They have an overhead that they have to take care of, right? They have webmasters, people working on the website. They have their bandwidth costs, the hosting costs, for having all of the manga images. Yeah. They have customer service, for lack of a better word, for their illegal website. They have to run the forums. I'm assuming they have some type of forum shit, like user comment shit. They have a legal department, or they will, you know, if as a going legit company, they have to pay for all of this now.
Totally.
And well, I mean, sure, they had to pay for it before, but now on top of that, they have the license fees, right? So I don't think it's going to be 90%. And so now the licensors are going to, like, even assuming it's 90%, the licensors have to sit there and say, okay, well, we can make 90% from them, or just keep it on our stuff where we're making 100%, right? And if we make them the, like, well, just
but see, the problem is that if you were to shut down the existing site that has tens of millions of users coming to it daily, those tens of millions of users don't just say, oh, fuck, guess I'll go to the legit site.
No, correct.
Right? So there will be a large percentage for which, out of habit, they continue to go to the website they've always used, regardless of whether it was a piracy site when they started using it, or it transitioned at some point, or whatever, right? I'm saying,
I don't think so. Why would you go to this?
So.
Why would you be a loyal customer to a pirate website when that pirate website completely changed itself?
When you are a casual reader and you got turned on by some friend who's much more in depth in all this stuff than you are, that here's a site I can go to get my manga fix, and you're simply just scrolling like a person using Netflix and just seeing, oh, that looks interesting, I'll check it out. And you're not coming there like, oh, I want to read the new issue of One Piece, right? You're literally just seeing what they have and passing time with it. That is going to be a huge chunk of the user base when tens of millions of people are hitting it daily. You can still factor in taking that group of people, and it will still be valuable to them. And what it does is it's like a snake constricting on the piracy group, where over time, yes, they will probably die out. They aren't going to have the financial backing like Crunchyroll has, right? When they get purchased by companies, eventually like Sony and whatnot. So these other like manga decks it's not going to have a long life ahead of it. But the idea is that you capitalize on the fact that the groups, the people on the site who are going there on a daily basis are going to eventually, you're going to try to migrate them over to your main real sites, right? And so what you're going to do is you're going to slowly change the database, like the way that the site functions, to more closely match what they'll expect when they go to the real site. And then eventually you're going to set it up where at the end of its life, it says, we are now such and such company. And when you go to the site, it's going to automatically forward the URL to the legit site.
The only way that would make sense is if the large licensors bought manga decks.
So, but Japan, this is the thing. You're thinking about it the way that that people have like the way that the US works on things. Japan has that corporation, the CJ, I forget what it stands for, but they have like a company or like a conglomeration of a bunch of companies that it's an anti-piracy like coalition. And so they're actually working on behalf of the companies for deals like this in order to make sure that the companies are retaining some of the profits that otherwise are fully 100% stolen by piracy, right?
Okay. Before I forget it, I just want to also bring into the fact that almost none of the websites that are serving manga are serving it free to view, like just page ad. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
The only ones that are doing that I know of is Shueisha with Shonen Jump, and they only let you read the first 3 issues and the most recent 3 issues. Everything else requires a subscription. So you're you're ignoring the subscription costs, and you're just saying, well, page load and ads are going to pay for everything. So I think that's unrealistic. But then also, what you're saying is, oh yeah, they're going to go legit now, okay, and they're going to try and work out these deals where the goal of the website is to kill itself and give their viewers to the official companies. Why would they ever do that?
Okay, a couple things. So Dylan is saying, I think AC is way overestimating how many fans Manga Dex has. I'm not talking specifically about Manga Dex. I'm talking about a hypothetical situation for why you would specifically, rather than trying to choke out a piracy site legally, you would let it die slowly in a way that benefits you. And the reason you're not
letting it die slowly. What you're doing is you're trying to forcefully kill it and have it self-immolate. That's what you said, right? You're saying, oh well, we're going to enforce our licenses on this company and make them go legit. But then because I know as a licensor that it's literally not at all financially feasible to continue this relationship going, I know that this company is essentially going to shrivel up and die as part of my enforced license fees that I'm going to be charging them. And as Manga Dex, why would you ever agree to that? Like, yeah, okay, I'm going to agree to go
because legit, the alternative is jail.
These people don't give a shit about jail. They've been running the companies, these websites for decades. If it was go legit or go to jail, the answer is I shut down and I piss off. Like,
yeah, but they actually
in that scenario they pursue legal action to make sure that you're behind bars. At this stage, they've identified who you are and they've gotten jurisdictionally the ability to take you to court and prosecute you.
Yeah, I think back in the day it wasn't
Otherwise, when they say, hey, you better stop doing this, your response is fuck off.
Here's the two options where that is happening. Okay, so if we assume they have my address as the person running Mangadex, they've sent me a legal letter that says, listen, we're going to press legal charges against you and we're going to fucking take you down unless you give us your website. Okay, like the idea, and this is where I was getting at with, like, the only way this would work is if they bought Mangadex. And in that sense, right, where they're like, okay, we're gonna basically force you to give us your website.
Isn't this what happened when Faku bought or obtained Hentai Haven?
I think so. I mean, it's still
like,
around.
Literally, this
but,
exact thing happened, right? Like, it's like
Hentai Haven's a little
was
different.
Going out of business because of legal pressure over the fact that they were a illegitimate site. Faku stepped in and offered to basically take it over because the user base at Hentai Haven was worth taking that risk on.
Sure, but that's different.
Then
because,
the guy from Hentai Haven said, I'm so happy that we aren't going to go under because Faku is stepping in. And then immediately, like at the next podcast, we covered that same guy tweeting that I've been locked out of the system. Faku took over and is not responding to any of my calls. This is exactly the scenario that I'm talking about.
Okay, well, if some licensor is using this as a mechanism to steal Mangadex from the runner, the webmasters of Mangadex, then fine, we'll see if that happens, I suppose. But in a scenario where, first of all, in Hentai Haven's scenario, the it's more akin to Crunchyroll because the channels for giving people legal porn, legal hentai are not there. There's no I'm just going to go to the legal hentai streaming website. That doesn't exist.
I think we're arguing two separate points. Let me just create a distinction here.
Support the official release.
Obviously, yes, right. But let me just put it this way.
Okay.
I got it.
The white release.
I think that I'm arguing a hypothetical, theoretical reason for why companies would pursue the avenue it appears that they're doing in the case of Mangadex, which is an echo of what happened with Crunchyroll.
I don't think so.
You're arguing
at all an echo of Crunchyroll.
You're arguing that because manga platforms already exist, there isn't a need to do this, and it's retarded for them to even go this route. Because specifically, legally especially, there's too much red tape to make Mangadex the manga form of Crunchyroll. Is that what you're effectively saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just so that we're clear, I am not talking specifically about Mangadex. I am expressing why the legit companies would pursue the Crunchyroll option as a more favorable outcome than necessarily just going through the legal process, paying the court fees, doing this shit that's like largely overseas where you have to get that jurisdiction in another country, and then you have to send your lawyers there or hire a legal team that's in there, and you have to do this long drawn out battle. The alternative is, look, we can skip all of that, which we are very much willing to do, just to say fuck off and shut down your website. But alternatively, we could profit off of this instead of enduring the cost of strangling out this piracy site, and we can capitalize on the enormous user base that is already going there and eventually cultivate even just 10% of them into a place we actually want them to go, so that we can make customers out of them or whatever, because there will be people who use a platform and it becomes their go-to, and they go to it all the time just because it's quick and easy and gets them what they need. And then if you can make the changes slow enough, you can retain people, especially casual readers or viewers in the case of Crunchyroll, who are not yet seeking specifics. They're just browsing it the way a person scrolls through Netflix and picks some random shit to watch because that's what they're going to do with their day that day.
I would say most, maybe this is a difference of definition again, but I would not call the people that go to manga decks a casual anything, right? Like that is not you're now doing a piracy thing. You know that you're doing a piracy thing.
Let me ask you this then. When you were in middle school or high school or junior high age, I don't remember when this happened, probably middle school for you. And Napster came out or LimeWire came out.
I would not consider either
and
of those.
All of a sudden,
casuals.
Every normie was downloading whatever music they wanted. When it became like when the legality of it got all rolled up and Napster shut down and all that shit, do you think that even the majority of people, the normies using that to download music, all went directly to the next illegal download thing? Or did people start using iTunes and paying 99 cents for a song?
That's most people went to iTunes, but it's not because the LimeWire is still around actually. But anyway, it's not because LimeWire like started working with Apple to sell the music through LimeWire and then slowly converted people to Apple. It's because
I agree. It's an apples and oranges scenario. But I'm just saying that you're saying that there are no normies using manga decks, and I'm arguing that there definitely are. That there definitely are people who, especially younger, only know enough about this. Like, people, a lot of people don't even know, especially
I think
when we're growing up.
The normies that are using manga decks are most likely the ones that would just then go to Viz or Manga Plus and just pay for the manga that they want without them having to be like, well, let's try and work out a deal to inflate manga decks as a thing, right? If you make piracy to annoying enough, people will eventually pay the thing, right? Unless your fee is way high, and then it's like cost benefit analysis on how annoying is the piracy versus how cheap is the product, right? And with Apple, when they came out and they said, listen, the $10 per CD where you're buying 60% of the songs on the CD are garbage, and there's like maybe 2 or 3 hits if you're lucky. Maybe there's even just one hit on that $10 album. People don't like that. So when free Napster thing came along, people just used that.
Well, I think Napster predated iTunes in that regard, didn't it?
It did. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying CD album, right? Because that was the model before. You go to the store, you buy a CD, right? And then when Napster came along, everyone was like, that's way easier. I'll just download the shit I want. And then that got shut down, and then LimeWire came out, and LimeWire was a little bit different. And because it downloaded the songs differently, and
I don't think that LimeWire was as widely adopted. It's just another thing I'm throwing out there because I know that you would probably know of it.
But then
Napster
also
was
LimeWire,
the major thing that the normies used. I never even used Napster.
I didn't either.
You know what I mean? But I'm just saying that that's the one that most of the normies used and started sharing around. Most people at the time never even considered the fact that what they were doing was quote unquote illegal or piracy.
Sure. But my point is, when Napster shut down, not everyone, people that were invested in piracy, moved to alternatives like Morpheus, Kazaa, and LimeWire. Those three all introduced a new SKU to the mix, which is you download the song that's like, I don't know if you ever downloaded these, but like I did a couple times, where it's like, oh, I want Hell Song from Sum 41, and it's like 10 seconds of Hell Song, and then it's like, check out our new album at like blah blah blah, and it's like just garbage, right? It's like some promo thing. It's like
Mhm.
it's like
Or
a
hearing
fake
Bill
song.
Clinton just constantly, I did not have sexual relations.
No, it's not that bad, but it was like a fake song specifically shared
Mhm.
by these
Oh, that's the
record
same as
companies.
when you look for something on YouTube and it's like such and such full movie, and then you click on it and it's just an advertisement for some piracy site, or even not even a piracy site. It's just some like spam like trick to get you to get a virus or some shit.
Sure.
Right.
So then but my point is that is more friction in the user experience of me trying to get my song. Right now I have to dodge all these fucking viruses, dodge the fake songs, make sure I'm downloading the right song, and then my ISP sending me fucking messages saying I'm going to get sued, and then that one girl did get sued for like $1 billion, that like, you know, whatever. And now I got to deal with all these frictions, right?
Yeah, and there's
And then-
definitely some level of it can be advantageous to make an example out of a random citizen, right? Like what happened with those dev kits where Nintendo or whoever went after that one guy for billions of dollars.
For the mod chips, you mean?
Whatever it was. I'm just saying, like, you get what I mean? Like there are going to be some scenarios for which making an example out of somebody does, and spending, you know, lots and lots of money in lawyer fees just to make the story like, well, fuck that. I'm never gonna go piracy route, you know, or whatever. Like there's definitely there's some aspect of it where the fear of it is going to help people like, maybe I'll pay for this song. It's only 99 cents. You know what I mean?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So you put enough frictions in it, and then they started shutting down Morpheus and Kazaa. LimeWire was still around, but that's a third of the programs are now out there, right? And then most people that were invested in piracy moved to torrenting, right?
Totally.
But torrenting was more niche. Like there was more stuff you had to know to torrent. So the normies, what happened was Apple then said, hey, normies, just give us $1. Fuck the $10 CD model.
And
We'll
I'm
just
saying
charge
that
per song.
there is a not insignificant number of people using manga decks for which this course of action will allow them to court those individuals. Even if the only thing that you did when capturing a website was obtain the URL and redirect it to the official channel,
but again,
you would still be able to capture a percentage of the people, right? That's the idea, the reason why you would do this. You make it profitable to yourself to some degree, and you court the people for which there will be a transition. Yes, here's the thing. There will always be people. Look, there is always going to be a group of people for which an app on your phone costs 99 cents. And it might be the most useful app you'll ever have on your phone. But if it costs money, I'm not using it. I'll jailbreak my iPhone. I'll get it that way.
Too.
You know?
Okay,
so there's always going to be the people who will never support the official thing, and they will always try to get it for free because they don't have any attachment to what supporting it officially gives them, like with us being collectors and whatnot.
Sure.
Right?
Gentlemen. I've completely lost track as to where we are in this conversation, but I kind of feel like it's circular and we spent a lot of time on it. So
we should wrap up at some point here. Okay. Say your piece if you have a finale.
We spent so much time on it. I had time to take a shower.
Oh.
I was done with the Sherlock Holmes thing.
Are you clean now?
I am. My balls are clean.
Blue and Rosie says, have y'all covered 7 season Manga Do yet? I splurged and bought up the Black Knight Parade volumes. I've been holding off tonight out for legitimate grief. Do you mean I'm holding out for tonight? I don't understand. This is the private equity strategy of businesses now, as discussed in the Epstein emails, FYI. Huh. Definitely link me those in the Discord. They are basically selling data of users, the enshittification of a site until people are prodded into the newer, shittier thing.
So this is what I'm saying. If the threat is, hey, we have you by the fucking balls and we're going to send you to jail unless you do what we want, the solution to that is we're going to write up a settlement that says, okay, we forgive you legally, because as the person on the balls, you want a piece of paper that says my balls have been released, right? And as part of that settlement, it would be, here's the keys to MangaDex. I don't have anything to do with it anymore. There you go. Right?
I think that's significantly more likely what's actually happening behind the scenes.
Well,
exactly as I brought up with Hentai Haven and Faku.
Yeah, so in that case, they're releasing the product to the licensors, right? And if that's the case, then sure, we can see the sucking of or migrating of users to official platforms, right? And I think a lot of them would still go to other pirate sites, but regardless, you can try and suck some out, right? As you shut it down. But there's no way where MangaDex is legit going to try and go official, okay? Without them being in that situation where they're literally handing the website over in some type of settlement. And if that was the case, I would also assume that it would be like, we're under new management, not we're trying to go legit. Like, it would have been a different headline.
I don't know. I don't know that. I mean, this article was so shitty, this one here, that I don't even know that they even came out and said, hey, we're going legit. Or, yeah. Recently, the platform transferred its management to Namikomi. That's literally what they did. They're under new management.
But what's Namikomi?
It's one of the legitimate. It's one of the
there you
legitimate manga sites.
Okay. I still think that
if only you would just let HC read three more lines, we wouldn't have had this conversation.
Look at the logo that looks a lot like Crunchyroll's too.
Yeah, Crunchyroll Hime.
And what kind of licenses do they have?
I don't know. On Namikomi, you can read in any format, anywhere in 10 plus languages. Support your favorite creators, interact with. I don't know.
I have never heard of this company before. So
yeah, but there's probably a billion companies that do this you haven't heard of.
Sure, I'm just saying this is probably something like Manga Rock, where it's like they have like fucking 10 licenses that are bullshit. And they're mostly fan work supported. And so some random company wanted to buy MangaDex. Anyway.
I don't know. Look, I
the
think
odds that they get legit like Naruto and legit licenses and survive as a company with more than, I'd say 10, if they keep 10% of their monthly users in, let's say, 2 months, I will be surprised. Let's put it that way.
Okay, so let's catch up here on some of these real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna
watching too much. Crunchyroll buys this site and just like, hey, look, we got a new mascot for our manga set.
Crunchyroll already has a manga subscription.
I know. I'm just gonna take this one out.
So, JT Vegas says, I recall Aries use both peer-to-peer and torrent. Isn't torrent a peer-to-peer?
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
but the peer-to-peer is like he means LimeWire when he says peer-to-peer. I'm assuming because that was direct peer-to-peer.
Sure.
Whereas torrent is still direct peer-to-peer, but it's like they get the highest bandwidth like available at the time thing, and that's why it loads differently. But
sure.
They're both peer-to-peer.
Whoever's sharing at the highest bit rate.
Dylan G zoned out a while ago. Blue Rosie says, I bought Seven Seas published manga I had been holding out on. Seven Seas is an indie publisher that just sold out to Mangado, the one that bought out my anime list, and is known for using AI translation. Everyone's losing their minds on Twitter over it. Big BL, Donmei, cat manga publisher, but also uses that money to publish hidden gem series in the West. Okay.
That's
I hadn't heard yet that they got bought out by Mangado. That must be, is that news just sort of came out today?
I will all of these, any company that is doing this, like Manga Rock, that was a piracy website that is trying to go legit, at least in some form. I would say the odds of them just having like AI slop fucking manga as their bread and butter, it would be the norm. In if you took a sample set, most of those are going to be AI slop garbage.
All right. So we have more news here. New Microsoft gaming CEO faces early online scrutiny from Xbox fans.
Oh boy.
Did I highlight? Okay. The Xbox gaming community was surprised Friday evening by a shakeup in the company's corporate structure. As we covered last podcast, both Microsoft gaming CEO Phil Spencer and Xbox president Sarah Bond confirmed they were stepping down from their respective positions, a move that raised questions about the future of Microsoft's gaming division. Now, days before stepping into her new role as the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, the online profile of Asha Sharma is causing industry watchers some concern. Before moving to Xbox, Sharma was president of Microsoft's Core AI. Forbes notes that the 36-year-old's prior experience is as a VP at Meta, COO of Instacart, and that she is currently a board member of Home Depot. That seems a little weird, right? While Sharma has mentioned playing the game Firewatch, she has no gaming management experience. The decision to make someone with Sharma's background CEO of Microsoft Gaming has raised concerns among some gamers that she doesn't understand the desires of the Xbox user base. In an interview with Variety, Sharma acknowledged that she is entering her new role as an outsider. However, she said that she is committed to, quote, being grounded in what the community is telling us. She added that her goal is to, quote, earn the right to be trusted by players and developers. Early online reactions suggest that earning that trust may take time. The Xbox account China Pulse, not Xbox. The Twitter account China Pulse posted a screenshot from Sharma's profile on the Xbox app. It notes that all of her gaming achievements across titles like Borderlands 2 and Fallout 76 are dated January 16th, 2026, prompting speculation online. China Pulse suggests that her account was preset by Microsoft PR to build credibility with gamers.
To be fair, maybe her real account has some illicit name like Dick Muncher 9000 or something.
Do you
Honestly,
think
that would be way
that
more
wouldn't
street cred.
endear her more?
It would.
Seriously.
Absolutely.
So I don't know if you have a follow-up, but she did comment about this on Twitter. Where she basically said, oh yeah, she just created the account recently, I guess when she got the news that she was going to be the new head. Because Phil Spencer internally said that he was going to retire back in November, I think. But she also then admitted that because people were looking at like the games she was playing and they were like, what's going on? And she said that she let her family, like different family members, play her account. So people were calling her out, basically saying like, it looks like you're getting other people to play games for you to like up your gamer cred. And she's like, I wasn't doing it on purpose, but like I was letting other people play my account. Well, I'll learn now, and from now on, I'll be the only one playing my account.
She's already
So
bending over to
effectively
the
what you're
mob.
saying is panic mode set in and minimizing the damage, damage controlling it was the best option for her.
Hold up, what? What? So wait, what? Why did she make the account recently?
Probably because she just got the job recently and was like, "Oh well,
She
I
hasn't
made
played
it."
at Xbox. Well, that's
Yes.
what everyone's saying, obviously. But like, I
100%.
thought you were gonna veer into something else, like an explanation.
Well, now that we've
I don't know.
undercut all of the investigative stuff I'm about to read, let me just go through it, and then you guys can address this then. So Sharma's Xbox account was reportedly created just 1 month before she was named CEO, yet already shows more than 10,000 gamer score from a variety of titles. Among the curious details are full completion in games like Firewatch and heavy playtime in titles such as Ball X Pit. Dick Muncher. Ball X Pit, with some achievements unlocking despite the short existence of the profile. While achievements can be earned legitimately in relatively short bursts, some observers online have suggested the account might have been padded or artificially enhanced to make it look more gamer-like. Achievements in major Xbox franchises such as Halo, Forza Horizon, Fallout, and Borderlands have also been cited in analysis, leading to speculation about whether the profile reflects true playtime or is being used to bolster credibility. This kind of amateur detective work underscores a broader sentiment among some players that leaders in major gaming companies should have first-hand experience with the medium they manage. When a CEO's gaming profile appears brand new or behaves in unexpected ways, it raises questions about whether they've spent significant time actually playing games or are more focused on corporate leadership and strategy.
So here's the thing. If you're going to make a brand new account, don't even publicize that this is my account. Like,
seriously.
Well, she wanted the feedback of like, hey, I'm a gamer, like, so that's why she was doing it. But
yeah, and
I
it
posted
flopped
the
horribly.
tweet I was talking about.
You say what?
In
okay,
private
I'll
chat.
pull it up in a minute. Okay. So this person replied to the China Pulse thing and said, I like that gamers do their research. The deception is wrong and pointless. That being said, if she were a real gamer, she wouldn't be CEO of anything. Just think back to the Elon gaming scandal. You can't run a company and hit achievements every day. Both demand too much time.
And she's also on the board of freaking Home Depot.
Right.
Well, if you're on a board of a company like that, it's not like a full-time job.
Yeah.
That's you get
still
asked.
You still have to focus on it.
No, you don't really. It's literally like, hey,
it's more like an honorary position in a lot of degrees.
You basically get asked your opinion on some like high-level direction of the company questions, and that's about it. And then when like shit hits the fan, you get involved. That's about it.
Mm-hmm. So many users were quick to fill the comments with "How do you do, fellow gamers?" Memes with Sharma's picture. Some comments expressed the opinion that first-hand experience with gaming culture is important. However, others have noticed that both hitting game achievements and serving CEO require significant time investment. Simply put, a CEO wouldn't have time to make leaderboards. Sharma's Twitter account is also under scrutiny. Since being announced CEO, gamers have reached out to her through social media with questions about her favorite games. Some have suggested that her replies are overly polished and generic, to the degree that many believe her entire account is being managed by an AI bot, though this remains unconfirmed. It's an idea that may not sit well with gamers. While Sharma said in her Variety interview she has no tolerance for bad AI, the speculation underscores the growing tension between the gaming community and corporate leadership. When authenticity is an important experience, first impressions are important for setting the tone in times of transition. Ultimately, whether Sharma logged her own gaming achievements or runs her own social media isn't the main concern. Xbox gamers want to know that corporate leadership will respect the time and financial investment they've made in their favorite platform. Transparency and consistency, more than high scores, is the best means of establishing credibility. So here's the tweet. I agree. Faking would be a terrible idea.
Hold on,
and
scroll up and
on,
read
wait.
the. Sorry, you don't need to read the article, but just that guy is from IGN, and she's replying to this tweet.
He's the senior executive editor at IGN.
For
Do
Xbox.
I believe that AI is writing Asha Sharma's posts? No. Do I believe that an experienced gamer on the Xbox team may be helping her sound more like a real gamer with her social replies? Yes. Do I think it's a bad idea for her to try and fake this? Yes. You know, just throw in some gamer words. Like,
yeah.
How can I sound like a gamer? You gotta
like
use the
that-
hard R.
It's like the villain in Ready Player One, who was talking to Parzival, and he was like, "Had the I'd crack open a tab, play whatever this game," and he had somebody speaking in his ear telling him what to say.
Yeah. She had made another tweet, which I'll also post, but where she said, like she's gonna bring back the Blade system, from Xbox 360, the UI. And when I saw that, I was like, oh my god, that feels so much like the scene in Ready Player One where Parzival's talking to Artemis and says like, oh yeah, I love playing GoldenEye slappers only, of course. Like, it's just such a line that's like they went like what you're saying with the guy in the movie, but like that's an actual, like they weren't trying to do that in the movie, but it sounds like Steven Spielberg went to someone and said, what's a line I can make, like basically did that for real, right? And it's just so it feels so cringe. Like someone needs to go around with the cringe meter and just be like, delete that. Don't post that. There's too much cringe.
So in reply to the thing about like, does she have real gamers helping her craft replies that sound like a gamer? I said yes, right? I agree. Faking would be a terrible idea and wouldn't work. I also didn't expect my gamer tag to blow up, and the reality is more boring. I created it recently to learn and understand this world. I've played with my family, and it's a shared home account across devices, which you can see in the range of games/achievements. Fix that this weekend, and everyone is only playing on their own gamer tags. But I get where this is coming from. I don't pretend to be the best gamer, and even though I'm playing, that's still not my goal. My focus is to make Xbox the best place to play, return to our roots, ship great things, and become stronger for the future. And yes, I'm writing my own post. Honestly.
So she outright confirms that, yeah, I'm not really a gamer.
No, totally.
But
It's like,
I'm a CEO.
I'm here to make Xbox the best place to play and return to our roots. What roots?
Of which I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's damning.
And this tweet, like in general, it just sounds so fucking weird. What's the phrase she said? She's like, I want to find out this world or something. I want to understand this
recently
world
to learn and understand
the
this
world of gaming. I mean,
yeah. I understand what like she's
to
saying.
learn and
but, like,
understand this foreign world of being a gamer.
Yeah, it's just such a weird way of fucking saying it. Like,
could you imagine if she actually like meant it and she wants to do what the players want, and they're like, you know, they really miss their gamer words, so we're getting rid of the chat modding or whatever.
So Blue and Rosie said Seven Seas is such scum that their team was singing their praises as an indie publisher at a con panel just a few hours before the news hit the internet, as if it were a need-to-know basis. The higher-ups knew, the lower-level management at the con didn't. Honestly, Seven Seas does not feel like a small company to me, an indie company. And they were licensing shit left and right.
Yeah,
you know,
they've got mega hits. Ton of, like, they've got all of Mushoku Tensei.
And they have the Ghost Ship imprint where they're doing all the.
They released all of To Love Through Darkness.
And they've been rescuing all these old series like Devilman.
Why do they
Lupin,
want
Tomorrow
brown
Show.
women to be a board member at Home Depot? I wonder. I do
You
like
think she
the
was a
gold-
DEI hire?
Do you think that?
Well, especially
the
because,
thing
like, in
that-
California, like, you have to have a certain number of women and diverse people on your board in order to not be fined or whatever.
Wow. I was gonna say, do you think she's equally as understanding of Home Depot and all the construction-based applications and stuff?
Did she try and build her own house, or
Yeah.
did she get her family to build a house for her?
Oh.
Your Home Depot achievements are faked. I mean, does it
would.
really matter if she's a fake gamer or a real gamer? Like, I'm sure there's plenty of other reasons why she's a bad choice for CEO. Well, so the real speculation, which we're going to get into in a moment. Oh no, I guess we're done. Anyway, we're done with that part. What's up?
She was using AI.
Yeah, so the AI thing, people are. I thought that was in here.
Could you imagine if, like, a few months later,
It
they're
did
like,
mention it.
tricked
Yeah,
you
kinda-
guys.
I
thought
It
there
was
was a lot
AI
more,
this
so
whole
no.
time. Wasn't it great?
Well, that's what that comment about, like, I need to understand this world. That whole tweet sounded AI to me, and I'm like,
Mhm.
are
Oh,
you
especially the reality is more boring.
Yeah.
That feels like an AI thing to say. The only thing that could make this sound more like AI is if it says it's not X, it's Y.
Yeah.
Like, that's such an AI phrase.
Oh, I definitely understand your concern of being fake, but I'm not fake.
First of all,
I'm this,
Bree,
this, and this.
You're not crazy. I am faking, right? That'd have been the best response.
You're
All right.
absolutely
But yeah, when
right.
I read that,
overlooked
I was like, are you using AI, or have you just spent so much time around AI that you're
AI is based
using
on
the
how I
same
talk.
words?
Right?
Yeah, like,
I was like, man, one of the things that I hate the most about AI is, like, fuck, man, if you were literate, like a English major and stuff, and you actually used M dashes before Chat GPT, everybody
You're
fucking
cooked.
thinks you're a Chat GPT user now. Like, just because you use them correctly, right? And it's like, once I started using Chat GPT, I adopted using M dashes, because now that I understand how to use them properly, I'm like, this makes a lot of sense when writing, especially when you're writing the way that a person actually talks versus the way that we typically write things, right? Like, to get rid of comma or extraneous extra commas that end up making things harder to read. Sometimes it's I like using them. Anyway, I thought this was really hilarious. Xbox co-creator Seamus Blackley walks back comments comparing the new boss to, quote, palliative care. Do you guys know what palliative care is?
yeah.
So for anybody who's unaware, palliative care is the kind of care that, like, for example, a dying cancer patient gets just to feel comfortable in the fall, like the remaining years you have left.
Yeah.
Right?
It's basically
literally
like you can't take care of
gracefully let
yourself.
you die, right?
Yeah, you're spending all the time in the hospital anyway, so we're gonna set up a hospital where we're expecting you to die.
Yeah.
Like, and you can come stay
We're
here.
just running out the clock and we're pretending to be nice about it. So Seamus Buckley, co-creator of the original Xbox, has compared the new head of the brand to a palliative care doctor. Soon after, however, he insisted that Xbox won't die. Don't know about that, because what I read here, quote, Satya Nadella, Microsoft CEO and chairman, has made an incredible number of bets and invested an incredible amount of money and credibility in the transformative model AI future. Hold on. Speaking to Dean Takahashi of GamesBeat, Blackley discussed the recent appointment of Asha Sharma. So who the fuck is Satya Nadella?
That's the CEO of Microsoft. Like, totally.
So why are you talking about them instead of Asha? I don't get it. Xbox, like a lot of businesses that aren't the core
Microsoft
AI
owns
business, is
Xbox.
being sunsetted. They don't say that, but that's what's happening. I expect that the new CEO, Asha Sharma, her job is going to be as a palliative care doctor who slides Xbox gently into the night. It just seems really true. I imagine asking somebody if it made sense to put a major motion picture studio into the hands of somebody who didn't like movies, or a major record label into the hands of somebody who'd never seen a live show. Why would you do that? Well, you only do that if you're looking at the problem in a more abstract way. The natural consequences of the focus on AI is that AI abstracts every problem with the minds of executives who believe in it. Problem from the minds of executives who believe in it. We're abstracting the problem of games as well. There's a core belief, and you can see it in what Satya said, that AI will subsume games like it will subsume everything. He cautions, quote, the job of all these people is to just gently usher all of these business units into the new world of AI. That is in no way surprising. It would have been shocking if they had somebody in there in a meaningful role who was passionate about games, passionate about the creator-driven businesses of games, because it would be in direct conflict with everything else Microsoft is doing. Microsoft is a company that is now about enabling its customers by enabling AI to drive things. That's at odds with the auteur model of any art, but specifically of games. Microsoft doesn't have the problem that Apple does or that Netflix does, where they have an auteur-driven content model to manage. Games are the only place where they have a content business. Speaking on Blue Sky just 24 hours later, he clarified, quote, I have been asked 59 times now, due to this, Takahashi's article, if I believe Xbox is dead. No. He assures, quote, I love Xbox as my own flesh and blood. It's the most wonderful thing to me. The distress it's in kills me, haunts me, but progress requires introspection and realism. Learning is pain. Victoria Phillips Kennedy of Eurogamer also reported on other comments made by Blackley, but these appear to have been deleted at this time. He had reportedly described Xbox as, quote, literally something I nearly died to bring into existence, and as such, quote, seeing it struggle and being unable to act is hard. Assuring his deep love of Xbox, he reportedly added, quote, this is killing me, but I know a lot of organizations and businesses now, and I was being honest, not a PR asshole? That's got to be it, right?
Probably.
That's got to be it. I can't think of anything else. Per Blackley's initial comments, one of the criticisms and concerns surrounding Sharma is her lack of gaming-based work. Her prior roles have included COO of Porch Group and Instacart, VP of Product and Engineering at Meta, and a board member of Home Depot and Coupang. What if everything that she's been like the head of was to get around the fact that they're all in like Silicon Valley and they need to have like the brown woman on the board, right? In California. Under Microsoft, Sharma has worked in marketing and was president of Core AI Product before becoming Xbox CEO. Other criticisms have included her Xbox profile earning achievements just over a month before her new appointment and playing an impossible number of hours in that time. Some have theorized this was an attempt to legitimize her in the position with a deceptive edit to her profile. On Twitter, Sharma explained she created her Xbox account to learn and understand the swear. Look at that. You could have just waited and played and shared her account with her family. But I get where this is coming from. I don't pretend to be the best gamer. And even though I'm playing, that's still not my goal. My focus is to make Xbox the best place to play, return to our roots, ship great things, and become stronger for the future. And yes, I'm writing my own post. This is in relation to allegations of her posts, of her replies on Twitter to Xbox Studio affiliates being AI generated, poor grammar, or being awkwardly phrased. In an interview, Chief Content Officer Matt Booty insisted, quote, there are no directives on AI coming down, though Sharma stated in another, there would be no tolerance for bad AI. All right. There we go. We got it.
She also is on record saying, like, she thinks every piece of software is going to be using AI in the future, and like so.
Why wouldn't it be? All right. Meanwhile, Microsoft Japan was raided by an antitrust watchdog over a suspected unfair trade practices. So Microsoft Japan's office has been raided by the country's antitrust regulator over suspected unfair business practices involving Windows, Microsoft 365, and Azure, raising questions about whether the tech giant used its dominance to push customers towards its own cloud platform. No. The Nagware company that will ask you if you're ready to update to Windows 10 over and over again, day in and day out, and then change the position of the yes and no buttons and highlight them in the same colors that used to be for the opposite to try to trick you into upgrading. That company wouldn't do anything like that. Come on. On February 25th, Japan's Fair Trade Commission conducted a search and seizure at Microsoft Japan's office in Minato, Tokyo, as part of an investigation into possible violations of the country's Anti-Monopoly Act. The probe is examining whether Microsoft engaged in unfair competition practices involving its software and cloud services. Authorities suspect Microsoft may have disrupted competitors by restricting the use of its proprietary Windows operating system and Microsoft 365 services, including widely used tools such as Word and Teams, on third-party cloud platforms. The company is also suspected of setting higher fees for customers who use competing cloud services instead of its own Azure platform. These practices could potentially steer customers towards Azure, Microsoft's cloud computing service, by making rival platforms less convenient and more expensive to use. Azure competes globally with major services such as Amazon Web Services and Google Cloud. Investigators have reportedly seized documents and other materials from Microsoft Japan's offices and are interviewing related parties as part of the ongoing probe. Depending on the findings, the investigation could expand further beyond Microsoft's Japanese subsidiary. The Japan Fair Trade Commission is responsible for enforcing laws that prevent monopolization, unfair trade practices, and other actions that distort competition in the marketplace. If violations are confirmed, Microsoft could face regulatory penalties or orders to change its business practices. Any thoughts?
No.
No.
PR she pulling is so funny. Yep. All right. Nier Automata game celebrates 10 million copies sold with a to be continued tease. So Yoko Taro, while developing the new Evangelion anime, is also going to be developing a sequel to Nier Automata. Nice.
Did it actually say to be continued or to be continued? Like the number 2 and the letter B instead of
I know
to
what you're
be.
saying. To be
Oh,
continued.
come on! It's right there.
For anybody who's not following, this character's name is the number 2 and the letter B, 2B in the game. All right, ex-Resident Evil director says Requiem leakers, quote, deserve 10,000 deaths. So first I want to show, my wife sent me this, and I thought it was a very accurate representation of what the game has been like so far.
Kingsman Watch Party 1.
Yeah.
I can concur. My roommate plays it, so.
Yeah. Leon, just a walk in the park. Grace, Jurassic Park. Right?
Yep.
Oh. What's up? No, tell me. What's up? A quick hug. All right. Enjoy the hug. They're in rare supply these days. Is your mom
They're
upstairs?
scarce.
No, she's doing the dishes.
Okay, but she's in the house. Good. Go brush your teeth and get ready for bed. Get in bed. How about that? Close my door. All right, anyway. As Resident Evil Requiem spoilers spread online ahead of launch, Capcom has publicly asked fans not to share leaks. You know what's funny? The game came out on the 27th, but mine arrived on the 26th. Like, so I could have been playing it, but I went to see the One Piece thing instead. While an ex-series director responded far more bluntly, calling leakers despicable and saying that they deserve in language that predictably lit up, saying what they deserve in language that predictably lit up social media. Dexerto reports that leaks about Resident Evil Requiem, including story details and the game's ending, have been circulating online before release, prompting Capcom to address the situation. On February 20th, Capcom issued a statement urging fans not to amplify the leaks. Quote, "Please don't post or share pre-release leaks and spoilers for Resident Evil Requiem," Dexerto quotes, describing it as part of a crackdown on leaked footage and story details. Against that backdrop, former Resident Evil director Hideaki Kamiya commented on the leaks with a harsh condemnation. Dexerto quotes him as saying, leakers, quote, "For your own selfish satisfaction, you trample on the feelings of the users who are looking forward to it and the feelings of the creators who gave it their all to make it." Before adding, "It's a despicable act that destroys everyone's happiness, and it deserves 10,000 deaths. Be cursed so that you can never play games again." Dexerto also notes Kamiya referenced a similar situation around Resident Evil 2, saying late game developments were previously scooped by a photo weekly magazine. The article adds context about Kamiya's history, describing him as having directed the original Resident Evil 2 and later creating Devil May Cry and Bayonetta, and notes he's known for his outspoken posts online. Yep, true. So I'm just curious, is anybody here besides me playing it? / in the chat?
No.
Not yet. So I just want to say, I don't think it's the best Resident Evil game in the franchise, but I think that they have successfully distilled many of the things that you thoroughly enjoyed about the previous installments in the franchise and kind of created a really nice amalgamation where you sort of get a lot of the things that you really liked about the original games in a nice package, right? So the one thing that I would have
package.
What? A full
Nothing.
package. Full package food. Right. So one of the only things that I feel like I'm disappointed that this hasn't been integrated into the more recent games is that in Resident Evil 0, you can physically put down an item and then go back and pick it up later. Right? Now, I think that when it comes to important like key items, obviously you don't want to be able to do that because there are situations potentially where you could soft lock the game necessarily, but that's one thing that's really annoying that you can't do in any of the games besides 0 is being able to put an item down, because sometimes I need to pick up an item and I want to put something in its place that, you know, I will have a use for, so I don't want to just discard it, right?
I thought you could do that in Resident Evil 5.
Oh, maybe you can in 5. I haven't played 5 since it was on PS3. Like it's on my it's next on my list to play again. I've just been kind of waiting to see if it was going to get a remake, which I don't kind of think it would, but so that's like
now it's in South Africa.
That's the one thing that I'm not a big fan of in terms of, and that's a tall order. And Resident Evil 2 didn't have it. Resident Evil 3 didn't have it. Resident Evil 4, these are all regarding all the remakes, didn't have it. So I don't know. I don't think 6 probably has it. 7 didn't have it. 8 didn't have it. Right. So I wasn't really expecting it to have it, but I just say like a lot of the stuff that is really good about Resident Evil 8 makes its way into 9 regarding like there's like this big fat character that's like barely able to get through the hallways, and legitimately speaking from somebody who's had to rig these characters and add the jiggle physics and stuff, that shit is fucking hard to do. And they make it really feel like the character is just the shape of the hallway trying to push his way through. It looks great, right? So the presentation's really good. You play as both Grace and Leon, which obviously we already kind of knew this. And that creates a very interesting dynamic where you get to have both the vulnerability of the woman and the badassery of Leon, right? And overall, I've just been very thrilled with it, right? So last night I had I played for like almost 4 hours the first day I played it. And then last night I played for like 3.5 hours. And I swear to God, for at least the first hour, I got nothing done because I saved the game. And I was telling Reese this earlier. I had so little HP that it was as if you could blow on me and I would die, right? Like literally just so low in my health. And it took me like a full fucking hour to turn the tides on what was going on. And it was just really hysterical because eventually I went from perhaps the worst scenario you could possibly imagine, and then something in the tide changed and I killed every single zombie in the place. It was incredible. Anyway, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I'll probably play it again, possibly tonight. More likely tomorrow though. But yeah, I'm liking it, and if you haven't picked it up, I recommend it. Anyway, in other news, I thought this was funny. On February 24th, Crunchyroll wrote an article that says Lollipop Chainsaw Repop Switch 2 edition delayed indefinitely. And on the February 26th, 2 days later, Lollipop Chainsaw Repop Switch 2 edition reveals new release date. Right?
Well, I mean, that's what indefinitely means.
Indefinitely means forever or an undisclosed amount of time. I've always loved that. That's like we've always had that fun, linguistic problem on the podcast with the word indefinitely. All right. Also, Pragmata Reddit community splits over character content rules ahead of launch. So Pragmata is the new Capcom game where you play as the guy in like the full-on suit, and there's the little girl in the blue jacket that looks like that. Who has like psychic abilities, and she like rides on your shoulder and kind of like uses her powers. And it's kind of like a co-op sort of game where you control both characters kind of simultaneously. And Capcom's Pragmata nears its April release, overseas Reddit communities dedicated to the game have split following disputes over how to handle inappropriate content involving the android character Diana, leading to stricter moderation and the closure of a breakaway subreddit. The game follows Hugh Williams and an android girl named Diana as they work together to escape hostile AI control robots. Originally, the game had a single subreddit, r/Pragmata, created in 2020. In recent weeks, however, 2 additional communities appeared, r/Pragmata SFW and r/Pragmata _. For a single unreleased game to have 3 separate subreddits is unusual, and the split appears to have stemmed from disagreements about community standards. The original subreddit experienced an increase in posts and comments that moderators and users considered inappropriate, given Diana's portrayal as a childlike character. In response, r/Pragmata SFW was created on January 27th with the explicit goal of keeping discussion focused on the game itself and prohibiting content that objectified or misrepresented the character. Shortly afterward, moderators in the main r/Pragmata community announced stricter enforcement measures. New rules included removing inappropriate comments or posts about Diana and permanently banning users who violated these standards. Moderators cited Reddit's policies regarding content involving characters depicted as minors as the basis for the decision. While Diana is canonically an android, her childlike appearance prompted concerns about policy compliance. Following these changes, another subreddit, r/Pragmata _ reportedly emerged that allowed content prohibited elsewhere. However, as of February 18th, local time, that subreddit was shut down for violating Reddit's Rule 4, which prohibits content involving minors in inappropriate contexts. At present, only Pragmata and r/Pragmata SFW remain active, both enforcing stricter moderation guidelines. So I just love that in an effort to split the community into one that is strictly safe for work and one that allows not safe for work things, they ended up with 3 separate subreddits, and now they only have 2 subreddits that basically both operate as the safe for work option.
Yeah. Well, the way Reddit is now, there's the admins on Reddit weren't going to let that slide.
Totally.
Like, oh, so the distinction is a child can be sexualized in this one. No, we're banning that. And they probably went to the main one too and said, fix this or else. And they were like, they bent the knee and said, okay, we'll fix it.
Yeah, I just think it's hilarious that like it said, it's ridiculous for an unreleased game to have 3 separate subreddits devoted to it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, like there are situations like, you know, Attack on Titan has like 50 different subreddits because they've got ones that are specifically about Eren and Mikasa shipping. They've got r/Attack on Titan and r/Shingeki no Chojin, you know, whatever. Shingeki no Kyojin. Sorry, not Chojin. All right. Former Capcom producer says he spends over $500,000 on his own gacha games. Right back into my account.
Isn't that like money laundering?
The company card, right?
Yeah.
A former Capcom producer has revealed that he personally spends more than $500,000 per account on his own gacha games, claiming it helps him better understand the mindset of big spenders. An admission that perfectly highlights just how extreme the monetization culture around these games has become. Hiroyuki Kobayashi, a former Capcom producer known for working on series like Resident Evil and Devil May Cry, spoke about his approach to developing gacha games after moving to NetEase. He is currently involved with titles such as Warhammer 40K Lost Crusade. Kobayashi said that to properly understand high-spending players, often referred to as whales, he personally spends large amounts of money on his own games.
I must swim with the whales.
Yeah.
The real question is, how much has he spent on Brown Dust 2?
Yeah.
Zero?
Does NetEase make that?
No.
No.
NetEase is Marvel Rivals.
He reportedly spends more than $500,000 per account to experience the game from the perspective of its biggest customers. He explained that this practice helps him understand what motivates these players and how they feel about the systems and rewards in the game. According to Kobayashi, seeing the experience firsthand allows him to design features and monetization strategies that better match the expectations of high spenders. The producer also said that simply looking at data isn't enough, as it doesn't capture the emotional side of spending. By personally going through the process, he believes he can better grasp the psychological aspects behind large purchases and the satisfaction players expect from them. Gacha games rely heavily on a small percentage of players who spend large sums of money on randomized rewards, making these high-spending users extremely important to a title's profitability. As a result, understanding their behavior is often a major focus for developers in the mobile and live service space. While Kobayashi frames the spending as research, the revelation has drawn attention online for the sheer scale of the amounts involved. Spending over $500,000 per account to understand player behavior is far beyond what most players would ever consider, and it underscores just how dependent some games are on a handful of heavy spenders. It's funny to me too, because it's like, it's one thing if for example, every once in a while, at my place of business, we have to buy something on our own website to test something and then refund it, right? We just use the company card or whatever we have to, kind of thing, right? And it's one thing for you to do that. But what he's doing, even if it is like a company card, if you're doing this through like iOS, you're like you're basically handing money to Apple for that
Yeah.
skim off the top they take, you know? Any thoughts?
I like I said, he said that he's doing it for his own company, right? And I'm sure he is. But it's like the meth dealer that's like, oh man, I gotta take a hit of the product every once in a while to make sure it's still good. You know, when you dress up as a whale, when do you transform into the whale yourself? And I wonder if he's branching out into other companies as well. Like I can't imagine he's
and
like
when
disciplined
you're
about it. Like I will only play my own games. I'm not going to play Brown Dust 2.
Yeah,
you
I was
know?
gonna say it kind of sounds at some point like you're saying like, well, in order to learn how to appease the whales, I have to become the whale. And inadvertently, as I was pursuing that endeavor to learn about how to appease the whales for Brown Dust 2, I also became a gooner, right? All right. Pokemon Winds and Waves has been announced. Let me pull up the trailer. We're going to skip all this. Oh my God, what is this shit at the beginning? Trailer starts. What the fuck? Trailer starts here. Okay. Literally like a minute and a half in. Not representative of actual gameplay. Sorry, what the fuck is that dark cloud that's shaped like a seahorse over there?
People are guessing that it's like gonna have something to do with the legendary, but
Yeah.
Those whale lords are inaccurate size already.
how much are they spending on Brown Dust 2?
I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna put that into the thumbnail, Randy.
Also, that was the legendary for the Waves game. It was just the entire ocean.
Yeah. So I also want to know why the bedroom eyes on Gekwa.
That's
going to be like that salamander Pokemon they made.
They've
It's
already
the
been
greener one.
gajinkified and turned into NSFW. Because them artists are just like on it, on the pulse.
I saw a TikTok video that was saying that he cracked the code on the starters the theme is, for some reason, Japan, which I don't get because I'm pretty sure the area for this game is going to be the Philippines. But anyway, he said the bird is a sumo wrestler. The Pomeranian, the dog, is calligraphy because it kind of looks like the poof on his head has like a brush tip.
Yeah.
And the gecko is a geisha.
Yeah.
Is a fleshlight.
Yikes. Blue and Rose says all the budget was spent on the ocean waves animation. Yeah, they're pretty they're pretty choppy. But obviously your game is called Pokemon Waves, not Pokemon Babbling Brook, you know? Like,
I feel like
well,
the
I mean,
designs
compared
are
to the
just... What?
compared to the last games, the waves look way better. Like the whole water looks way better.
Andrew
That's probably
says
not
this is going to
saying
be
much.
a Wind Waker, but Pokemon.
Yeah, IGN is definitely going to be complaining about too much water in this one. I think it looks good. You got to remember this is a trailer that the release date is going to be 2027, but we don't know if it's going to be early 2027 or late 2027. So it could be almost 2 years from now that this game comes out, and that's if it's on time. So
I just
who
feel
knows
like the
what?
starters are uninspired looking, like the last 5 gens.
Well, I mean,
I was going to say, when's the last time they weren't uninspired looking?
Yeah, the designs in general for the last 5 generations have been like meh.
They're tapped out.
Well, also it's like you have all of these people making their own like fan Pokemon now, right? And so it's like you got to sit there and try and make your own, like as Pokemon company
Without infringing on the fan.
Yeah, it's like, okay, make a Pokemon that doesn't look anything like a fan Pokemon that already exists, and it's like, there's only so many ideas. So
I get the name now. A Pomeranian bonfire. Pombon. Got it. It looks so derpy. Like, I love it.
You love it?
I love how derpy it looks.
Someone on Twitter said that they're going to rage if they turn it into a bipedal with the final of evolution.
Yeah, a lot of that's the
Litten.
I'm never over the fire dogs and foxes of the Pokemon world.
Most final evolutions are bipedal.
It's a shame.
So part of there were leaks about a year ago, I think, about, or maybe half a year ago, about this generation, and the leaks were old leaks. Like they were data from a hack that happened a while ago, but they were just leaking out now. And so obviously we already knew that the Wind and Waves names, that was accurate. And like there was so much in the leaks, like it was not fake, right? Like so everything seems on key. And one of the things that they had said was that they were planning on doing like dynamic islands or procedurally generated islands. So now again, I'd say it's not fake, but whether or not they keep that feature in 2 years, what that might have changed. But at least if they keep that, that'll be a new aspect to Pokemon games that people aren't necessarily tired of already. They've definitely improved the lighting engine. The water looks better. And again, all subject to change. Like the little text at the bottom of that trailer says, not final footage or all that kind of shit. And they added the diving, which I think the last time there was diving, I think it was Hoenn, which is Ruby and Sapphire. I don't think there were. I think that was the only game with diving. There might have been on maybe Diamond and Pearl had it too, but this one will be the first 3D game that has it. It's definitely the first open world one that would have it. Technically, Pokemon Snap had underwater areas, so I guess it's kind of similar to that. But obviously, Pokemon Snap was a different, like the Switch version of Pokemon Snap. But obviously, that was a different type of game. But I don't know. I'm excited for it, but then also anytime I think I've said this already, but at some point, but anytime I see something that says, "Oh, it's releasing in 2027," my brain is, even though that's next year, my brain says that's so far in the future, I don't need to think about it. Like, and this didn't happen with 2026. Like in 2025, if something said, "Oh, it's coming out in 2026," I'd be like, "Okay, that's next year." But something about 2027 is like, no.
I think mentally you're still feel like you're in 2025. Like you haven't properly gone over to the 2026 calendar yet.
You're still mentally a child.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing. Like when I think of 2027, I'm like, I'll be old then. It's like I'm already old, but like I'll be even more old.
Well, you won't be able to go to the counter and be like, "Can I get Pokemon?" Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, we
In
don't go
my
to
day,
counters
there was
anymore.
only 151 Pokemon.
go
Okay,
to
Grandpa, let's go
pages.
down for your nap.
Yeah, my Pokédex was a small Pokédex.
I filled
was
my
manageable.
Pokedex years ago.
It only took me a few hours to fill it. Now it takes you weeks. Are you guys planning on buying it? Does it look interesting to you guys?
Bro, I'm barely getting Resident Evil 9, which I really want. So I don't even have a Switch 2, actually. So
this game is coming out in potentially 2 years. If it's something that you want, I think you could try and budget that in.
Well, I'll have to budget a Switch 2 in before then.
Well, yeah. You have 2
He
years.
barely buys anime, I remember. He doesn't have the funds to budget for $560 worth of
But
Switch
Green
2
Line
stuff.
isn't paying him well enough anymore?
I'm the
Well, he's
only
been
one who's
pumping out
paying
videos
him.
lately.
You gotta save the Green
YouTubers
Line
ain't
money.
paying him shit.
Are we done? Sorry, I was trying to let my upload complete. Next topic. Nintendo Switch Online adds Pokemon XD Gale of Darkness. I can't move Randy up. Hold on. Wait, I just got to move somebody else on top of him.
So the odd thing about this is that XD Gale of Darkness is like a sequel to
Coliseum.
Pokemon Coliseum. And Pokemon Coliseum was one of the games that was like shown off as coming to the NSO, but it's not there yet. So it's kind of odd that they would add the sequel one first. I don't think it's like a direct sequel, but like it's the follow-up. I don't know.
You know what I could picture?
It's still weird.
Did you cover this? At first glance, when I saw the screen caps for the new starters, I thought this looks so fake. Does anyone even bother using effort anymore? And then I learned it was official. Oh,
you know
it's funny.
What I think Nintendo's gonna do? They're gonna make a remake of Coliseum, and it's going to be functionally worse than the original in every possible way, because that's the standard I've been holding every 3D Pokemon game to, and they have not reached it. They still haven't reached it.
I feel like I find it funny. I feel like we were just saying that like the last 5 generations of Pokemon have not really been as good as the original 150. and some of the ones from the second gen kind of thing, right? And it just feels like at a certain point, like we're tapped out. We've done all the good ideas. It's like, but then you look at Pal World, right? You're like, they feel so fresh and new, and half of them are stolen from other things, right? Anyway,
I played
did that
Coliseum.
lawsuit just fizzle out? By the way, where's that fucking been?
The Pal World lawsuit?
Yeah.
Some of the patents that Nintendo was claiming got like
fisted.
Thrown out.
Yeah, they got thrown out. But I believe the lawsuit's still going on.
I just haven't seen any updates about it in a while.
What were you gonna say about you played Pokemon Coliseum, Randy?
Yeah, I played Pokemon Coliseum. It was one of the few games that I've ever traded in because I did not like it at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I did go and buy it back because I regretted trading all those games in. Like just in general, I don't like the idea of trading in games. And there was a list of games that I regretted trading them all in, and I made that list and I bought every single game on that list back. But I was not a fan of that game.
I know why, probably, right? Because it's not like an open world where you can get every single Pokemon in the decks freely, right? It's an on rails, like I have to get the Shadow Pokemon only, story focused, right?
No, I just didn't like the look of it, and it was more like a shitty turn-based game.
You're not telling me that's not.
Oh my god, it's because of the double battles. It's because of the double battles, isn't it?
Yeah.
God damn it.
I'm not a fan of, although Pokemon, like the mainline Pokemon games do it too. It's like the team battles where you you have your team and you select all of your teammates' attacks for and you point them at the fucking enemies, and then you basically sit back and they all happen. I hate that.
Dude.
I put up with it in the mainline Pokemon games because 90% of the battles are single, and I can deal with that. And then when they introduced 3-way battles where it's 3-on-3, and those were garbage, and they got rid of them. And now most of the games only will do 2-on-2 max, but they're still they're rare enough that I can put up with them. But generally, I hate that kind of gameplay. So I remember there was this game called Evolution World that
Evoland
played, and it was like you had a team of 5 people, and it was just like this guy will attack that guy, this guy will attack that. And I hated it. I hated that as well. That was also one of the games that I traded in.
All right, you guys ready to move on to the last article?
Sure.
Cool. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green Nintendo Switch remaster censor bad name?
It's worse than the physical then.
The recently launched Nintendo Switch ports of Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Leaf Green remasters of the original Pokemon Red and Pokemon Green have been revealed to censor certain names that the player can give to themselves or their rival. Yet another example of absurd censorship that is currently prevalent in all parts of the entertainment industry. I find it funny, actually, as I'm reading this, I'm thinking, why did they only do red and green in Japan, and why did it become red and blue in the States?
You don't know?
I mean, if I had to guess, it's because Squirtle is way better than Bulbasaur in terms of market research.
No, it was they did red and green as the first 2 games, and they had made 3 characters, and so I guess I don't know if I don't know the order of things, but if they made the character before they made the game of blue, but essentially they made red and green. And they created the characters red and green, right?
Yeah, and blue is Gary. Yeah.
Well, no, green is Gary. Blue is a female character that was never used. And I'm not sure when she was made. She might have not been made until they made the blue game. So what happened was they made red and green, and it was like a shitty game because they were like a no-name company, right? And they there were so many
But they were
bugs with the
game
game.
freaks.
Yeah. There were so many bugs with the game that they released an updated version a year later, I think it was, that was called Blue. And so they had red, green, and now blue. And blue they went back and they fixed like 90% of the sprites. They redid all most of the sprites. They fixed a bunch of bugs. There's still a number of bugs, obviously, but they fixed a bunch of them. And then so that was blue. And when it came to America, they took blue and they split blue in two and made red and blue for America based off of the game, the Japanese blue. So we actually didn't get red and green at all here. Like the game data that's on red and green, we didn't get.
Shows how much I gave a shit about Pokemon.
Can you tell me the difference between the games? Is it just that your rival looks different?
What do you mean? The difference between which games?
It's the which Pokemon
all
were
three,
available
honestly.
and...
Like I just mean from a gameplay perspective.
From a gameplay perspective, from red and blue, like our red and blue, the only difference is there's like 5 or maybe 6 or 7 Pokemon that are
okay, let me
exclusive
rephrase it. What's the difference between Leaf Green and Fire Red? Because it's like fundamentally they don't have a legendary or whatever,
yeah,
right?
Same deal. So in Fire Red and Leaf Green, the difference is there's like 6 or 7 Pokemon that are exclusive to Red and 6 or 7 Pokemon that are exclusive to Green.
So does that mean that our blue split is like full catalog or something?
What?
The full catalog of Pokemon you can get rather than splitting it? Or did they
they split it. They split it for red and blue.
I'm unsure what you're saying. In red
for
and blue,
exclusives, is there no exclusives because we effectively have the same game copied over twice? Or
No,
whatever?
it does have exclusives between red and blue.
you're saying because it's a split of the Japanese blue? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
No. So they took the Japanese blue and they said, okay, the game data is going to be based on this, but we're going to make these exclusive to red and these these set of Pokemon exclusive to blue for the American one. So, but it actually did cause some oddities because they changed the Pokemon that were exclusive to each game, and it was based off of the Japanese blue. There's like a point in the game where in the Japanese thing, you go and trade a Pokemon that evolves when you trade, right? Because that was a mechanic where you, like, if I trade a Haunter, it will evolve to Gengar, right? When it gets traded. That was to encourage people to trade. Mm-hmm. So there's in-game trades where you trade with an NPC, and the NPC says a line like, "Oh, this Pokemon evolved like when I got it," right? Mm-hmm. And they, for the Pokemon game, when they converted it to the US one, they changed that Pokemon that evolved, they changed the Pokemon that you trade with, and they made it Pikachu, and so, or they made it Raichu or something. Anyway, and then when you trade, it now says, "Oh, this Pokemon evolved," even though Raichu doesn't evolve. Mm-hmm. So people were thinking like, "Oh, it evolves," something like that. Anyway, so there were
trade back. I want to see it.
There were some like weird oddities that came up. Yeah, they did it, but yeah, no, they made new lists of like which Pokemon are in which game. But they used the core data for like the maps, the sprites, and the bugs and all that kind of stuff is from the the newly made or newly fixed version of the Japanese blue. And then later on, they made yellow, which was the celebration of the anime and more focused on Ash and Pikachu being the main character, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And sorry, to answer the question on the red and blue specifically, it was America. That's why. Or at least that's as far as I'm told. My understanding was.
It just seems like a shit ton of effort when it was already done for you, unless here's one place where it would make sense. Unless it was easier to translate the game by only translating it one time and then splitting it off into 2 games like that.
I'm unsure what you mean.
Well, like
he's saying for blue.
If I gave you, hey, here's my Pokemon Red and my Pokemon Green from Japan, translate both of these games to sell in America.
So
it might have been easier to just translate one game and then split it off into 2 games.
I'm almost positive. I'm not 100% sure. I know later on, in later versions of Pokemon games, the 2 games are identical code-wise. It's like a flag that gets flipped. That's the only difference. Like they're not making like 2 different versions. So in terms of like translations, they just have to translate the one code base.
Okay.
Right? It's not like something crazy. But the reason why they chose blue to split it off was because they fixed all the bugs. So they're not going to fix the bugs twice, right? So they fixed all the bugs. They released Japanese blue, and they're like, okay, we're going to take the thing we fixed all the bugs in, and make the American version. And so then they said, okay, instead of making red and green in America, we think they like red and blue better because they're Americans, so we're going to make it red and blue. And we already have blue. Like, it's not like we've invested time into the idea of a blue game. We already made the blue game for Japan. So, okay, well, of the 3, we're going to give them red and blue.
So it says here, a Twitter user uploaded a video revealing that when trying to give an inappropriate name to their player, character, or rival, the game suggests a different name entirely. The claim was backed up by another user who shared a video. So just a heads up, I played this video first by accident.
So before we do, get fucked, Richard, because you can't put your name in the game.
Yeah, get fucked. Why is okay? Whatever. Here, this is the.
Well, this was dicks plural, not singular dick. Maybe singular dick worked.
Maybe.
Okay, you got me.
So I saw one. I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw one where he made his name Ass and it switched it to Trump.
What?
Maybe that was just fake.
That was probably fake.
It seems there are some ways to skirt the censorship, as other players have managed to give themselves inappropriate names. LMAO, this one works. Or was it Asshat? This is just another example of censorship that is so rife in the current era, as anything offensive now has to be expunged for the sake of protecting sensitive snowflakes. I don't think that's why. I think it's to protect the gaming... like, so people don't share screenshots that have inappropriate things that aren't actually in the game.
Right.
Well, the other thing is, like, in the game, the trainer name is actually attached to the Pokemon data. So if you were to trade your Pokemon with someone, they would get it and they would see that name.
Trump.
And
What?
yeah, and so
There's this
Really
guy.
only your son?
I got a Sapphire cartridge, I think it was, and his name was Manho, and that did carry over to my Pokemon Home.
Nice.
yeah. So when you for Fire Red and Leaf Green, the Switch remake, or not the remake, sorry, the Switch port, they didn't allow Wi-Fi trading. So you have to only you have to know the person you're trading, right? Like in person.
Yeah.
But they are planning on adding home support, which means that these Pokemon will eventually get into the home ecosystem where they could then be traded out to the world. And so the thought process is they don't want those trainer names showing up in random like surprise trades in home, and then like
What if you
know,
named
Jimmy-
yourself Hard
It's ass
R?
hat.
Just
Well-
the words Hard R.
That honestly might go through.
Right?
But here's the thing. What about? Why can't I rename the rival though? I'm not
Yeah.
gonna get his Pokemon.
That's a good
here's-
point.
Here's the other thing. Like I don't. It's funny that they're like, oh, this is censorship, the current era. Which I mean, yeah, it is censorship, but I don't know if they said that when the Diamond Pearl remake came out as well. Because Gen 4, you could still put those names in there. That's what my rival had a bad name, but so. Where was
I
it?
just like the idea that if you needed to, you could always go back to that older game to name yourself Hard R, right? To get it in your Pokemon home. Yeah.
But
actually, I think what happens is if you
have
you
an
try
explicit name, it changes it when you do the transport.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it just wipes them.
The annoying thing is, like, it is. I haven't tested all the names, but like, it is pretty aggressive in their name thing, because in the newer game, they blocked the
was
name
it Hitler?
they blocked the name Ren, which is a name I was using for my alternate accounts.
REN or WREN?
No, just REN.
Oh.
And I'm like, why the fuck did they block that? And apparently, some like on Google, they were saying, or in Reddit actually, they were saying that in Chinese it's a bad word.
Oh, jeez.
But like,
thanks for protecting me.
But this
yeah,
is the
it's like
English
in-
only version.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
it's in English. It's like English characters. It's not Chinese characters.
Can you name yourself She?
Probably
Like SHI, like death?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
So they said it's now has to be expunged for the sake of protecting sensitive snowflakes, despite the fact that the player actively chooses to have said name and is not forced to have it.
Now, honestly, Randy's point was made a lot more sense than what I was going to say. Is that Pokemon has done this as their regular policy for ever since what came after it. I can't remember what gen it would have been. Would have been the 3DS? Is that when they started preventing you from naming Pokemon stuff swear words?
I don't know.
Like they've been doing this for quite a while. So this is just standard practice. It wouldn't make sense for them to release something that they have the full control over and be like, yeah, this one you can change name. Like it is consistent with their new releases. Not that I'm saying that I like that they have this, but it makes sense.
There is a notable thing here in that they had to update the game. So this isn't just the old ROM, right? They actually had to patch the game to do this, to change the name on you.
Yeah, and they probably have to do that to add home support anyway. Right?
Well, no. Home support, they could get away with just like that's just manipulating the save data, right? So they don't actually have to change the actual ROM, right? They just have to edit your save data. But with rewriting the name, they actually have to patch the ROM. And so some people have kind of pointed out that the original game came out before some of the ESRB and PEGI rules on gambling, and because in Celadon City there is the casino, like the game corner thing, which has a slot machine. In newer versions of some of the games, they had the game corner, but it was like, oh, the game corner is shut down, so you can't go to the game corner to get around this. But in this game, it's still there, and you can go to it and use it. And so if they were going to make update to the game, it in theory, maybe there's a rule about like if it's negligible, they don't need to do it. But in theory, they need to get it re-rated. And so if it was to get re-rated, it would have a higher rating because it now has the game corner, and they care about that now. Whereas if they didn't touch it, they would be able to use the old rating still without needing to get it re-rated, which I'm not even 100% sure about how that, but this is just what people are saying on the internet. But if they patched it, then that definitely means they changed something. So again, I don't know if there's like a limit of like, you know, if it's significantly different, that's the only time you need to get it re-rated. But I know that thought was brought up on the internet about that.
Something that's funny is that when I was on the what's it called, virtual console, and I did like played Earthbound for literally like 5 minutes just to test it out, and I named everyone horrible names, including like rapist and stuff, no problem. But yeah, that's because it's a ROM, a straight ROM.
Cool. All right, let's move on. Breaking news. The Right Stuff warehouse has been listed up for sale for about $5.7 million.
Oh man, are you going to buy it?
Yeah. I need to get into the black to do that. So if you guys want to donate so that we can buy
what? An empty warehouse?
$5.7 million Right Stuff warehouse, and we'll start our own company to distribute exactly the way Right Stuff used to, and we'll hire back all the old Right Stuff employees, and we'll have a company that then Crunchyroll will have to compete with, and eventually Sony will just buy us for $1.5 billion, just like, or whatever they paid for. That was for Contrail, not for Right. I don't remember what they paid for Right Stuff, but let's do that. That sounds like a good scheme.
Right. Our store will be better because we'll have hookers and blackjack.
And no slip cover. No.
I just don't understand, though. I mean, I get it. I do. It's a business, but like, was the intention always just to get rid of their competition? Just to be like, yeah, fuck it.
100% yes.
Part of me was like, well, maybe they bought it because of Gundam. Well, maybe they got it.
No. Let me continue reading here. So the Right Stuff warehouse is up for sale for about $5.7 million. Crunchyroll doesn't own it. Crunchyroll has been leasing the building for $460,000 per year, and their lease is set to be up for renewal in 2030. This confirms that Crunchyroll never acquired the building during the Right Stuff acquisition, but rather leased the building from Right Stuff.
So does that mean Sean Kleckner was leasing the building, or are they leasing it from Sean Kleckner?
Presumably, Sean Kleckner probably owns it. Right? Year built, 1950 to 1980. 2005, major building renovation. 2019, office remodel. The current leasee is Crunchyroll, division of Sony Group. Right? Annual rent, $460,000 with a 3% rent increase effective every year from initial term.
Or do you think Sean Kleckner was leasing it himself? Because I'm wondering, like, why didn't they just buy the building itself when they bought?
Well, I don't think that they actually want to do business in Iowa. I think they want to do business in Texas.
Right. That makes sense. But like,
they have two warehouses. So
just why not keep the damn store?
This person says when they started the warehouse sale, and my goods kept shipping from the old Grimes, Iowa address. Guess what? This came from there. I had a feeling, right? What will their future output look like then? Crunchyroll already implemented the slow sellers policy in delisting items. Their first-party Blu-ray outputs have slowed down to nearly nothing, as we covered last podcast and several times, I'm sure by now.
I have a theory about that one.
No May slate, you know,
this,
like there's.
I have a theory about that after we're done with this segment.
They said, then they go on to say they raised their prices for for subscription for their streaming, right? But they have nothing to offer. RIP right stuff. So he responded with, if you want my professional opinion, they're going to slim down as much as they can while prioritizing what makes them money, selling merchandise on the most popular IPs on their platform. I wonder, I doubt it, but I wonder if this is tariff related.
I was about to say that, but do we want to jump into that? My theory about that? Because
let's go.
What's the one, like, Crunchyroll's one thing, because our assumption was like, oh, it's Crunchyroll, they're just being lazy, they're not putting out as much. But like, same thing with Sentai. Okay, well, it's Sentai. They're also kind of just slow on the ball with that. But then who else has been kind of slow with their releases that they never typically let us down as far as releases go, despite the fact that myself personally, I don't like all their releases, but we still champion them. Discotheque. Oh,
well, they gave us the reason for that in the first place, because of Savicus starting Whole Green Pictures and the acquisition of Onnanoko.
It's been like 2 notices now. It's been like 2 updates now, where it's like, hey, we don't have anything, but we have a few updates. Whereas they always seem to have something beforehand. Now why is it that every company?
Look, the entire industry is clearly trying to move into a direction where, for a fixed cost, the number of customers dramatically increases their profit.
Yeah.
Right? So Blu-rays and DVDs don't do that. They have to take the risk on printing exactly the amount they think they can sell. Otherwise, they're doing what they have to do here with the warehouse sales in order to get rid of that stock to try to eat the cost, but at a less severe.
Yeah, but I still can't help but wonder if the tariffs are partly to blame for like this slow trickle of like, I'm wondering how far like say you can license something for streaming, but like licensing something out to physically put out on media, like, I wonder if that license is slowly being affected due to tariffs or not. Because is it a coincidence that all these companies, every single one, their releases are just slowing down?
There's a lot going on. I have been predicting the eventuality of World War III for quite some time, and it seems like it's at our door, right? The destabilized world, the issues that Japan is having, the issues that we're all having, like they're creating problems that is putting even just the tariffs in general, just the concept of them is putting companies into a position where now it is safer for them to hold off rather than continue as things normally have been.
Yeah.
Right. There's just issues. Even the Epstein releases.
Yeah.
Like the world is in a destabilized position right now, and it's gonna take some time before things settle back down, right? But it definitely seems to me, based on everything we've looked at up to this point, that Crunchyroll is in fact trying to phase out physical releases for the most part. There have been quite a few really strange things. Why the fuck did they solicit and put up the ability to pre-order Dragon Ball Daima and then it disappeared? Right? There's a lot of little things that have added up to pointing in the direction that it appears that they are deliberately phasing out physical media, which of course they would. Yeah. Of course they would. Sony spent $1.5 billion to acquire Crunchyroll versus the $150 million they spent to acquire Funimation. They have to justify that the streaming avenue was a worthwhile purchase. And so they're going to put all their eggs, as many as they can, into that basket to try to return and recoup their costs and get a return on their investment. Right?
With Sony and Crunchyroll, I totally buy that. But like Sentai and Discotek doing the same thing.
Well, then there's also the problem in Texas where they basically outlawed half the anime. You can't sell it in stores, right?
Part of the reason,
which ironically makes it seem like, what the fuck are you doing, Crunchyroll? Move to Iowa.
Right.
You keep that warehouse.
A big part of the reason why Sentai has been so slow is Crunchyroll is eating up all the licenses.
You can re-release shit. Where's the re-release of fucking, oh my gosh, like half their shit that's out of print? Like where are you?
They are constantly putting out re-releases. I mean,
you could re-release shows that you haven't dubbed yet.
Though. That's the problem. I don't know what the fuck Sentai thinks that they're doing. They must be printing this shit for so goddamn cheap. If they think they can sell Maoyu again, when that shit was in their Sentai sales for years for like $1.99.
Fucking dub it. If you're gonna put it out again, at least dub the damn thing, and then at least be like, shit. Well, they dubbed it. Well, have to give it again.
That is the only business model that works for a re-release. Is we put it out SD on Blu-ray. Then we put it out on actual Blu-ray. Then we put it out with a dub on Blu-ray. You know what I mean? Like, that's the only way that fucking works. Is that if you want to be able to re-release things and get people to double, triple, quadruple dip, you got to provide something more. You know?
Yeah. So I'm just like, all these companies are just, it feels like for the past, I want to say like 5 to 6 months have been slowing down. Like the first time it happened with Discotek, I was like, must be a slow. But it's happened twice now where they're just like, we only have a few things. It's like, how is that every single company? I just
fuck.
Crunchyroll I expected from. Sentai to a certain extent I also expected from, even though as we just talked about, they could do all kinds of it. I feel like they could still put out like older shows. Their previous like backlog of shit that they haven't dubbed yet. Partially. Because I'm still waiting for it. It's already been dubbed. Penguin Drum. I'm still waiting for a re-release on Penguin Drum. They have the damn movie, but they won't re-release the series on Blu-ray. It's like, what?
Look at all the anime.
So real quick, I want to establish real quick that there isn't anything in our Right Stuff segment, right?
No. Yeah. Oh, gee.
But
Shocker.
I would like to point out breaking news. The president and CEO of Kyoto Animation died.
Those burns took a long time to make it all the way through.
Well, this is the guy who weathered that storm and, seemed to have a very human-centric response to it. So they said, we regret to announce the passing of our company's president and CEO, Hideaki Kata, on February 16, 2026 at the age of 76. We extend our deepest gratitude for the kindness and support shown to him throughout his life and respectfully provide this statement with sincere appreciation. Since our founding in 1985, for more than 4 decades, he served as president with the guiding principle of all hands on deck, striving to build an entertainment company that values people and is grounded in sincere animation production. Shinichiro Hata has been appointed president and chief executive officer effective immediately to continue the work and values carried on by Hideaki Hata. I wonder if they're related. We remain committed to creating work that can be enjoyed by people all over the world, carrying forward the spirit in our all hands on deck principle. In addition, the wake and funeral service were held privately among family members. No floral tributes, monetary contributions, or visits will be accepted under any circumstances. We thank you for your understanding. Well, that fucking sucks. I really feel like that guy was one of the good ones. Anyway, if you want to support us.
Was there not the discotheque thing that...
Say what?
Are we not covering the discotheque thing?
Wasn't
there a really small announcement?
Was there?
The second collection of Lupin?
That was one of them.
Let's cover that next podcast. I don't have that. All right, if you guys want to support the OCA podcast, you guys can shop at stealthweave.com, which I don't know why it looked like it was broken the other day. All of a sudden, this half of the thing was like pushed over to the side, and now it's back to normal. I still don't know how to fix my own damn website. If you are unable to check out, you can reach out to me at stealthweavstore@gmail.com, and I can process your order on the back end, and I will give you a discount. Or you can shop at the actually working, I think, OCApodcast.com/store and buy shirts such as our Mad Scientist, Sad Scientist shirt.
Why are you sexualizing us like that?
That's what I do. All right. And it's really important that you get some new shirts because you're definitely going to want to hang your clothes on Yujiro Hanma's epic split.
Damn.
Where's Retro Roscoe? He would have loved this. Danny, thank you for contributing this to our to our show tonight.
How much does that cost?
I don't know, but I gotta have one.
Could you imagine it being like, I don't know, $400 because it's basically just a figure?
Yeah.
You can't put hardly anything on it though.
What do you mean? It's got such range.
You can't put a hooded sweatshirt on that thing.
I
You'd
bet
break
you
his
it's the
legs
kind of
off.
thing that is actually like you can only win it through like a contest or whatever, and not set to appear in Crane Game Machines this fall.
Crane Game?
Yeah.
Claw machines.
Watch Club when. All right, anyway. Game Boy style Pokemon Music Collection jukebox announced.
Randy, take it away.
There's not much to it, but it is a little Game Boy thing that plays music.
And there's a cartridge for every track, apparently.
45 cartridges. I'm not sure which one wins out in the battle of blue and red supremacy because 45 doesn't divide into two.
Oh yeah.
But
maybe there's one in the Game Boy already that's like a placeholder.
Yeah, but what color of like I only see
Green.
Oh yeah. I mean that would be
It looks
really
like
cool.
red. Red has one more. Well, maybe there's
Yeah.
one in there though. I don't know. That's
Red
funny.
looks like it has 5 more from those
If
piles.
they made a green
Oh yeah, because there's 2. Yeah.
Because in Japan there's a Japanese version of this product as well, and the cartridges are red and green in that.
Damn.
But
You'll
also,
have to buy both.
good luck finding the Japanese one. But the Japanese cartridges, if you've ever looked at the actual Game Boy games, in Japan they were just gray. They weren't
Oh really?
colored. Yeah,
True.
they only did the colored cartridges for North America.
It was a great choice because you could always tell immediately, oh, that guy's playing Pokemon. You know, like,
Yeah.
Well, the other thing, the bigger aspect for me is I thought the gray cartridges, it's like, oh, these games aren't worth playing. That like they don't have like the bling or the budget for a good cartridge.
So I think red and blue are the only two Oh no, never mind. There were some yellow cartridges as well. Donkey Kong Land
Pokemon Yellow
was yellow. Well, that
What
was
about
also Pokemon. but yeah.
Gold, silver, and crystal.
So gold, silver, and crystal are also Pokemon, but those are Game Boy Color games. And when Game Boy Color when Game Boy Color was introduced, they moved to black cartridges for the normal games. Anyway,
and then like the see-through ones.
and then so the black cartridges were compatible with old Game Boys and Game Boy Color. They were Game Boy Color games, but they were backwards compatible. And the clear cartridges that had like the bump instead of like where the Nintendo logo is a concave, they were like a bump. They were convex. and those ones were only playable on Game Boy Color games, or Game Boy Color consoles. Anyway, so yes, it would have been really cool to have one like green cartridge, but I think they're all red and blue. They have a little like sticker of like, I guess, a screenshot of the game on the back, so that when you stick it in, you see the screenshot on the fake screen.
Yeah.
It reminds you of where it is in game that you hear the music.
Presumably, yeah. I don't know. It was like 95 Canadian dollars. It seemed cool. I bought one. Sold out instantly, and now I have to decide whether I want to open it or not, or just stare at it in a box. But
I feel like you could also just have a Game Boy and put a real cartridge.
that was
the other thing you could do is you could Napster all the Pokemon songs.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's also something you could do. And then you could
Let
just
me
put them
download
on your iPod Shuffle.
This
right?
is so much worse than a vinyl, because my critique of people who like vinyl, it's like, yeah, are you really going to like grab
The only
your
thing
disc,
is that it's going to
sit
sound
down?
even more authentic, because it's not only going to be the chip tune, it's also going to be coming out of that shitty ass speaker from the old Game Boy, right? Like,
imagine they put a better speaker in it. Like you can listen
And
to
that
this
ruins it.
shitty music on a
you
better
might as well get the actual freaking vinyl of the chip tune music, right? Like,
This is what I'm saying though, with the vinyl, are you really going to dedicate yourself to like a listening session, sit down next to your record player, and then for this, you got to change the cartridge for every song? Good God.
I don't even know if it has a speaker. It might be headphones only, but
It doesn't actually play the music, it just represents it visually.
I'm not sure if it has. Like I bought this thing
Music
on looks alone.
You just have to imagine the music.
Yep.
I also like the idea of like putting in the cartridge, it's kind of like
He likes putting it in.
Yeah. It's kind
How
of like
long are the songs typically?
this, I don't know. I would imagine most of them just loop, so like when you're playing it in game, they all loop.
Yeah, no, but like how long do you think they would be typically? 2 minutes, 3 minutes?
I don't
Well,
know.
as someone who just
35
edited a
seconds.
video with some of them, a couple of them actually went to like 4 and 5 minutes.
Well, it depends on how long you want to loop them, right? So there are some I would just imagine some of them loop at 45 seconds. But then it like if you wanted to release it as a song, you might loop it 2 or 3 times to get a 2-minute song, right? Like I don't know. But what I was saying was when you insert a floppy disk or a cassette tape for VHS, right? Like you feel like there's something cool about inserting
about the
that
analog aspect. Yeah.
Yeah, like having it like going in like
Yeah, the tactile nature of it.
Yeah, and so sitting there like putting the cartridges in the fake little Game Boy, like just as like a fidget toy almost, like just like
I'm sure you're
pulling
going
them
to do
in.
that with your pricey collectible that's now super
Well,
scarce.
that's what I'm saying. Like when it sold out instantly, I'm like, God damn it! Now I kind of wanted 2, so I could, destroy one.
At
Keep the
that
other
point,
one.
buy like one of those 4 parts Game Boys and 4 parts like Pokemon Red or something, and just go all day.
Yeah. The other thing I was gonna say was back in the day, like
pulling in and out all day long.
Back in the day, you could probably buy a Game Boy for $95, right? And it would play all the games. It wouldn't just sit there and play a couple songs. Although you'd have to buy the game on top of it, I guess. But now you're spending $95 on a music player, or at least I am anyway.
What a loser!
I'm sorry. Red and blue are really iconic, so I'm kind of a sucker for anything that has red and blue in it.
You are a sucker, that is true. Something else that has amazing tactile like fidget ability is like loading a magazine in a gun.
Yep.
And then cocking it. Oh, that's even better.
And Turning the safety off. Oh God, yes.
No, that's
Pulling
the
the
lamest part.
trigger.
That really
had
is just on point.
Yeah, I had an airsoft pistol that I would always like play with the magazine, just like flip it in and out,
Oh yeah.
doing the reloads.
Yeah, you're just
Uh-huh.
chronically reloading. It's like I got full bullets, but
Wearing out all the springs and shit.
All right, let's go. Okay, Japanese potato chip Rubik's cubes coming soon. Yep.
please
These
tell
are
me
good.
the mirror side of that like full color side is not another full color side.
Oh God, that one fuck that one all the way off.
Damn, that's a good point. You know what's even worse? As someone who knows how to do a Rubik's cube, if it's a picture, you have to orient it in the correct way as well.
Do you know how to do a Rubik's cube?
I do.
Yeah.
Because I have a bleach one, and the center did not align when I completed it. I'm like, I'm gonna kill myself. No.
Oh, you fucked it up.
That's when you get the screwdriver and break it apart and put it back together.
The center did not align.
It's not rotated the correct way.
You're saying because the centers don't move, but they do rotate.
Yeah.
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 So if it's rotated the wrong way, you're cooked, chat.
Mm-hmm.
You got to pay attention to that at the beginning.
Because why not? Okay. All right.
Is that a Guess Who game? Like what?
I guess. No, I think it's Scrabble or something. You spell the names of them with all of their names. I don't know. Japan's capsule toy market explodes to record 196 billion yen. Japan's capsule toy market has surged to a record-breaking 196 billion yen. Fueled by the rapid expansion of dedicated capsule toy stores, with more than 200 new locations opening nationwide in just 1 year as Gachapon continues its massive comeback. According to the Japan Capsule Toy Association's latest 2025 market survey released on February 19th, the domestic capsule toy market reached approximately 196 billion yen, about 1.3 billion US dollars, marking a 39.0% increase compared to the previous survey's 141 billion yen. Both the total market value and growth rate exceeded the prior year, setting a new all-time high. The survey was based on interviews with 41 capsule toy manufacturers and calculated using manufacturer shipment values and suggested retail pricing. The figures do not include capsule toy style products sold at events or as company promotional items, meaning the actual market size is expected to exceed 200 billion when those additional sales are factored in. A major factor behind the surge has been the rapid expansion of specialty capsule toy stores. As of January 31st, 2026, there were over 900 dedicated capsule toy shops across Japan, an increase of more than 200 stores compared to the previous year. This store-based retail model, which became more common around 2021, has now spread nationwide. The number of capsule toy manufacturers has also grown to around 70 companies, reflecting continued interest in new entrants into the industry. However, entering the capsule machine vendor side of the business remains difficult due to infrastructure requirements, meaning competition for market share is largely concentrated among existing operators. That's a good point. All right, also, ultra rare Tsukihime trial disc destroyed by U.S. Customs.
Heard about this
The United States is speed running its evil villain arc again, like we did when Bush was president, and then continued on stealthily while Obama was president, but he like smiled at everybody and pretended that he wasn't Bush. One of the rarest artifacts in visual novel history, a trial version of Tsukihime, limited to just 50 copies, has reportedly been destroyed after arriving in the United States severely damaged, sparking outrage among collectors and fans mourning the loss of a near irreplaceable piece of gaming history. The destroyed item was a trial version of Tsukihime, originally sold at Comic Cut 57 in 1999 for just 100 yen, or about 70 cents at the time. Only 50 copies were ever produced, making it one of the rarest early releases from Type Moon, long before the company became globally famous through the Fate franchise. The incident came to light after collector Karapo shared images online showing the floppy disk completely shattered and the packaging severely damaged. In a post describing the situation, the collector said the package had arrived with a notice indicating it had been, quote, opened and resealed by customs, and claimed the protective materials had been removed, leaving the fragile contents exposed. My Tsukihime Trial Edition finally arrived, one of only 50 copies in the world, only to discover that U.S. Customs had removed all the bubble wrap and physically destroyed the floppy disks. While we'll file a report, but literally crying right now. Yeah. Fuck.
What, did they think there was classified information on there?
Yeah, Chibi said they may have not even known what the hell the floppy disk was because it's old to some, to some Zoomer kids or some Zoomer.
Do you think you could
That
sue?
doesn't mean destroy it. That if you don't know what it
Could
is,
you sue the U.S. government? I mean, even just putting it through,
depending on how much I spent, I would.
Yeah, I mean, for how rare this is sounding to be, I imagine it was tens of thousands of dollars in value. This is what it looked like before it was shipped. The sender even took extra care to sandwich it between cardboard paper and used lots of bubble wrap to protect it. Would never have expected U.S. Customs to both remove all that and intentionally damage the floppy directly.
Yeah, he has proof of like the packaging and shit because it's so the seller was so careful to package it.
Yeah.
it's because it said adult only.
Yeah.
Rip.
And some fuckface was like, I'm destroying this.
Despite careful packaging that included bubble wrap and cardboard reinforcement, the disc itself was physically destroyed. The collector expressed devastation over the loss, noting how difficult it was to even find one of the extremely limited copies. The Tsukihime trial version holds significant historical value because it represents one of Type Moon's earliest works, created before the studio achieved worldwide recognition. For collectors, early Comic Cut releases like this are considered extremely important artifacts documenting the origins of influential franchises. I would fucking go postal. I can't even imagine. I saw this as well. A friend of mine received this sealed and graded original copy of Pokemon Yellow. U.S. Customs broke the acrylic case, ripped and discarded the seal, sliced the front of the box off. Maybe they weren't fans?
Holy balls.
That just seems like a level of stupidity or just actual.
No, this is like malicious.
Like, who do you go to file like a lawsuit and to have
Sue
that
the
person's
fucking
job?
U.S. government. Get what's yours. I swear.
You know how they have a signature required thing? They need to have a signature required by the customs people.
This
as
package inspected by Raul. You know, like this package destroyed by Raul. Man arrested in Japan after leaving car in coin parking lot for 6 years, racking up 3 million yen bill. Says he remembers parking his car, but can't remember the exact date he did it anymore. Because many Japanese apartments and condominiums don't have their own attached parking spaces, it's common for car owners to have to find a nearby lot to park in. Usually, they'll seek out a place where they can lease a reserved parking spot on a monthly or other long-term basis. But a resident of Kobe's Nara ward apparently decided one night that an automated coin parking lot he found near his condo, one where you pay when you leave, was good enough. So he pulled into an empty spot, got out of his car, and walked home. However, he didn't go back to get his car the next day, or the day after that, or the day after that. Just how long was he parked there? Since April of 2019. Yes, in the time the man's car remained parked in the lot, the coronavirus pandemic came and went. The Tokyo Olympics were both postponed and held. Japan became the world's hottest travel destination. The glacially paced Japanese government approved the morning after pill for use without a prescription. Through all of these monumentous events, the man left his car in the same coin parking spot for more than 6 years, and now he's been arrested for it. You know what else happened in that time? Akira Toriyama died. Kentaro Miura died. Fucking, like...
Shinzo Abe was killed.
Yeah.
You would think, like, after a certain point, they would just have the car towed.
Right? So
Like-
here's the video.
A man who had been parking his car without paying his bills for 7 years was arrested in Kobe. The man, who lives in Kobe and works in the transportation industry, is suspected of obstructing the management company's operations by parking his car there since around April 2019. The amount of parking fees he failed to pay was 3,152,500 yen. When questioned by the police, the man said he did not
remember the day he parked his car, but he was certain that he had driven it to the parking lot. The engine would not start.
I seriously can't imagine the scenario where that news report jumped from a female to a male in the Japanese.
And it just ends like that. What were we missing?
Hold on. Well, I think that it... Oh, shit. Oh, it does. It does switch from female to male.
But seriously though, if I was
No, seriously. That was an accurate translation. What?
Don't you dare doubt the AI again.
Listen to how it actually goes down.
警察の調べに対し男は
車を止めた日は覚えていないが、私が運転して駐車場に止めたことに間違いない。
Is it an AI in Japan too, perchance?
Probably.
Right? Like, I cannot fucking believe. Otoko wa means man is. It ends with man is, and then picks up with kuruma, which is car, right? Oh my god. All right. Fuck, that was...
But
I didn't
still,
expect that shit.
why didn't they just have the freaking car towed after like a week, and then go find the guy and charge him then? You know?
I don't know.
That's just
I'm
why
dumbfounded at this whole scenario.
Why wait 7 whole freaking years?
Maybe because the pandemic happened, and they're like, well, we don't. Who knows?
Maybe this guy's dead. I don't know.
On February 4th, the Hyogo Prefectural Police announced that they have arrested the car's owner, a 47-year-old man. However, since users of the parking lot don't pay until they leave, and the man's car was still there, he couldn't be charged with theft, fraud, or non-payment. Instead, the charge he faces is forcible obstruction of business, a catch-all category in Japan that covers various kinds of disruptive behavior in stores, offices, and other places of business, with the ostensible specific offense being that by remaining parked in the space for so long, the man was preventing other customers who would have then vacated the space and paid in a more timely manner from using it, thus depriving the lot's owner of revenue. I mean, theoretically, though, he's maximizing the revenue because it's 24-hour use for years.
7 years.
The car's owner is an employee in a shipping company, and so presumably not philosophically opposed to the idea of things occasionally moving from one place to another. When questioned by police, he admitted that he had parked his car in the spot, but also said that he couldn't remember the exact date he'd done so. Understandable, considering that it was, again, more than 6 years ago. As for the parking bill he's run up, it's grown to more than 3 million yen, or $19,000. The man said that he had gone back and tried to start the car up, but that the engine wouldn't turn over. So it's possible that he hadn't been intending to leave it in the spot for long, and that while trying to decide whether to repair, sell, or scrap the vehicle, the days stretched into weeks, months, and then years. And the pandemic started. The pandemic hit Japan. Like, we dealt with it in 2020 in like February or March, but it was already in Japan in 2019. Like, we talked about it before it was a main thing here, right? So it's very possible that, well, it wouldn't start. And then I was going to get like a tow truck and all that, but I didn't have the money at the time. So I had to sort of like set my funds aside and kind of figure out how I was going to do this. Then a goddamn pandemic happened. You know what I mean? Like, I can totally see this scenario where this guy is totally screwed on this, right? Like, the man said that he had gone back and tried to start the car up, but that the engine wouldn't turn. I already read that. Still, a half decade plus seems like more than enough time to address any mechanical issues. That said, the way in which the parking lot owner handled the situation wasn't exactly normal either. The laws governing parking lot operations must include some sort of time frame for the disposal of abandoned or unclaimed cars, and the grace period before getting one towed away and impounded can't be 6 years, right? Likewise, it seems like consumer protection laws would have some sort of clause that prevents coin parking fees from continuing to accrue endlessly without any kind of required communication between the lot and the car owner after a certain amount of time, which would have in turn limited the potential benefit to the lot in putting off having the car towed. Hopefully, the legal mess can be sorted out and the car will find a more attentive owner. Come on. All right. Japanese crossdresser entering into women's bathroom sparks safety concerns.
And water's what?
Is that the whole video? Okay.
Why did they have the camera ready?
I'll show you why. A Japanese man who recorded a crossdresser entering into the women's bathroom has garnered millions of views online, sure to spark safety concerns as the number of such individuals increases as a result of the lunacy of the Western world. The woman, a Japanese woman, did I say Japanese man? A Japanese woman. The woman uploaded a video containing footage of what is clearly a man wearing women's clothing entering into the women's bathroom. A crossdresser came into the women's restroom. There were other women in there too. So here's what happened. The guy came in, she's in the bathroom, sees the guy, and thinks, I need to set up my phone to record so I can report this. And then when he leaves the stall, that's what she's catching on camera. A crossdresser came into the women's restroom. There were other women in there too. I told the staff, but they said that they can't restrict customers' actions. Eon, isn't it messed up that maybe that's Elon? I don't know. Isn't that messed up that they'd handle it like that, even if someone of the opposite sex enters the restroom? Here's the video.
I think we could have cut it off a lot earlier.
I didn't know what it was going to do. In only 3 days, the video accrued 10 million views. This naturally caused safety concerns, and the incident became more curious when the Twitter user stated that the cross-dressing individual dressed back into normal attire after leaving. By the way, this person immediately took off the cross-dressing and was wandering around dressed as a middle-aged man.
Damn.
Still holding the purse. When pressed as to why they were waiting while pointing a camera at the specific spot expecting something to happen, the Twitter user explained, quote, "They came in as we were passing each other, so I was waiting to catch evidence." They also clarified that if they had recorded an actual woman at the time, they would have simply deleted the footage. Incidents like these were thought to be rare in Japan, as the country is not yet fully poisoned by the West's transgender propaganda. Though if immigration is not brought under control, such situations might sadly become more frequent. Well, that's funny that you say that, because that's so scary. Women terrified by tight men dressed in female bodysuits taking their photos.
Tight men.
Tight men.
By the way, I had a comment on the last thing, is that like the defense they are starting to use is like oh my god, you recorded me privately in a private space. That's horrible.
It's no mistake. Yeah. A new phenomenon in Japan where men wear silicone bodysuits and lifelike female masks is raising safety concerns, particularly among women, known as tight men for their tight-fitting bodysuits. These individuals have been accused of engaging in inappropriate behavior in public spaces. The trend appears to be inspired by anime gao kigurumi, a cosplay style rooted in Japan's anime culture. Anime gao meaning like face, I think. Anime gao kigurumi enthusiasts wear bodysuits and anthropomorphic masks to cosplay as their favorite anime characters. In this case, the tight men's intentions are not to display their creativity or gender identity, but to approach women with perverted motives, according to local reports.
Every kigurumi person I've ever seen, it's like, you're a guy. You're a guy. You're a guy. You have a weird kink.
A phenomenon involving men wearing silicone bodysuits and female masks on Japanese subways is raising safety concerns among women. In February, a video went viral on Twitter showing a masked individual dressed in a silicone bodysuit while sitting on the subway. An internet user nicknamed Kawaso posted on the Japanese forum Togetter that the individual was a man posing as a woman. What gave you that idea? Quote, "He deliberately sat in crowded areas with many women, positioned his body towards them. Even though I was sitting a bit far away, I felt scared," Kawaso wrote on April 21st, as reported by the South China Morning Post. Kawaso reported the issue to the police, but no action was taken, according to the outlet. A separate tight man, known as Rin, reportedly admitted on a live stream that he was a man and that he had entered women's restrooms wearing a bodysuit and mask, requesting photos from strangers. "I was scared at the time, and I did not know what would happen if I refused," wrote an anonymous young woman who allegedly encountered Rin. The man claimed his actions caused no harm. According to internet user at Natsuiku, Rin and his group are often seen at Shibuya subway station and around Shinjuku in Tokyo, the SCMP reported. Known as tight men, these individuals have been accused of entering women's restrooms, taking photos of women, and touching them in crowded spaces. Look at that leg. Oh. Another witness said, quote, "At first, I thought it was a mannequin, but when I got closer, I moved and the tight man saw me. So I ran away because I was scared." Under Japanese law, unlawful entry into women's restrooms can result in a fine of up to 100,000 yen or $650 and carries a maximum penalty of up to 3 years in prison. There are currently no reports of Rin being arrested. Quote, he deliberately sat in crowded areas with many women, positioning his body towards them. Yuichi Sato, a representative of Japan's Suspicious Persons Information Center, said that identifying these individuals based on their appearance alone is challenging due to their costumes. Additionally, in Japan, wearing a costume in public isn't illegal unless the wearer conceals their identity to commit a crime. The costumes appear to be inspired by anime gao kigurumi, a cosplay style rooted in Japanese anime culture, right? So that's where obviously the full mask isn't a regular woman, it's the anime style face.
And somehow it's like,
man, that's cursed.
Yeah,
it's cursed, but it's less cursed than the try to be a real person.
This is like a horse face underneath, like a horse pretending to be a human. It's a guy pretending to be a horse, pretending to be a human woman.
Hell yeah.
Like the Kagura, whatever, the anime ones are like less uncanny valley. You know?
Anime gao kigurumi enthusiasts wear masks to cosplay as their favorite anime characters. Under Japanese law, it is illegal to wear a costume in public if the wearer conceals their identity to commit a crime. We already read that. So this is the person that went, whoa. Women-only carriages have been operating on Japanese trains since 2005. The initiative was implemented after women reported a record number of touching and other sexual harassment incidents, such as taking obscene photos on public transit the previous year. In 2022, the Oedo line, a line in the Toei subway that passes through some of Tokyo's most office-dense district, launched a woman-only train during the morning rush on weekdays. Other cities have implemented women-only carriages as a protective measure against potential sexual harassment from men, including Delhi and Mumbai in India, Mexico City, the Cairo Metro in Egypt, and the Rio de Janeiro Metro in Brazil. Huh. Wow, that's a weird fucking way to structure your whole article. Huh. Anyway, so what I find funny about this Twitter user says, the left, in their ravenous hatred of Japan, have accidentally admitted that it's weird and gross for men to dress up as women and act out their fetishes in public. Any thoughts before we move on to our very final?
No.
All right.
Real this time final?
Yeah, that one. Florida man caught in sexual performance with vacuum, deputies say.
You're gonna rip your dick off.
Would have been a perfect podcast to show that entire thing, but we literally showed it last podcast. So, oh boy. A Central Florida man was arrested this week after he was caught engaging in a sexual performance with a vacuum cleaner, sheriff's deputies say. That's according to local 10 news partner WKMG in Orlando. In a release, Osceola County Sheriff's Office deputies said they responded to Grassendale Street in Kissamee's Windsor Hills Resort on January 22nd.
Wait, I'm sorry. How did you pronounce that?
Grassendale?
No. In a release. How did you say the name?
Osceola?
Osceola.
What did I say before? I don't know.
It's Osceola. That's how it's
okay, great. Thanks.
I was like, hold on, wait a minute.
I'm like, shit, man. There ain't no fucking way I'm getting through this article without mispronouncing some fucking Florida state city, right?
I'm sorry.
Kissamee's Windsor Hills Resort on January 22nd after receiving reports of a man exposing his sexual organs in front of a residence. The victims that observed this behavior provided a statement and a cell phone recording of a male partially clothed in front of a residence engaging in a sexual performance with a vacuum cleaner, the release reads. Must have been graphic because they didn't link that in the article. However, deputies said that the suspect had already left the area before the deputy could arrive. Further investigation revealed that the suspect and his wife were listed as the host of an Airbnb and a home in the Windsor Hills Resort, deputies added. Apparently, a complaint had been reported just a day prior about a man who'd been walking in a shared hallway space while nude. Video of the incident captured on a Ring camera was given to the responding deputy. It didn't stop there, though, dear Lord. Quote, the investigating deputy canvassed the area on Almaton Loop and spoke with other residents that provided statements of similar behavior by the suspect. Quote, the incidents were reported to the HOA in December. Blink video was provided to the deputy of similar incidents of the suspect appearing partially clothed or nude within the hallway of the residence. Eventually, a warrant was obtained for the arrest of Kevin Westerhold, 51, who was caught near his home in Oviedo on Tuesday, deputies said. Now, Westerhold faces a charge of exposure of sexual organs. Meanwhile, detectives are urging anyone else who knows of similar incidents involving Westerhold to contact the sheriff's office. Damn, what a downer for an ending. Shit, son. Anybody want to talk about anything before we leave?
I'm starving, so no.
Yeah, I'm ready for bed. That looks like it could be a horror game. Yeah, well, the hole in the mouthpiece on a vacuum cleaner is pretty small. Just saying. Yep. Also, Blue and Rosie said this earlier. The $135 million refund from tariffs went to corporate buddies and not the people, FYI. What a total shocker. Yeah, it's fucking unbelievable. All right. Anyway, that's it. I need a outro of some kind.
Immense Shadow Season 2 next week?
Yep. Correct.
All
How
right.
far is everybody?
Episode 7.
4 or something episodes. And I think I am actually kind of liking it more than season 1, as I predicted.
Greenland, where are you at?
There you go.
Not use his mic.
Greenland's goon.
I am 0 episodes into season 2. So
He's probably still got to finish season 1.
yeah, I've got like a couple episodes left of season 1. But I could still rush it. Like I don't need to it's like what, 12 episodes?
Yeah.
It's easy.
He can speed goon that.
That was the plan, to give you a boner. And you got one.